Chapter 51. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I stood in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, teaching ballet to the trolls, looking at her strangely.
Why can't any Hogwarts pass be normal?
I wondered, curious to know what went through the wizards' minds when they came to create these passages.
Sigh, never mind.
I thought, and then I started to think.
Nah.
How about a library?
I wondered.
So I'll see what kinds of books the Room of Requirement has, and then I'll be able to compare them to Ravenclaw Library and Hogwarts Library.
I cursed.
I'm in a room that could be any room, and the first thing I ask for is a library.
And then I started walking back and forth 3 times, asking for somewhere with a library for me to study. As I made my 3rd lap, a door began to appear in the wall.
Yes, finally I'll be able to see the most incredible place in the castle.
I thought, excited, so I went towards the door and put my hand on it, and with a little push I saw it open for me. Once the door opened fully, I could see a hall, the same size or even bigger than the Hogwarts library. This hall was basically another library, but it had several sofas, armchairs, and tables spread around it and had soft lighting that came from God knows where it come from. This library had a very cozy feel. This library had thousands of shelves that sat on hundreds of bookcase, floor to ceiling, and the height of this room must have been about 20 meters. And looking closely at this library, it looked like all the books they had in the Hogwarts library were here, with a few more. These books are probably the books that were lost around the castle, as the Room of Requirement seemed to copy all the school books and put them here. Well, I can't think of any other way in this room to have all these books. As I passed the huge library, also noticing that the door behind me had closed, I started looking through the books. Many of the books they had here I had already seen either in the library or at Flourish and Blots, but I also saw a lot of books that I hadn't seen before. Some even seemed to be very rare and old. I always thought this was a very underused room in the franchise. If you have a room that could be any other room with no known boundaries, why be content to ask for a simple training room? My biggest disappointment with J.K. Rowling is that she didn't delve further into the mysteries of magic or in the wizarding communities. Although in the movies, Fantastic Beasts, they started to go deeper, but unfortunately I died before I could see what would happen.
Sigh.
I said, looking at the millions of books.
I also have to bring Anthony and Terry here at some point. They'll be shocked.
I said, already able to imagine the hilarious reaction they would have. But speaking of the boys, what are they doing? Meanwhile, in the Ravenclaw common room,
Vaintia Wilkins is Playwizard's hottest witch.
Anthony said resolutely.
I still think Petra Launcher is better. Have you seen her curves?
Terry asked Anthony with a faraway look.
True. Meh.
I shrugged and then continued to look around the room.
Here are so many books that I think even if I read 100 books a day in my 7 years at Hogwarts, I wouldn't even be able to finish 1 out of 8 of the library.
I thought in awe, looking at the labyrinth of bookshelves in front of me. Here, as in the Hogwarts library, it has every book from every year since the school was founded, and it will continue to grow with time. And all this without counting the books that students and teachers lost, and that come to the Room of Hidden Things, gathering 1,000 years of books, with many of them being rare or just a few teenagers' diaries.
So,
I spoke out loud with an excited smile on my face. And after that I started going from shelf to shelf and bookcase to bookcase, picking up all the books with titles that caught my attention. Bam!
Phew, so I'll start with these.
Chapter 52. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I also picked up the books.
Dual Spells and the Base for a Warrior.
And
Auror's Handbook from 1946.
because they had dueling techniques and offensive and defensive spells. You might think I don't need these books because I have my instincts. I took martial arts classes and I have my own spells.
Speaking of Firebolt, I know that this year they are looking for partnerships and people to invest in their brooms. And as I know they will be very successful, I might as well shell out some galleons to invest in them.
I thought, starting to plan in my mind.
When Christmas comes around, I go to Gringotts to talk to Sharpfang about it. And maybe I'll even think about investing in other wizard companies, since so far I've only invested in muggle companies. Well, that's something for the future, so let's get back to the books.
I said, looking at my stack of books with hunger in my eyes and an excited smile on my face. I then sat down at the table and picked up one of the books from the pile. The book I took was,
Occlumency, a mind and its barriers.
which was an old but well-kept book, black leather, with turquoise blue accents. Chapter 53. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The second thing I found out from reading the book is that you don't necessarily need a legilimens to learn occlumency. It's just highly recommended. The reason for this is that having a legilimens helping you only serves to test your mental shields. It's like building a wall. You can build the strongest wall in the world or the weakest wall, but you'll only know the answer if someone tries to tear down that wall. And instead of waiting for some enemy to try to break it down, it's better to use the help of a legilimens friend who will do this test for you. Also, the more your barrier is forced, and the more you try to rebuild and reinforce it, the stronger it gets, like a muscle. And because I have advanced occlumency skills, which are near eidetic memory, emotional control, and quick thinking, I can only assume that my occlumency is also advanced. But the weird thing about it is that I didn't have a legilimens helping me, so it should have taken longer. But after thinking a little, I found out why my occlumency is so strong and why I don't need a legilimens. The reason is that I had help that is better than a legilimens. And that help came from my special abilities, beast power, or more specifically, empathy and beast talk. As I said before, a legilimens serves to make mental attacks on the user's mind to find out if their shields are strong, which also develops and increases the strength of those shields. But that's just what legilimency is, mind attack, and ever since I was a kid, I've always been suffering from mind attacks, and that would obviously develop my occlumency shields faster than normal. The mental attacks I received as a child, for those who didn't realize it, were the emotions and thoughts of other humans and animals, which happened because of my lack of control over empathy and beast talk. I think while I was trying to control these abilities of mine, I was actually suppressing them with the help of occlumency. And probably all my meditation and my good control of magic caused me to skip a few levels. Good for me.
Why have I never looked at a squib with my magic vision? I don't think it ever crossed my mind to look at them.
I thought, scratching my chin.
But now I'm very curious to know what the difference is between a squib's magic and a wizard's.
Seeing that there was nothing more interesting in this book, I put it aside and picked up another book that had caught my attention. The book I took was old with a worn brown leather cover, hand-embroidered on the end. The book had no title, only the author's initials.
MCT.
Chapter 54. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. This diary is owned by Marcel Conrad T. If you find it, please return it to the owner or a close acquaintance. That was the first thing I read as soon as I opened the diary, and with that I found out the diary owner's name, but that name didn't remind me of any famous wizards. But when I thought about it, I realized that the owner of the diary didn't put his last name, and that didn't make it any easier in my attempt to find out who the author was. And with that, I decided to continue reading the diary to see if I found any important information. November 9. Dear Diary. Hello, I would like. Hi, whoever it is.
Parents.
And.
Brothers.
Which for me are nothing more than obstacles. Many may think that I shouldn't say this about my. And.
Brothers.
Which for me are nothing more than obstacles. Many may think that I shouldn't say this about my family, but you think that because you didn't live with them. and brothers, which for me are nothing more than obstacles. Many may think that I shouldn't say this about my family, but you think that because you didn't live with them.
Almost.
Was because I saw how hungry this lady looked, and the coins she was counting were probably her final savings to try to feed herself. I may not be a saint. I've robbed and hurt a lot of people, even if I didn't want to. But I never wanted to harm anyone, nor did I like to see others harmed. And when I saw that lady going through bigger difficulties than mine, I felt.
For my benefactor.
Parents. Chapter 55. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Yuriko and Hurus, after seeing me, started making fun of me, pushing me, and also giving me some
Weak.
kicks, and meanwhile I was in a fetal position on the floor. Until then, I accepted everything, as I knew that if I fought back it would get worse, and I think that when they both realized that their
Pranks.
didn't affect me, they got angry.
Brothers.
Brothers.
Were stupid and boring, and bullies who would flinch if they found someone stronger than them, but I never realized how cruel they could be.
Parents.
Were stupid and boring, and bullies who would flinch if they found someone stronger than them, but I never realized how cruel they could be. Were stupid and boring, and bullies who would flinch if they found someone stronger than them, but I never realized how cruel they could be.
And I can't think like Dumbledore, believing that any child who has anything similar to Riddle is evil.
I sighed mentally.
But what kind of magic is this that makes someone who has never known how to read or write learn all this just by touching a book?
I questioned myself and then continued reading. February 30. Today I received another book from that lady. It was a book with a red leather cover with brown and yellow embroidery, and on the front of the cover was a picture of a lion. Were stupid and boring, and bullies who would flinch if they found someone stronger than them, but I never realized how cruel they could be.
Parents.
Saw the two of them in that situation, they would think it was me, since I was the only one there, and they liked to look for even the smallest reasons to punish me. Then I started to panic. I started breathing heavily, thinking about how to make the wounds heal, and my emotions started to get out of control. The screams, the hurried footsteps coming towards us, and my ragged breathing started to make my head ache, and the closer the footsteps got, the more panicked I became, until suddenly their wounds healed, and even your arms are back to normal as if it never happened. And it was at this exact moment that my parents and some of my brothers arrived, and found the scene where Hurus and Yuriko were shaking and crying on the floor, while I was lying in a fetal position, paralyzed with shock. My parents then asked what happened, and neither I nor the two idiots could explain what happened. But one thing we did know, that everything that happened was caused by me. And since that happened, Hurus and Yuriko, and even some of my other brothers who heard about what happened, started looking at me with fear and caution. And I'm loving it.
Who will this lady be? These books are obviously wizard books.
I started to question myself.
This story is getting more confusing and mysterious.
Family.
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 Parents.
Saw the two of them in that situation, they would think it was me, since I was the only one there, and they liked to look for even the smallest reasons to punish me. Then I started to panic. I started breathing heavily, thinking about how to make the wounds heal, and my emotions started to get out of control. The screams, the hurried footsteps coming towards us, and my ragged breathing started to make my head ache, and the closer the footsteps got, the more panicked I became, until suddenly their wounds healed, and even your arms are back to normal as if it never happened. And it was at this exact moment that my parents and some of my brothers arrived, and found the scene where Hurus and Yuriko were shaking and crying on the floor, while I was lying in a fetal position, paralyzed with shock. My parents then asked what happened, and neither I nor the two idiots could explain what happened. But one thing we did know, that everything that happened was caused by me. And since that happened, Hurus and Yuriko, and even some of my other brothers who heard about what happened, started looking at me with fear and caution. And I'm loving it.
Family.
My days were much calmer. I always have something to eat and read, Thanks that lady, my brothers are so terrified they don't try to torment me anymore. My parents no longer ask me to shoplift. But I still do some anyway, and my thefts they got easier thanks to my powers, and all the money I get I keep to myself. So I'm living my days relaxing. Chapter 56. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. September 1. A bearded teacher came to my house this morning to take me to school, and I had no idea how he was going to get me there. But I was hoping it wasn't that magic known as apparating, which even though it was amazing, still it was very uncomfortable. But after a while I found out that the way we would get to school was in a flying carriage. Yes, a flying carriage. When we arrived at the rendezvous point, there were at least a dozen carriages and a few dozen children who were also going to Hogwarts. After all the kids arrived, the teachers put us in the carriages, and with that we left for school, and the trip was amazing. When I arrived at Hogwarts, I saw that the castle was amazing and magical, and so grand that it was even surprising. I also saw a giant squid in the lake we crossed, and also some ghosts. Sorting was done by a talking hat, and when my turn came, he was in doubt whether I would go to Ravenclaw or Slytherin, but in the end I was selected for Slytherin, the house of cunning and ambition. After the selection, we had a feast with more food than I've ever seen in my life, and everything would be great if it weren't for the stares of my housemates. I don't know if I was doing something wrong, but they kept looking at me in disgust.
He went to Slytherin. I thought it was rare for a Muggle-born to be in this house.
I reflected. The Slytherin common room is damp and cold, and I couldn't help comparing the common to my.
Home.
And just because my family isn't here has made the common better. My roommates don't seem to like me very much, but I'm used to it since my home life with my siblings, so nothing new here. I thought I might make some friends on my first day, but it seems like it's almost impossible. Almost everyone I tend to start a conversation with either looks at me with contempt or asks me if I'm pure blood and then looks at me with contempt. After reading some books, since the other students didn't answer me, I found out why they looked at me like that. And it was because I wasn't a pure blood, in fact I'm not even a half-blood. And that's why I'm despised by the other Slytherins, as the house has a very closed opinion of the non-pure, and this unfortunately makes me an outcast in the house. I just hope they don't try anything with me.
Damn, lunch has already started.
I curse it out loud, but then I realized that I hadn't heard the bell ring, and that for me who has very good hearing, it was a strange thing, as I should have heard something.
The room must have silenced any sound that comes from outside, so as not to interrupt my reading.
I reflected to myself.
This room just keeps getting better.
I said smiling, and I swore I could feel the room was happy with the compliment.
Strange.
I thought, but then I nodded and started to pack my things, putting some of the books I'd picked out in my bag.
I know there are certain items that cannot be removed from the room, such as books that are only copies of the original in the castle. But I also know that if the book was already in the room of requirement, it is considered physical and can go out, like the Half-Blood Prince book.
I thought, putting the Animagus book in my bag, hoping those books were physically in the room. After arranging the books in my bag, I used my senses to know if anyone was nearby, and not sensing anyone, I opened the door to the room of requirement and walked out. As soon as I left the room, I quickly checked the books in my bag and breathed a sigh of relief to see that everyone was still there, which meant that before I checked them out they were physically in the room of requirement, probably in the room of hidden things.
I'm glad it was quite simple to find these books in a library. If I had had to look for them in the room of hidden things, it would have taken forever.
I thought happily, so I stopped to think.
Does this mean that if I ask for a room with the Ravenclaw diadem, the room of requirement will give me a room with the Horcrux? Or has Voldemort charmed him into making this not possible? I know he charmed her to keep her from being summoned, but did he put in more complex protections?
I started thinking, creating dozens of theories in my head. However, I was taken out of my moment of reflection by the sound of my stomach growling.
Well, I can keep thinking about it after filling my belly.
And then after doing one last check of my bag, I went to one of the seventh floor passages that would lead me to a corridor near the Great Hall. Since I now knew many of the castle passages, I intended to use them to move me, as it would be much easier and faster to go through the shortcuts than to go through the more than 140 semi-sensible and deadly stairs that this castle has. After walking along the shortcut for about 3 minutes, I came out into a passage that was in a secluded hallway on ground floor. So I started walking calmly to the Great Hall. As soon as I reached the door of the Great Hall, finding it odd that it was closed, my senses alerted me to something. And then I started looking around, but I didn't see anything and nobody around. I then took a step forward, approaching the door, and my senses alerted me again, and I quickly took a step back. With a frown, I started to look forward cautiously. So as a test, I took a step forward again, and my senses alerted me again.
What the hell?
I thought, looking at the big door to the Great Hall. Narrowing my eyes at the door, I couldn't see anything different, so I decided to turn on my magic vision.
Huh?
As soon as I turned on my magic vision, I saw that the door had some enchantment about it.
I recognize this magic.
I mumbled mentally, trying to remember who this magic belonged to.
I already know. This is the magic of the twins.
My eyes sparkled with realization.
This is probably one of your pranks.
I reflected with a hand on my chin.
Heh, smart way to prank.
I looked impressed at the twins' creativity and cunning, so I started to wonder if I should break the spell or protect myself from it.
I could walk through the door without letting the prank hit me, but I'm curious to know what it does.
Chapter 57. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. POV third person.
Where's he going?
Terry, who had a short beard, asked Anthony as soon as Ethan left.
I don't know, maybe try to get the prank.
Replied Anthony, who had no beard on his face from being in the Great Hall before the twins had put the spell on the door.
Good luck.
Snorted Corner, who was a few seats away.
If even the 7th graders couldn't do anything, why would a 1st grader?
He finished contemptuously, but ended up getting 2 heated looks from Terry and Anthony.
Well, maybe a 1st year like you couldn't, but it's worth reminding you that Ethan isn't just any 1st year.
Anthony shot back, clearly sensing Corner's animosity towards Ethan, and he was delighted to see Corner's jaw tighten.
So what? He obviously left because he couldn't take a joke and was too embarrassed.
Corner snapped, clearly annoyed that Anthony had rubbed in his face that Ethan was better than him.
Lie.
Anthony said, irritated that Corner is offending his friend.
Lie, so where is he?
Corner asked smugly, and just when Anthony was about to say something, Terry replied.
Over there.
He said, pointing to the door, and Anthony and Corner, like some other students, looked in the direction he pointed, only to gawk at an unexpected sight. POV Ethan. I was at the door of the Great Hall in a very different way. My beard was now grown to my waist, and it wasn't just my beard. I also had longer hair, falling to the middle of my back, and instead of the normal black color, my hair and mine beard were silvery with a few white strands, which gave me an old-fashioned look, along with a few additional wrinkles on my face. I was also no longer wearing my regular clothes or my Hogwarts robes, but a royal blue tunic with star embroidery that reached the floor. And to complete the ensemble, I was wearing half-moon glasses. For those who still didn't realize what I looked like a smaller copy of Britain's most powerful wizard and the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. As soon as I saw that everyone noticed my surroundings, I started walking calmly towards Ravenclaw's table with my hands behind my back. And I was really enjoying the shocked look on the faces of students and teachers. I calmly reached the side of Anthony and Terry, who were staring at me open-mouthed.
Hello, young people, could you guys give this old man a place to sit? My back isn't as young as it used to be.
I told them in a calm, gentle voice in my best Dumbledore imitation, not forgetting to make my eyes sparkle, thanks to a simple beautifying spell. After I said that, Anthony started looking at me like a fish out of water. Terry, who had been looking at me puzzled all this time, was the first to recover, and he immediately started laughing. Terry started laughing, holding his side, and Terry's laugh ended up snapping Anthony and the others out of their stupor.
The
The whole hall then started laughing, even the Slytherins, and I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. And while everyone was laughing and pointing at me, I sat down next to Terry. Looking at the staff table to see their reaction, I could see that they were all amused by my joke. Professor McGonagall this time didn't even try to hide her amusement, her lips twitching in an attempt to stop herself from laughing. Even Professor Snape, who usually seems spiteful about everything, was maintaining a neutral appearance. I then looked at the person sitting on the throne in the middle of the table, Headmaster Dumbledore, and I saw that he was looking at me clearly happy, and he nodded at me as soon as he saw me looking at him, which I replied with another nod. Deciding to look at the two people I most wanted to see the reaction, I looked at the Gryffindor table, directly at two identical redheads. The twins were currently holding each other and laughing uncontrollably as they looked at me. Seeing me looking at them, the twins held back their laughter, wiped the tears from their eyes, and looked at me with what I assume was respect. So I winked at them and smirked mischievously, to which they responded with their own mischievous smiles, before starting to whisper to each other. After a few minutes of laughing, the students began to calm down, and I was happy to feel that emotions of joy and fun flooded the Great Hall. Obviously, my joke didn't appeal to everyone and some people were upset, but I decided not to pay attention to them, but I obviously kept in my mind who these people were. And not so surprisingly, one of them was Corner, who was scowling at me for some unknown reason, and Granger, who must have found my joke disrespectful.
This girl has no sense of humor? Corner I understand, since he's a dick in the ass and a terrible loser, and so far he must be pissed that I'm better than him in class. But even Malfoy found it funny.
I thought with a roll of my eyes.
This girl has got to stop her idolatry of authority figures and rules.
Phew!
Terry said to me, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye.
I'm here to please.
I said with a smile, before thinking hard about what I said.
Shit, that phrase came out kind of wrong.
Terry continued, placing a hand on my shoulder.
Nah, I like myself just the way I am.
I replied with a dismissive wave of my hand.
I really didn't expect this, Ethan.
Anthony started to say, after having calmed down a bit.
And I only have one thing to say.
He finished smiling at me.
Anthony, is that a way to talk to elders?
Terry chided Anthony playfully.
Don't worry, young people these days are like that.
I played along, stroking my long beard, and Anthony rolled his eyes at both of us.
Yes, yes, now be a good old man and eat your food before lunch is over.
Anthony said, placing a chicken leg on my plate, and as I was so hungry, I didn't think twice about starting to devour him, and with that Anthony and Terry went back to eating. The students around also continued to eat normally, but I could feel some eyes on me at times, and some giggles and an occasional snort from the students. And while I ate, Terry chose that moment to speak.
So are you here to please?
And I could feel the smirk he had on his face.
Damn it!
Chapter 58. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. My second week of school started relatively smoothly. I didn't have any problems in class as I had already studied almost everything the teachers went through beforehand, and as a bonus, I could already cast some of the spells they taught, some even non-verbally or wandless. I continued to excel in class and even started to answer some questions, mainly at the insistence of the teachers who seemed to notice that I made no effort to try to raise my hand to answer the questions. But I think this is a universal school rule. Always choose the one who doesn't raise a hand to answer the questions. But after a while, I noticed that some other students Granger started trying to compete with me, something I found childish and stupid.
Cute and smart Ravenclaw boy.
Chapter 59. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Of course, in my 2 weeks at Hogwarts, I didn't just make friends, I also made some
Enemies?
The quotes were necessary for you to understand that these enemies, for me, are nothing more than snotty brats. I see their attempts to try to antagonize me as entertainment, as my real enemy is not someone who frowns at me or talks bad about me behind my back. Well, of those people who don't like me, the ones that stand out the most are few, and they are Malfoy, and that's not a surprise, the younger Weasley boy, probably for some stupid reason. The Weasley prefect, who doesn't like me for a reason I don't know. The bad loser of my house, Corner, Zacharias Smith, the snobby idiot who from what I've seen has a crush on Susan. And oddly enough, or no, Greengrass and Granger, with Granger often having mixed feelings.
Actually, I have a lot of people who don't like me, and this is only the second week.
I was happy to have made many friends, and even some enemies, as it gave me a better perspective of the people in this world, and showed that they are not just characters from a fictional world. It alleviated a lot of my insecurities with the people here, because it made it easier for me to see everything and everyone as real rather than characters. Wednesday. Today is the day of our first flying lesson, and I couldn't be more excited. My classmates also seemed quite excited about this class, with many boasting about their flying skills and how they had been flying since they were little. Not even Professor Snape's class managed to quell the students' euphoria. We quickly arrived on the training camp lawns, as after 2 weeks here, most of my classmates had already decorated their way to a few places. The house that was having the flying lessons with us was Hufflepuff, and we still had to wait for them to show up. The training ground is, as the name implies, a training ground, and this was where the school's Quidditch teams did their tests and practices. Lying on the lawns in front of us were 20 broomsticks, 1 meter apart. As we looked around the field, Stephen Cornfoot spoke, starting the conversation.
I'm so excited. I can't wait to climb high up in the sky.
He said, an expectant look on his face.
I know.
Lisa said.
I'm scared of heights, so I prefer to stay on the ground.
She continued, shivering at the thought of flying a broom.
Me too, and that's why I read all the safety regulations for flying.
Padma said.
I wouldn't worry too much about it. What could be the worst thing that could happen?
Anthony asked.
I don't know, maybe fall down, break your neck and die.
I said casually, earning a frightened look from my classmates.
Cowards, that's why you're not in Gryffindor.
I thought as I rolled my eyes. While we were talking, the Hufflepuff students arrived, chatting excitedly among themselves, and when Susan saw me she came walking to my side, dragging Hannah with her.
Hi, Ethan.
Susan said to me happily, and I smiled as I rolled my eyes at her greeting since we'd already seen each other in potions class.
Hi, Susan.
I replied anyway.
Hey, Hannah.
I said to the shy girl next to Susan.
Hi.
Hannah replied, smiling shyly.
Hey, we're here too.
Terry said when he saw that he was being ignored by the girls.
Oh, I didn't see you there, Terry.
Susan replied a little embarrassed, and Terry simply huffed as he crossed his arms and turned his face to the side.
Don't mind him, Terry is a drama queen.
Anthony said amused, and while we were talking, Madame Hooch, who is our flight teacher, arrived.
Is everyone here yet? Yes. Well then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, pick your brooms and line up.
Madame Hooch commanded, and we all immediately went to the brooms, awaiting her next orders.
Good, now that you're beside your broomsticks, you're going to summon them. So hold out your hand to her and say, up, with authority.
Madame Hooch instructed us, and then we all started trying to summon the broom. I looked at my broom, which was an old Comet 180, created in 1938. And how do I, a Muggle-born, know this? Simple, I read it in one of the many Quidditch books the library had. I said, not asking or demanding, but ordering. And in the next second, the broom obediently climbed into my hand, and I couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With the broom in hand, I started looking at my colleagues. Some the broom didn't even move, and others it just swayed a little, and there were even some that did after a few attempts like Megan, which was to be expected. As the students tried to summon the broom, I heard an irritated snort from beside me, and turning around, I saw a frowning Terry looking at the broom as if it had just cursed his mother.
Damn, why doesn't that broom go up? Up.
Terry said once more, and the broom only shook a little before coming to a stop, making him even angrier.
How do you get the broom up?
Anthony asked, frustrated, also not managing to summon his broom.
Well, maybe it only works with pretty people.
I said, holding my broom to my shoulder smugly, but they just ignored me.
Okay, enough. Whoever couldn't summon their broom can grab it with their hands.
Madame Hooch said, and half of the students had to pick up the brooms from the ground.
Now for the next part, how to ride the broom.
Madame Hooch said, and for some reason I found that phrase a little wrong. After that, Madame Hooch gave us a demonstration of how to stand on a broom, and I began to analyze her posture thoroughly. She then told us that we should do like her. I immediately straddled my broom, arranging my body so that I looked exactly like Madame Hooch, remembering every detail I could see of her posture. And in the meantime, Madame Hooch began to move from student to student, correcting and giving instructions on broom riding. After passing a few students, Madame Hooch stepped in front of me and started looking at my posture with her narrow eagle eyes.
Perfect posture, Mr. Knight. Have you practiced before?
She asked me.
Teacher, I'm a muggle-born. How could I practice flying a broomstick?
I asked her with a wry smile, and I could see her eyes start to widen in surprise.
So does that mean you've never ridden a broom before? Looks like you've got talent.
Madame Hooch said to me, nodding her head in amazement.
Thank you.
I said, and then she left to help the remaining students. After she left, I turned to Anthony and Terry, who were looking at me with blank expressions, and lifted my chin proudly.
Show off.
Chapter 60. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Now, when I blow the whistle, you're going to give yourself a strong push-up with your feet.
Madame Hooch said as we all managed to mount the brooms.
Hold your broomsticks, keep them steady, and get a few inches off the ground. To get you down, you'll have to bend the body down a little along with the handle.
She instructed us.
When I blow the whistle.
As soon as Madame Hooch finished counting, she blew her whistle, and with that I gave a push with my feet up. As soon as I gave a boost, my broom started to hover in the air, a few inches off the ground. Looking around, I could see that some students had their broomsticks zigzagging or shaking, and the rest managed to stay as steady in the air as me, they being kids who have flown on broomsticks before.
Fine. Now that you're up in the air, I want you to fly around the field slowly, and don't go up too high.
Madame Hooch said. And that's what we did. We started flying across the field, with some students shorter than others and some quite tall, in this case me. I was currently about 5 meters off the ground, calmly flying across the field. But unconsciously, the more time I spent in the air, the more speed I gained and higher I climbed, until I reached a height of 15 meters, flying 3 times faster than my colleagues. As I flew, I could hear the song, "I Believe I Can Fly," playing in the back of my mind.
This is so liberating.
I sighed in satisfaction, looking out over the grounds of Hogwarts and the birds in the sky that flew beside me, apparently not afraid of me. The wind was in my face. The dampness and coolness of the air brought a wave of satisfaction to me. The feeling of gravity no longer pinning me to the ground was exhilarating. I was so engrossed in the joy and peace of flying that I didn't even notice Madame Hooch looking at me perplexed.
How can this boy fly so well? Did he lie about never having flown before?
Madame Hooch thought in surprise. Unaware of Madame Hooch's thoughts, I started to go faster, almost reaching full speed on my broom, which, even though it was an old model and was worn out, was still a fast broom. Madame Hooch, who was lost in thought, was awakened by a loud sigh from one of the students. She looked back and saw that the students had stopped flying, and some had even landed to the ground and were now looking up in shock. And when she looked in the direction they were looking, what she saw was a student high in the sky, flying at high speed and doing stunts. And that student was obviously me.
What he is doing. These maneuvers are very dangerous.
Madame Hooch exclaimed in her mind.
Mr. Knight, you're too high and flying too fast. Stop these stunts and get down now.
She yelled at me sternly.
Oops.
I looked down guiltily, only realizing now how tall I was.
I think I should have paid more attention.
I then tilted the tip of my broom down and began to land slowly. And while I was landing, the other students started running towards me, with my friends in front.
Morgana's boobs, you're crazy, Ethan. You were flying so high and.
Anthony exclaimed excitedly as he got in front of me, and I could only smile wryly at him.
You had to show off, right?
Terry asked me with an amused smile, but I could feel his concern.
Hee hee, I kind of got carried away.
I said, scratching the back of my neck.
Merlin, Ethan, I was so worried.
Susan said, sighing in relief, and I gave her a reassuring smile. While I was surrounded by my colleagues, Madame Hooch landed on the field and started coming towards me.
Mr. Knight, do you know how dangerous that was?
She asked me, glaring at me grimly with those eagle eyes.
Sorry, teacher. I was so engrossed in the feeling of flying that I didn't even realize I was so high or going so fast.
I apologized sincerely, feeling guilty for making so many people worried. Madame Hooch then started to stare at me even more before she let out a tired sigh.
Sigh, all right.
She said, and I nodded in agreement.
And I'm not going to give you detention, but that's 3 Ravenclaw points.
She finished, and I just accept my punishment.
I don't care about the points, and with the amount I've earned 3 points, it's nothing to me.
I thought.
But I really should have controlled myself a bit.
Well, the lesson is over. Leave the brooms on the ground and go back to the castle.
Madame Hooch said, realizing it was late. After she said that, she started shooing us away, and then we started walking off the field, chatting excitedly about flying class and the stunts I did.
He'd make a good seeker or chaser.
Madame Hooch thought, looking at my back as I walked away from the training ground.
And if what he said about being a muggle-born is true, then he's a born flyer. I have to ask Minerva and talk to Phileas.
The rest of the afternoon went by, and my classmates started talking to everyone they knew about the flight class and how I did high-speed maneuvers in the air. And by the end of the day, almost half the school knew about my demonstration in flying class. As for the points, none of my colleagues said anything, or more precisely, none of them cared, as the amount that was taken out is not even half of what I earn in one day, so for them, I had the right to lose some of these spots. The only person who was unhappy with the loss of points was Phillips, but he was more unhappy with Madame Hooch than with me, saying he would talk to her to see if he could convince her to withdraw the punishment, but a simple look at the prefect Jenkins, or Sophia as she asked to be called, was enough to shut him up. Night.
Hi, girl.
I said to Nix as I walked into my room and saw her lying on one of the pillows on the floor. Nix then lifted her head and meowed lazily in greeting to me. Nix currently spends the day sleeping, and in the afternoon she hangs around the school. And one thing I discovered is that pets have their own passage in their rooms so they can go out whenever they want.
Did she find anything interesting?
I questioned myself internally.
Well, if she finds something interesting, she can show me later. Well, let's go to sleep.
I then said to Nix, who got up off the pillow and jumped onto the bed. So I started to get out of my clothes and changed into a pair of comfy black pants, and shirtless I lay on my bed, with Nix joining me, climbing onto my chest and curling up. Tired, I started to slowly close my eyes, but before falling asleep a thought crossed my mind.
Tomorrow is the day Potter will join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How will others react?
Chapter 61. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Thursday after dinner. After dinner, the boys and I were resting in the common room when a second year rushed through the passage. He then started looking around, looking for something, and seeming to have found what he was looking for, he ran to a group of second years that were at a table in the corner.
Did you hear? Harry Potter has become the Gryffindor Quidditch team seeker, youngest seeker of the century.
This second year exclaimed, not bothering to keep his voice down, making everyone in the common room hear what he said. News here travels fast. Potter didn't join the team until the end of third class, I thought, impressed by the speed at which gossip was transmitted around the school, and wasn't his joining the team supposed to be a secret?
What?
Really? How? I expected no less from Harry Potter. After hearing this news, the students in the common room started talking and asking questions for this second year, and there were even some who started making their own theories of how Potter managed to make the Quidditch team. "What?" Corner, who was sitting on the couch across from me, said, shocked.
But he's a first year.
He exclaimed.
But how? I thought the first few years weren't allowed to join the Quidditch team.
Terry asked, confusion evident on his face.
Why just him? I wanted to make the Quidditch team too.
Whined Anthony beside me. And apparently it wasn't just them who were confused and shocked by Potter's entry into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. A few other students in the common room also started talking about this blatant favoritism. They then started talking about how they couldn't audition for the Quidditch team when they were in their freshman year. And my classmates started talking about how they too wanted to join the Ravenclaw team and how they could join if they had the chance.
This is the home of the smart, but don't they know how to solve this simple problem?
I questioned myself, exasperated. Looking at the mess the common room was left with, I decided to give them a little help.
Ahem.
I then cleared my throat to get the common room attention, but the students were talking so loud they didn't even hear me, and I could only roll my eyes at how they looked like a group of gossip old ladies. Seeing as how their argument was going nowhere, I cast a sonorous at myself and cleared my throat again. Ahem, my voice echoed in the common room, making everyone hear it, and finally everyone started paying attention to me.
Well, I'm glad you all are finally quiet and paying attention to me now.
I said with a smile that wasn't a smile, causing a shiver down some of the students' backs.
And first of all, why are you making all this fuss?
I then asked.
What do you mean, why are you making all this fuss? Potter just joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team.
A third year exclaimed.
And
I questioned with a raised eyebrow.
And that he is a first year.
That same third year responded.
And what's the problem with him being a first year?
I kept questioning. I knew the reason for their indignation, but I wanted him to respond, so it would be easier for me to help with their problem if they tell me what the problem is.
And what's up? What's up is that he's a first year, and the first years are banned from joining the Quidditch teams. But he could, and that's clearly favoritism.
Now an irritated sophomore who responded, and a few other students nodded in agreement.
Well, as I remember, the first few years are prohibited from having your own broomstick. There's nothing to forbid them from joining the Quidditch teams.
I said, and I could see some students open their mouths to argue, only to close when they realized they didn't have an answer to it.
Plus, if Potter became the youngest seeker in a century, that means that 1 century ago another first year must also have joined one of the Quidditch team. And that's just the seeker, we don't even know about the other positions.
I continued calmly. After I finished speaking, everyone in the common room stopped and started thinking about what I said, and none of them could find a way to refute me.
Actually, I remember reading about a student in the trophy room who became one of the beaters when he was in his freshman year.
Helena Mersil, a fourth-year girl, said.
I also remember seeing about this student.
Sophia said.
But it happened in 1600, so things may have changed.
Here at Hogwarts Rules, it doesn't really say anything about joining the Quidditch team. It only says about carrying a broomstick.
A student who picked up a rulebook from the Ravenclaw library said.
See, in that case, Potter is only allowed to have a broom. Joining the team is not against the rules.
I said with a shrug. Seeing as how everyone was reflecting on what I said, I decided to knock while the iron was still hot.
Besides, if you're so upset about Potter being picked for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, why don't you go talk to Professor Flitwick, who is our head of house?
I asked, seriously questioning if this really was the home of the smart.
And what would we talk to him about?
That same third year who yelled at me asked, speaking more calmly now, realizing that I might have a way to solve this problem.
Simple, just talk about the favoritism with Potter, and about how you also want the first few years of our house can also participate in the tests for the Quidditch teams.
I replied calmly.
And you can also talk about how Potter was chosen directly for the team without even doing the tests for the Quidditch team, as I heard from a Gryffindor that the tests will be done tomorrow.
I finished, and I could see many eyes looking at me with awe and respect.
But will the teacher allow it?
A fourth year asked dubiously.
It's Professor Flitwick. What do you think?
I said.
I guess. It was a rhetorical question.
I interrupted, rolling my eyes.
But going on, yes, Professor Flitwick will most likely allow it. And even if he won't, just take this issue to the headmaster.
What if headmaster doesn't allow it?
Terry, who had been quiet this whole time, asked me.
Well,
I said with a smirk on my face, and I could even see two horns and a tail appearing behind me.
and I'm sure the Slytherins will be more than willing to support us. And the Hufflepuff likes justice, so they'll probably help us, and with that, we'll have 3/4 of the school supporting us. And with that, I doubt the headmaster and teachers can deny our request.
I finished with a glint in my eyes that startled the students around me.
WL.
A fifth year said, refusing to meet my gaze.
But the question is,
Chapter 62. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
why did I let them convince me of this?
I asked no one in particular as I walked through the empty hallways of the school. After talking my idea to my colleagues, they ended up choosing me as their spokesperson to speak to Professor Flitwick, and even though I didn't want to get involved in this story, they somehow ended up convincing me.
At least I'll get a box of lots of Honeyjuke's wizard candies.
I said happily. After eating some sweets on the Hogwarts Express, I gained a huge passion for wizard sweets, and as I know Honeyjuke's has a wide variety of candies, I couldn't be more happy to get a box full of those wonderful treats, hee. After taking some shortcuts, I quickly made it to Professor Flitwick's office door, and using my senses, I could see he was in the room, so I knocked on the door. Knock, knock.
Come in.
Professor Flitwick's voice came from inside, and then I heard the door click unlocking.
Hello, teacher.
I greeted him as I entered the office.
Oh, hello, Mr. Knight. What can I do for you?
The diminutive teacher asked me with his usual hyperactivity, sitting behind a desk correcting some lessons.
You can call me Ethan, Professor. Being called sir makes me feel old.
I told him with a smile, taking a seat in the chair across from his desk.
But if I think about it, putting the age of my 2 lives together, I'm almost 30.
I reflected to myself.
Okay, so Ethan, I suppose you want to talk to me about something really important since you can't wait until the next day.
Professor Flitwick said, pulling me out of my thoughts.
Well, you see, Professor, my classmates found out that Potter was joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and they think he was getting preferential treatment.
I told him, and I could see he started paying full attention to me, so I continued.
So after we debated a bit, we came up with the idea to ask your permission to let the other first years participate in tests for the Quidditch team.
I finished, and I could see the gears moving in head of Professor Flitwick. He then started looking at me analytically, and after a while a knowing smile began to appear on his face.
Did you guys have this idea, or did you?
Professor Flitwick asked me.
Well,
I relented and answered him honestly.
even though I don't care about Quidditch, I still think Potter shouldn't be allowed on the team. The rules are that the first years can't have brooms, thus preventing them from joining the Quidditch teams, but Potter goes out there and breaks some rules and gets put directly as Seeker.
I thought, upset at the favoritism of the teachers. Also, what about the Gryffindors who plan to join the team as Seeker this year? Couldn't they because Potter was already chosen? Since he didn't even tests, sigh.
I understand why you guys are dissatisfied. And as for me letting the first years do the tests for the team.
Professor Flitwick said, drawing my attention to him.
Serious?
I asked him, as I didn't think he would agree so quickly.
Yes, it's not too difficult to allow the first years to audition.
Professor Flitwick said, and then moved closer as if to tell a secret.
And besides, I also think Mr. Potter's entry into the Quidditch team was a little unfair.
He finished pulling away and winking at me, to which I smiled at him. So he was informed of Potter's entry as a Seeker.
Thank you, teacher. I think my classmates will be very happy about this.
I told him with a smile, and then I continued.
But I also think that to be fair, The first years of the other houses should also be allowed to auditioning for the Quidditch teams of their houses.
Well, that's going to have to be discussed with the headmaster and the heads of the other houses.
Professor Flitwick said after thinking for a while.
And since you were the one who came up with the idea, I think you should be at this meeting too.
He finished.
What?
Do I have to be at the meeting too?
I asked uncertainly, since when I came here I didn't expect to have to attend a meeting with the 4 heads of houses and the headmaster.
Of course, since you were the one who came up with the idea and you were the one who came to talk to me, you obviously have to be present at this meeting.
He replied happily, and if I didn't know better I would think he was just doing it to see me suffer.
Sigh.
I said, not even trying to argue against it.
Perfect, so come tomorrow to my office after lunch so we can go to the meeting.
A happy Professor Flitwick said, clapping his hands in satisfaction, and now I'm really thinking he's just doing it to piss me off.
Okay.
I said with a resigned sigh, so I got up from my chair.
Well,
He excitedly responded back to me, and now I'm 100% sure he's doing it to piss me off. So after saying goodbye to Professor Flitwick, I started walking back to my common room.
why did I have to get involved in this matter? I could have been quiet and let things flow normally, but knew I had to open my mouth.
I said to myself.
Next time I'll sit in my corner and be quiet.
I grumbled. As I grumbled, I took shortcuts and it didn't take me long to reach the common room. As soon as I stopped in front of the door, the knocker that called the riddles came to life. It's alive but not started the knocker, but I cut it off impatiently.
The sun.
I replied.
Smart and shrewd as always.
The knocker said to me, and then the passage opened. As soon as I walked into the common room, all the conversations they were having stopped, and everyone turned to look at me with hopeful eyes, especially the first years.
So,
Terry was the first to ask me.
you owe me 2 boxes of candy.
I said, and then I started upstairs to my room, ignoring my classmates' confused look and mumbling something that sounded a lot like a
Short and annoying teacher.
Chapter 63. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Following day.
Hello, Ethan.
Professor Flitwick said happily to me as I arrived at his office.
Hello, teacher.
I said, wondering what kind of drug he uses to be happy like this.
If it was Professor McGonagall, I would suspect catnip.
I thought.
Well, let's not waste time here. The other teachers are waiting for us in the headmaster's office by now.
He said, and I nodded. After that, Professor Flitwick began to lead me through the castle, and I let him guide me, not bothering to show that I knew where the headmaster's office was or that I knew some shortcuts to get there. After walking for a few minutes, we came across the gargoyle leading to the office. Professor Flitwick then approached the gargoyle who were staring at him indifferently and said,
Strawberry caramels.
and then the gargoyle stirred and opened onto a passage that had a circular staircase.
So this is the password. How long will she stay?
I questioned myself. Professor Flitwick then started down the stairs with me right behind him, and when we reached the end, a door awaited us. And before either of us could knock, the headmaster's voice rang out from within.
Come in.
He said. Professor Flitwick then looked at me and let out a wry smile. He then opened the door and walked in, with me walking in shortly thereafter. Once inside the headmaster's office, I looked around and realized it was exactly as described in the books. The office was a large circular room with many windows, and in addition to the windows, the room also had many portraits that were of the former headmasters, and behind the current headmaster's desk was a portrait larger than the others of the previous headmaster, who happened to be the Armando Dippet. The rest of the office was.
What would it be like to use beast talk to form a connection with a phoenix?
I questioned myself while feeling a little jealous of the headmaster that he has a phoenix as a familiar. Seriously, who wouldn't want to have a fucking phoenix as a familiar? He is a flaming immortal bird.
Well, looks like the last 2 left for this meeting have arrived.
Headmaster Dumbledore's voice snapped me out of my thoughts.
Come have a seat.
Headmaster Dumbledore said to me in his gentle grandfatherly voice.
Lemon drop.
He said, offering me a cup that had several green drop-shaped candies inside.
Thank you.
I thanked, taking a seat in the chair in front of Headmaster's desk and picking up one of the sweets, much to Headmaster's delight.
A little sweet and a lot sour, but it's still a very good candy.
I thought as soon as I put the lemon drop in my mouth. As I sat savoring the candy, I quickly decided to take a look at those who were present in the room. In the office were the 4 heads of houses, the headmaster and myself. Professor Flitwick was as cheerful as ever. Professor McGonagall still looked rigid and severe, but when she saw me she let a small smile show and nodded at me, which I gave back. Professor Sprout was beside Professor McGonagall, and she had her usual gentle smile. Professor Snape was scowling in the corner, looking like a grumpy goth with Chuny. The headmaster was sitting at his desk in a pink robe that made my eyes hurt, and if that wasn't enough, he was still looking at me with his twinkling eyes.
Hello, Mr. Knight.
Headmaster Dumbledore greeted me with a smile after I finished looking everyone.
Hello, Headmaster.
I greeted him back.
And please call me Ethan. Mr. Knight is my dad, and I'm not a big fan of formalities.
I finished. Professor Dumbledore mused.
Of course, if that's how you want it, Ethan.
He finished happily.
Are he and Professor Flitwick related?
I asked myself.
Enough talk, Dumbledore. I have better things to do than see you all get acquainted.
Professor Snape said impatiently.
Is he at that time of month?
I thought, not daring to say it out loud.
Of course, of course.
Headmaster Dumbledore said, not bothered at all by Professor Snape's impatience.
So Ethan, Professor Flitwick said you had something to talk to us.
He then said to me, and I turned my head to Professor Flitwick.
What, you weren't going to explain the situation to them? Why did you betray me? Am I not one of your crows?
I questioned him in my heart, looking at him betrayed, and as I watched him, he gave me a happy nod.
What a son of a bye.
I told him, and I could see that as soon as I mentioned Potter, 3 of the 5 adults in the room started paying even more attention to me. Dumbledore, because anything involving Potter is of great interest to him. Snape, because anything that involves James Potter's offspring ends up attracting his attention, especially if it's to show his hatred for the male Potters. And Professor McGonagall, who in addition to Potter being one of his lions, was also the one who put him on the Quidditch team and who gave him the broom that morning.
Besides, how do they want Potter's entry into the team to be a secret when he won a fucking broomstick in the middle of breakfast?
Chapter 64. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Wow, here's the new chapter.
How did you know Mr. Potter joined the Quidditch team?
Professor McGonagall asked me in surprise, and as she spoke, I could see Professor Snape staring at her and growling.
Well, Professor, news travels fast around Hogwarts. And Gryffindors aren't known for subtlety, so it was only a matter of time before someone from there opened their mouths.
I started to say.
Besides, if the rumor hadn't been confirmed before, Potter receiving an oddly broom-like package for breakfast must have made it clear that the rumor is true.
As soon as I finished speaking, Professor McGonagall started to look down in embarrassment, realizing that asking a Gryffindor to keep a secret is like asking a duck to do a somersault. And it didn't help that she was the one who sent Potter the package with the broom.
What's this, Dumbledore? Potter is already getting favoritism. He was already arrogant like his father, and now that he's got everything he wants, he's going to start thinking he owns the castle.
Professor Snape barked.
Calm down, Severus. Mr. Potter's situation was special.
Dumbledore said to calm the cranky bat, who started muttering curses at the 2 Potters.
I understand why Phileas and Minerva are here, but why were Professor Snape and I also called?
The chubby Hufflepuff teacher asked, confused.
Yeah, why was I called here? I don't think you need me to settle the matter of some brats wanting to participate in some dumb sport.
Professor Snape snapped, still irritated with Potter.
Well, that's because I thought, to be fair, all first years should be allowed to take the tests, and that includes the first years of Slytherin and Hufflepuff.
I answered that question calmly, and as soon as I said it, Professor Snape started looking at me analytically.
I see.
Headmaster Dumbledore said, folding his hands and leaning his elbows on the table.
But you know the rules, right? That first years can't have brooms.
He asked me, looking into my eyes.
Well, the rule says they can't have broomsticks, but it doesn't say anything about borrowing it from some older student. And there's no rule that says first years can't make the Quidditch teams.
I replied, looking into your eyes without fear, curious as to whether he's going to try to use legilimency on me. No legilimency.
Besides, what about Potter? He has a broom. Isn't that against the rules?
I asked him with a smirk on his face, and Dumbledore responded with his own smile and a twinkle in his eyes. While I was looking into the headmaster's eyes, Professor McGonagall, who had been quiet all this time, decided to speak.
Mr. Potter's case was different. And besides, how are you so sure the older students are going to lend you a broom?
She asked me, causing me to turn to her.
Didn't you say our house would be like our family?
I asked her with a smile that grew even wider when I saw her lips twitch.
And let's say hypothetically, a first-year student gives a trusted older student a new broom, and that same first year decides to borrow that broom to use in your Quidditch games. Hypothetically speaking, this doesn't count as having a broom of your own, so it's not against the rules. And that's all hypothetical, of course.
I finished with an
Innocent.
smile.
Of course.
Professor McGonagall said slowly.
And what makes you so sure you're going to pass the tests and make the Quidditch team? There are students older and more experienced than you taking the tests too.
Professor Snape said mockingly.
Sorry, sir, but I never said I wanted to be on the Quidditch team.
I replied to him with a raised eyebrow.
You do not want.
This time it was Professor Flitwick who asked me.
I've never played Quidditch and I don't even know the sport very well. How would I know if I want to play or not?
I asked back.
This feels more like an interrogation than a meeting.
I snorted inwardly.
Well, Rolandus says you're very good on a broom.
Professor McGonagall said, looking at me quizzically.
Cough.
I replied.
Well, Quidditch might end up taking up a portion of my time that I could use for training. But on the other hand, it can be a lot of fun and give me even more reason to fly.
I reflected to myself.
But at least you could try, right?
Professor Flitwick asked me with hopeful eyes.
Sigh.
I said.
Well, at least it can be fun. Well.
Headmaster Dumbledore started to say, bringing our attention to him.
Since you seem to have thought of everything, I don't see any problem with letting the first years do the tests. What about brooms? Will we have to use the hypothetical solution, or will we be able to use our own brooms?
I asked.
Since Mr. Potter was allowed to have his own broom, I have no problem allowing the other first years to use their own brooms. But you will only be allowed to use them for tests, and after that, only who passing the tests can keep your broom, the others will have to send the brooms back home.
Dumbledore said, and as soon as I heard the first part I was immediately happy, but when he finished speaking I slumped in my chair.
Damn it, now if I want to fly I'll have to make the Quidditch team.
I cursed it in my mind.
Well, it's not like I haven't already planned on joining anyway. That is all.
Headmaster Dumbledore asked me, to which I nodded.
Good, so it's settled. I will announce at dinner that all first years will be allowed to audition for their home Quidditch teams.
He finished, smiling happily with her eyes shining above her half-moon glasses.
That's great. I'm sure my badgers will love the news.
Professor Sprout said happily. She then turned to me.
And I would like to thank you, Mr. Knight, for including my house in this agreement.
She finished with a gentle smile.
No need to thank me, I just did what I thought was right. And besides, didn't I say before that you can call me Ethan?
I said to Professor Sprout, and the smile she had on her face grew.
Even if you only did it because you thought it was right, we can't help but repay your kindness and humility.
Headmaster Dumbledore started to say with a smile.
And if so, 30 points to Ravenclaw.
He finished with a slightly bigger smile.
It looks like Ethan, if you keep earning points like that, Ravenclaw might end up winning the House Cup because of you.
Chapter 65. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Sup, here's the new chapter. After meeting with the heads of houses and the headmaster, I went back to my common room, and as soon as I walked in, my classmates started pestering me to find out what the teachers and headmaster had decided about the Quidditch tests, with me saying that headmaster would announce what was decided at dinner. I then spent the rest of the afternoon doing the assignments the teachers gave us and reading the books I had taken from the room of requirement. Dinner. While we were having dinner, or in my case, having dinner and ignoring the gaze of my housemates, Headmaster Dumbledore rose from his throne at the high table.
Can I have your attention?
He said, drawing the attention of all the students to him.
A just student of great kindness has come to speak with me and the 4 heads of houses about a subject that may be of great interest to you, especially for the first years. And after some little discussion, we came to a decision.
Here he paused for a dramatic pause.
Can take the tests for the Quidditch teams.
Dumbledore said, his voice echoing throughout the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students, especially the first years, started screaming and clapping loudly.
Yeah. Yoo-hoo. Incredible. Those who intend to tests can bring their own broomstick, but only those who join the teams will be able to keep them.
Dumbledore continued with the announcement.
And the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who have already the test, will be able to reschedule a new test for your first years.
He finished, and with the happy and surprised look of all the students on him, he sat back in his seat, enjoying the students' happiness. Seeing the students cheering and commenting on all the kinds of stunts they're going to do on the tests, I couldn't help but smile. I then patted myself on the back for a job well done.
You did it, Ethan.
Anthony, who was almost as excited as the others, looked at me and exclaimed happily, and with that my other Ravenclaw colleagues started to thank me too. Even with the noise in the Great Hall, Anthony's voice was still heard by some of the students at the tables near ours, namely the Slytherins and the Hufflepuffs, and those who heard him turned their faces towards me and started to look at me surprised and grateful.
You wouldn't know what subtlety is, even if she hit you in the face, would you?
I asked dryly to Anthony, who looked away in embarrassment. Terry, who was beside me applauding along with the others, turned to me.
Come on, don't be grumpy. Now we can take the test for the Quidditch team and all thanks to you, so shut up and accept the thanks.
He said and then started patting my back.
Okay, fine, I accept your thanks.
I said, allowing a smile to break across my face.
Also, without me you'd still be running around like a blind man in a gunfight.
I finished with a smug look.
Sigh, we should have known this was going to go to your head.
Terry said in mock disappointment.
Woe to us.
Anthony said, holding his heart dramatically.
Nah, I know you guys adore me.
I said, pushing them playfully.
And I feel like I'm going to regret this for the rest of my life.
Terry said, but the smile on his face proved otherwise. POV third person.
Isn't that amazing? Now I can join the Gryffindor team too.
The younger Weasley boy said, looking at his messy black-haired and green-eyed friend expectantly.
Yes.
Potter agreed, not as excitedly as expected.
I still think the first years shouldn't be able to join the Quidditch teams.
Granger, who was a few seats away, said condescendingly.
I'm glad no one cares what you think.
Weasley snapped angrily, getting a huff from Granger, who went back to paying attention to her food.
Can you believe her?
Weasley asked, turning to Potter, who was looking distractedly at his plate. Potter was thinking about how now every first year could also join the Quidditch teams. He knows he should be happy for others, but if he said he wasn't sad, he would be lying. He never had anything special in his life, and his first achievement was becoming the Gryffindor Seeker. However, now that the other first years can also join the team, he felt that he was not so special anymore, and that left him disappointed in himself. As he thought, Potter grew increasingly depressed and sad, but he was quickly snapped out of his reverie by someone prodding him.
Hey mate, are you all right?
Weasley asked.
Huh.
Potter replied with a strained smile.
I know, right? This is going to be awesome.
Weasley responded, quickly getting into a flurry of mutterings about how he was going to take the cup to Gryffindor, and how he was going to enjoy rubbing the championship trophy in Malfoy's face. And meanwhile, Potter went back to eating his food dejectedly. POV Ethan.
So, Ethan.
Terry asked me as he ate a piece of lemon pie. I replied with a shrug, eating my own dessert, which was a large slice of chocolate cake with cherries.
I'll take the test too.
Terry said, putting a hand on his chin and thinking.
I think I'm going to try for a spot for Seeker.
He asked me.
From what I read, the ones that caught my attention the most were Seeker and Chaser.
I replied.
But I think I prefer Chaser. Well, you already have an athletic body.
Terry told me.
Yes, but we mustn't forget one main factor.
Anthony said, pausing dramatically.
That's the broom. Well, that's true.
Terry nodded his head in agreement.
Because no matter how good you are.
That's not a concern for me.
I said, relaxed.
Oh yeah, why? Do you already have a good broom? Which one?
Anthony asked me consecutively.
Let's just say that currently, my broom is second to none.
I said mysteriously and left it at that, enjoying the frustrated look of my two friends.
You don't know how much I hate those cryptic answers of yours.
Terry said with a frown on his face, and Anthony beside me nodded as he pouted.
Hey.
I laughed as I went back to my dessert and pretended to ignore the look I was getting from them.
Besides, it's not the broom that matters, it's the player.
I told them.
Yeah, we all know that.
Terry rolled his eyes.
That phrase always comes up in Centennial Quidditch. Centennial Quidditch?
I asked confused.
It's a Quidditch magazine.
Anthony replied and I nodded.
But that phrase is true.
I said.
Let's use an example. Who would win in a duel, you two using advanced spells or Headmaster Dumbledore using basic spells?
I asked them.
The Headmaster, obviously.
Anthony replied.
Yes, but this example is kind of unfair, as the Headmaster has an advantage.
Terry said. So he's going to talk about experience and magic power, I thought.
And what would that advantage be?
I asked.
The beard.
Terry replied.
Yes, his Experian weight.
I started looking at him strangely.
His long beard is his advantage.
Terry said.
And could you tell me why that would be the advantage?
I asked, totally not understanding.
Do you think you could beat someone with a beard like that?
Anthony who answered this time, and Terry nodded.
That.
I started looking at them like they were a puzzle.
You know what?
I just gave up, getting two mischievous grins from Anthony and Terry.
I think I'm corrupting them.
Chapter 66. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey, here's the new chapter. Today is another weekend, and I was ready to explore the last remaining spots on the school grounds. One of the places I haven't been to was the Quidditch pitch, which wasn't very important or anything interesting, as it was just an extensive pitch with many stands. The pitch had 3 hoops at each end, and I think it's obvious what they're for. Another place was the wooden bridge, which was also known as Covered Bridge. It was a suspension bridge that spanned a ravine, and one end was at the base of the clock tower courtyard and ended in a stone courtyard with several benches. The stones in the courtyard formed a sundial. The other place I haven't explored yet.
Well,
I thought with a smile on my face. In the center of the Black Lake is a small island, which happens to be the same one where Dumbledore's white tomb was placed after his death.
Quiet Fang, you big furball and cowardly drool,
said Hagrid in his booming voice. I then heard the lock on the door move, and after a few seconds the door opened and I could see Hagrid's hairy face. He said, confused to see a Ravenclaw first year knocking on his door.
Hi.
I replied happily, which only confused him further.
I'm Ethan. Are you by any chance Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts?
I asked even though I already knew the answer.
Yes.
Hagrid answered me, looking around to see if this wasn't another prank by the twins. Not caring about your wary look, I continued to speak.
I heard you understand magical animals.
I asked with eyes gleaming with anticipation. As soon as I spoke of magical creatures, Hagrid stopped looking at me warily and his face broke into a smile, his eyes gleaming excitedly with excitement.
Oh, so you're curious about magical creatures. Why didn't you tell me before? Come on in.
He said, opening the door wider to allow me entry. The interior of Hagrid's cabin was small, containing only one room. Leaning near the window were some dead animals and dried meat hanging. The cabin also had a fireplace, which was now heating a copper kettle with water. In one corner of the cabin was a large bed with a patchwork quilt, and on the bed was a huge coat made from the fur of some furry animal. In front of the fireplace, basking in the heat came from the fire, was a huge Great Dane, and as soon as I saw him, I ran straight to him. Kneeling next to the dog, I began stroking the back of his ear and his stomach, not a lick of fear. Fang, who was being petted, leaned further into my touch, tongue out and tail wagging in satisfaction.
Who's the big, nice, fluffy dog? That's right.
I cooed as I laid my head on Fang's body.
Apparently you've met Fang. A big dog, but still a softie.
Hagrid chuckled loudly, looking at me happily.
And he looks like he likes you. Heh, I usually get along with animals.
I said, giving Fang one last pat on the head and lifting myself off the ground.
I've already introduced myself.
I said, stopping in front of the half-giant.
I'm Ethan Knight, but I prefer my friends to call me Ethan. I'm from Ravenclaw, a first year and a Muggle-born, and I came here because I'd like you to introduce me to some magical creatures.
I ended my introduction by extending my hand to Hagrid. Looking at my outstretched hand, Hagrid was a little surprised, but he quickly recovered, and then he let a smile break across his face and took my hand in his, which was almost 5 times size of mine.
And I am Rubeus Hagrid, as you already knew. Gamekeeper of Hogwarts and also a great connoisseur of magical creatures.
He then introduced himself, giving my hand a slight shake.
Suo!
I said, not hiding my anticipation at all.
Haha!
Hagrid exclaimed happily. He then grabbed his coat from his bed, pulled a crossbow from the top of a closet, and put a belt with some tools around his waist.
Come on, Fang, get up.
He said to the big dog. Hagrid then turned to me and said,
We're going to Professor Kettleburn's enclosure. He teaches care of magical creatures, a third-year elective class.
He then brought us out of the hut and began to lead us to what I believe to be the enclosure.
This enclosure contains many kinds of magical creatures.
He said sadly, but knowing his taste for dangerous creatures, I could only guess that what wasn't cool for him yet could be deadly to me.
What kinds of animals are there?
I asked curious.
You'll see.
He answered me cryptically, and I could feel my right eye twitching.
Damn it, now I know how boys feel when I do this.
Chapter 67. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After walking for a few minutes through Hogwarts grounds, entering a part of the forest, Hagrid and I arrived in an open field surrounded by trees. And in the middle of that field, there was a big barn.
There are usually lots of animals inside the fence, but on weekends, Professor Kettleburn lets them wander through the woods.
Hagrid explained to me, and listening to his explanation, I couldn't help but feel disappointed.
But don't worry, the barn still has many other types of creatures.
Hagrid, who had noticed my disappointed look, said in an attempt to cheer me up.
Serious?
I asked excitedly.
Yes, there are some creatures that can't be released in the forest, in which case they have to stay indoors.
He replied, and a wide smile spread across my face. We then headed to the barn, with me almost bouncing in excitement, which obviously amused the half-giant beside me. The barn was actually a large dome, with much of it being glass and the rest wood. At the entrance, I could see many cages hanging from the ceiling and cages parked near the walls. There were also some tools on a table, along with some notebooks with notes. Walking deeper into the dome, I saw a closet filled with what I believed to be food and rations, and loose on the floor beside it, there were also some bags that by the smell could only be the feces and dirt of the creatures here. Walking forward, Hagrid and I came to a large wooden door, and even with the door closed, I could still feel the emotions of the creatures that were inside, however faintly.
Well, after that door, we're going to enter the creature area.
Hagrid started to say.
And remember, some creatures are walking free, so don't be scared.
He told me warned.
You hum.
I nodded, almost bouncing in excitement.
Good.
Hagrid said. He then reached for the doorknob with his giant hands, and with a little twist, it opened. As soon as he opened the door, the calming silence we were in was replaced by various noises, from the sound of bars slamming to the sounds of animals screaming. Besides the big noise, as soon as the door was opened, a wave of emotions and feelings hit me stronger than before. Laziness, anger, joy, lust.
The strangest beast than a platypus with light hands.
The golden snidget, a small magic bird that was previously used in Quidditch games before being replaced by the golden snitch. Imp, doxy, and fairy who were already talked about in Dada class. A wingerfish, a fish that could live and swim in water as well as in the sky. And there was even a black measle with yellow eyes that looked around lazily, but you could see the intelligence deep inside his lazy eyes.
Wow, they're amazing.
I said, marveling after taking a look at the creatures around me.
Ha ha ha, I know, right?
Hagrid said happily as he patted my shoulder, and even with my strength and stamina, I could still feel my knees bend under the pressure.
New reminder.
I said in my mind as I sweated out.
Come on, there are some creatures here you can touch.
Hagrid said, pulling me out of my thoughts. He then led me to a part of the greenhouse that had a golden tree with crystal ornaments.
These are luminous fairies. They are harmless and like to live in places with lots of brightness and light, and the most interesting thing about them is their almost human appearance.
The middle giant explained to me.
Unlike many other fairies, luminous fairies are less vain and more cheerful. This tree they are in is their home, and it was made by Professor Kettleburn with the help of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, hence its golden color and its ornaments. Incredible!
I said, impressed.
The tree was probably conjured by Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick must have enchanted the tree to stay golden in color and have that glow, and the ornaments must also have been Professor McGonagall and...
I then started to mumbling, analyzing every detail of the tree, even using my magical vision. Hagrid, seeing me muttering to myself, started looking at me strangely. He then shook his head with an amused smile, thinking this was probably a Ravenclaw thing. I was so absorbed in my thoughts that I didn't even notice that one of the fairies had started to fly towards me. But as soon as she almost got in front of my face, I stopped mumbling and glanced quickly at the one who invaded my personal space. The fairy, not expecting me to suddenly look at her, was startled and flew backward, tripping over one of the tree branches and falling. But before she could fall to the ground, I reached out and caught her.
Hello, little one.
I said to the disoriented fairy in my hand with a gentle smile, using the connection to convey calming feelings to her. The fairy, who shook her head to clear her dizziness, heard my voice and then looked at me. She stared at me for a good 5 seconds before her face went completely red. She then, embarrassed, flew back to the tree under the laughter of the other fairies. And while all this was happening, I stared open-mouthed looking at where the fairy disappeared.
Did I just make a fairy blush?
I wondered in awe.
I knew it was beautiful and charming, but I didn't know it was so much.
I thought, and if anyone listened to my thoughts, they would definitely want to hit me.
But well,
I thought narcissically, putting my hand on my chin. In a faraway house, a man in lavender robes who was writing on parchment sneezed.
heh, someone must be talking about me.
Gilderoy Lockhart said, smiling as he scratched his chin, wondering which fan was talking about him. He then started looking thoughtfully at the parchment in front of him, which happened to be a new book he was writing. Lockhart picked up his quill and began writing.
And then I, Gilderoy Lockhart, sneezed in that fierce chimera.
He thought and then continued writing.
And I finally ended up defeating her.
Hagrid said uncertainly.
I don't think I've ever seen a fairy act like that.
He said, patting my back, satisfied.
Oh,
Chapter 68. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After my situation with the luminous fairy, Hagrid and I continued to look at the other creatures, with the half-giant telling me what he knew about each one. And I have to say,
Coolest.
animals meaning completely dangerous, he would certainly be a great teacher. But well, I have to agree with him on that.
Maybe I'll ask Hagrid to show me some high-ranking animal, or I just need to wait until my 3rd year to meet Buckbeak.
I mused.
Wait, won't Hagrid get a dragon egg this year? So I just have to wait until he gets the egg and Norbert, or Norberta, hatches.
I thought excitedly. Well, my future plans aside, my ride with Hagrid soon came to an end, with him promising to let me know if he has any cool new creatures to show me, and me promising to stop by your hut every now and then for tea. And with that, I knew I was possibly going to meet the Golden Trio sooner than I expected. So after saying goodbye to Hagrid, I went to the last place I wanted to explore in the castle, which is possibly the second place I most wanted to go, right behind the room of requirement.
Hey,
I sighed in satisfaction, arms outstretched to better receive the air.
nothing better than breathing the pure air of nature.
I said, looking up at the big trees of the forest in front of me. Currently, I was at the edge of the forbidden forest, getting ready to explore and look for some magical creatures.
Well,
I commented to myself. I then looked around to see if no one was seeing me, and as soon as I confirmed that I was alone, I started to enter the forest. As I entered the forest, I was disappointed not to find anything interesting. But then I understood that I was still close to the edge, and animals, especially magicians, weren't going to get too close to that area because it's closer to humans. Realizing that if I wanted to find anything I would have to go deeper into the woods, I took my wand out of its holster and got a grip on my emotions. And when I felt I was ready, I started moving forward. The next few minutes of walking were uneventful. However, I still hadn't encountered any magical creatures, so I kept walking until I reached a clearing. The clearing was devoid of the dark vegetation of the forest, making it stand out like a lantern in the dark, and in the center of this clearing was a lake of crystal clear water, which, together with the grass and trees in the background, gave this clearing an ethereal appearance. But what stood out most in the clearing was a small foal that was drinking water in the lake. The reason this foal stood out was because, unlike normal horses, this one was glowing in gold, lighting up the part he was on, and he brought feelings of purity, and even the plants around him seemed more alive.
Merlin, this is a baby unicorn.
I said in surprise.
He must be less than 2 years old, as the book said that baby unicorns were pure gold and didn't have horns yet.
I thought as I recited their description in the books in my head.
Well, lucky me.
Chapter 69. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
You are a very beautiful creature, you know.
I asked the foal who was rubbing his face against mine.
So girl.
Here I paused and looked at the little unicorn's area.
Boy.
I asked, puzzled by the fact that a baby unicorn was walking alone in the woods without the company of its parents, and it's well known that unicorns are very protective of their families.
Nay.
The little foal whinnied, thumping his hooves on the ground. I said slowly, but the foal in front of me continued to whinny and snort, looking at me as if that way I could understand him better.
Look, little one, I can be really smart, but...
Anything else I was going to say ended up getting caught in my throat as I heard breathing behind me and warm air on the back of my neck. I then started to mechanically turn around, and as soon as I finished turning around, I saw vivid blue eyes like a diamond staring back at me wildly, with a luminous pure white horn almost touching my forehead.
How did he approach me?
I questioned myself, scared. While on the inside I was panicking, on the outside I forced myself to remain calm.
Hi.
Nay.
The little foal whinnied, thumping his hooves on the ground.
Don't worry, little one, I'll come see you again another day.
I said, patting him on the head, and he immediately snorted happily. I then got up and addressed his mother.
Thank you for letting me pet you, and for letting me play with your son.
I said, and then I bowed a little to her. The unicorn mommy then gave a soft huff, and when I stood up, she walked over to me and rubbed her face against mine. So I reached out my hands to stroke her mane. We heard a snort beside us, and when we turned around, we saw a disgruntled little foal trying to get our attention, which obviously amused Mommy Unicorn.
Calm down, boy, I haven't forgotten about you.
I said with a smile, getting a snort in response. The little foal then turned its head and pulled a few strands of hair from its tail with its teeth. Finished, he turned to me and pressed his nose into my hand, and understanding what he wanted, I opened my hand palm up and he dropped the strands of golden hair into it. I then started looking at the strands in my hand in shock and surprise.
Hair strands of a unicorn, less than 2 years old, gladly given.
They are even rarer and purer than the hair of a fully mature unicorn.
I thought, amazed and happy.
Chapter 70. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I lowered my wand and stared at the Destral in front of me in awe, but as I watched him, a question popped into my mind.
Why can I see him?
I asked myself, confused.
I've never seen anyone die, not in this life and not in.
With that doubt in my mind, I started to approach the Destral, who was calmly looking at me, his white eyes empty, looking like he was looking into my soul. And that might sound stupid, but if you think about it, I was reborn in a world I once thought was fictional, and now I'm a wizard who can turn a table into a goose.
Incredible!
I said in a soft whisper, running my hand down his neck and down to his wings. Looking at the creature in front of me, I decided to do something I had forgotten to do when I was with the unicorns, which was turn on my magic vision.
What the hell?
I said in shock. I hoped that when I turned on my magical vision, I would see the same kind of magic that I saw in other creatures and wizards. But when I looked at the Destral, the only thing I could see was a dark hole that sucked in proximity magic slowly, but that hole also expelled magic. The magic that was being absorbed was the ambient magic that was found almost everywhere, but the magic that was being expelled from the hole was white and pure, almost as if it wasn't contaminated by the world. Neutral and pure magic, waiting to be turned into some other kind of magic. He was like a blank slate, and the world was the brush and the painter, waiting to transform that magic into his picture. The more I stared at the black hole, the more I got lost, like it was sucking me into it.
Nay!
I, who was so focused on that emptiness, was woken by the whinny of the Destral I was looking at. The Destral was looking at me with its white orbs, and for the first time since I got my abilities, I couldn't feel the emotions of a living being.
Thanks!
I whispered to the Destral, stroking his head.
I almost got lost there.
I said with a soft smile. I then glanced at the neutral magic that was leaking from the Destral,
Corey!
which I realized was over his heart, and saw some particles falling onto the grass around us. The neutral magic that had fallen to the grass began to take on a greenish-brown hue, and the grass and flowers around it began to take on more life and color. It might have been unnoticeable to others, but I could see it happening clearly thanks to my improved magic vision.
The magic that has just come out of his core has just taken over the properties of grass and earth.
I exclaimed in my mind, shocked, as I always thought that all magic had its own property and couldn't be changed.
Wait!
I then heard the Destral whinny and snort, seeming to know what I was thinking, and for a second I could feel his emotions, and with that I found he was amused.
Can you hide your emotions from me? How?
Incredible!
I said in a soft whisper, running my hand down his neck and down to his wings. Looking at the creature in front of me, I decided to do something I had forgotten to do when I was with the unicorns, which was turn on my magic vision. What the hell?
You're a lot smarter and more mysterious than I thought.
I said, amused, still petting him. Is this how new types of magic arise? The Destrals take ambient magic and filter it, thus turning it into neutral magic, and in that way they create an almost infinite loop. I started making guesses in my head, ignoring the look I was getting from the Destral beside me.
If that's the case, then the Destrals are very important to the wizarding world.
I thought.
But even though they are important and good for the world, the Destrals are still treated as omens of death and ill omen. Sigh.
I sighed at the idiocy of wizards. While I was petting the winged horse, an idea crossed my mind, and with that idea in my head, I approached the back of it, where its tail was, which only had a tuft of hair at the end. And under the Thestral's watchful eye, I used a simple clipping spell to remove a few strands of hair from its tail. And before the strands were scattered in the wind or hit the floor, I pulled another glass vial from my bag and quickly put them away. And with that, I just became the owner of the tail hairs of a Thestral, which happens to be a rare item that could also be used as an ingredient to make a wand core. And currently, the only wand known to have a core made from the hair of the tail of a Thestral is the Elder Wand. After picking up the strands of his hair, I went back to stroking him, and so the time passed. After a few minutes, the Thestral I was hugging stirred and gave a soft huff, indicating that he needed to leave. I then released him with a smile on my face, which earned me another snort from him.
Goodbye.
I said goodbye to Thestral, who let his emotions spill over to me, showing that he was happy and satisfied too, but with what I don't know. The Thestral then turned and began trotting deep into the forest.
Damn it, I should have asked him to let me fly on him.
I said, cursing myself inside as I remembered that Thestrals should fly faster than a firebolt.
It would have been so awesome.
Chapter 71. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As I was walking through the castle corridors after returning from my walk through the Forbidden Forest, my senses began to soar into alertness, which meant something dangerous was close by. Using my senses, I could feel that there was only me and two other people in the hallway. But these two people were hiding behind a statue, which coincidentally was also a secret passage. I then turned on my magic vision and looked around. And I immediately saw what danger my senses warned me about. And this danger was nothing less than another prank of the twins, and with that answer, it wasn't a mystery to find out who the two hidden people were.
You guys can go out now. These pranks aren't going to work on me.
I said out loud to the red-headed pair, and it didn't take them long to come out from behind the armor, not the least bit sad that their prank had failed.
Did you hear that, Fred?
One of the twins asked the other.
Obviously, George. Apparently, the little raven in front of us is more skillful than he looks.
The other twin replied.
Yeah, I know, I'm amazing.
I said, opening my arms theatrically.
Of course, oh great first-year raven.
The twin on the left said, without missing a beat as he bowed to me.
Honoring us with your presence.
The twin on the right continued, also bowing.
Grading us with your voice.
The twin of.
We are not worthy, the two said in sync, bowing repeatedly to me. Yes, I accept your praise, mere mortals.
I said, waving my hand nobly. The three of us then exchanged serious looks. And the next moment, we started laughing, with the twins having to lean on each other while I held my sides.
Phew!
The twin on the left, who I've now decided to name Gred, said.
Yes, my less attractive brother. A rare gem among so many books.
Forge replied, wiping away a non-existent tear. He then started looking me up and down, before narrowing his eyes and saying.
Wait!
Gred said after looking right at me.
Truth, he really looks like Mini Dumbledore.
Forge replied in surprise.
The surprises he gives us don't really end.
Gred nodded, and before he got into another wave of conversations, I decided to speak up.
Sue.
I asked, genuinely curious as I looked at the exact spot where the spell was cast. Gred then started to respond.
Well, this is a prank that would transfigure other people's clothes. And if someone fell for it,
This part he said looking at me.
that person would eventually become a 2 version of ours dear dungeon bat, Snape.
And with everything they're entitled to. From the big greasy hair to the flowing black cape.
Forge added.
And as a matter of fact, we were kind of inspired by the imitation you did of the headmaster that day.
Yeah, that was awesome and hilarious, so we thought we'd do a prank based on that.
Gred said.
And since you imitated Headmaster, we thought it would be more fun if we used another member of the Hogwarts team. And who better than the most hated teacher?
He asked me rhetorically, with a big smile on his face.
Well,
I told them as I bowed dramatically.
And the idea of using Snape as a model is amazing. And the reaction he would get if he saw a bunch of mini Snapes would be even better.
I said with a devilish smile appearing on my face, which was imitated by the twins.
True,
Gred began.
but we're still not up to our idols.
Forge finished for him.
And who would they be?
I asked even though I already knew the answer.
Who are they? Oh, my little raven, they were the biggest troublemakers.
Forge started to say.
Prank makers,
Honorable explorers of the castle.
being a headache for teachers.
They were.
The marauders.
They finished, making extravagant hand gestures for emphasis. And I, who was waiting for them to finish speaking, started applauding and whistling, just to give this presentation more credibility.
Magnificent, amazing, that was great.
I praised with the twins bowing to the audience, in which case it's me.
I knew it would be worth my while to stay here.
I continued with an amused smile.
Thanks.
Forge said, he then continued.
But even if we're still not up to par with them, it won't be the same for long. Yes, our goal is to one day surpass them and become the biggest pranksters this school has ever seen. Oh, the biggest pranksters, you say?
I started to say, a smirk creeping onto my face.
Isn't that a very grand goal?
We know it's a grand goal.
Gred said confidently.
Yes, and even though it's difficult, what sets us apart from the marauders?
Forge asked.
Well,
I started to say, and as I spoke I could see they were starting to reflect on what I said, so I took the opportunity to hammer it while it was still hot.
but this can easily be resolved. Like,
Well, what do you think of another playful member?
I asked with a smile.
Oh, and who would it be?
One of them began,
this prankster.
and the other ended.
Well,
I said, and I could see the twins get confused and curious.
who?
They asked at the same time, leaning towards me.
Well, this Ravenclaw is obviously.
They started to move closer.
Me.
I said as I opened my arms extravagantly.
You.
They asked together, and I really started to question myself how they do it.
Yes.
I said with an excited nod.
Like I've said before, I'm smart, creative, funny, and let's not forget the sexy.
Of course, we couldn't forget the sexy.
Gred said with a straight face.
And you've already seen how good I am with pranks and jokes in the Great Hall.
I said, and the twins' eyes sparkled with realization.
Besides, I know many passages in the castle. I have friends in every house, even in Slytherin, and I know how to be very discreet.
I continued, and I could even see myself advertising in a commercial or selling products of dubious quality on neighborhood doors.
There's also the fact that I would be the least suspicious if something happened.
I said with a truly devilish grin on my face. Tilde the sweet skill of persuasion. Chapter 72. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey guys, here's the new chapter.
I really see the appeal.
Gred said looking me up and down.
And you, my brother.
He asked.
Me too.
Forge replied, and I really started to wonder which one of them was George and Fred, as I got tired of just calling them Gred and Forge.
So,
I asked, already reaching out with both my hands for a handshake. They then looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds, having a silent conversation. After this conversation ended, they turned to me with big smiles on their faces.
we accept.
They said as they grabbed my hands to close the deal.
Perfect.
I said with a huge smile.
Now we just have to come up with a group name and nicknames for each of us.
And as soon as I was done speaking, the twins looked at me confused.
Group's name.
Asked Forge.
Nicknames.
And Gred continued.
Well, we obviously can't use our names. Because besides not being so cool, we'd still be putting an arrow that points directly at us, so it would be easy to be found guilty.
I replied with a shrug.
That's true.
Forge said, and Gred nodded in agreement.
And what would be the name of our little group?
Gred asked, and then the three of us started to think.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be something that involves pranks and jokes, right?
Forge said with a hand on his chin, and Gred and I nodded in agreement. And with that, we returned to our reflection. I then looked at the three of us, and a name came to mind.
Hey, have you guys heard the story of the Three Musketeers?
I asked, only to receive two clueless looks from the twins.
Say pure bloods.
I shook my head. I then started to give them a basic explanation of the tale, which incredibly gained their attention and curiosity.
The Three Musketeers.
Gred tested the name in his language.
I liked it. It has style and it suits us well.
Forge said, to which I nodded.
And it's way better than the name I thought.
Gred said,
Which name?
The mischievous.
You suck at naming things.
Forge said with a dry look, earning a shrug from his brother.
Back to the subject.
I asked.
Well,
Gred said, getting a nod from his brother.
the Marauders got theirs because of their animagus forms or lycanthropy in Lupin's case. But I don't think we could become an animagus anytime soon.
I started to reflect.
Although we can choose our nicknames without having to rely on them because we want to surpass them and not copy them. How about we just pick our names according to our preferences?
I then asked.
Like this.
Gred asked me.
Well, me for example. I like pranks, mythology, animals, adventures, and magic, so I would use those preferences to come up with a name for myself.
I replied, and the twins started to reflect.
And now that I've stopped to think about it, I think I already know what my nickname will be.
As soon as I was done talking, the twins looked at me, then at each other, then back at me and said at the same time.
Which nickname?
I really see the appeal, Gred said, looking me up and down. And you, my brother? He asked. Me too.
Low-key.
I replied proudly, but ended up getting a clueless look from the twins.
Loki is a god of Norse mythology, like a Muggle myth, and he is also the god of magic and mischief.
I explained to them.
Oh, so that name really suits you.
Forge said.
It really is a good nickname.
Gred agreed.
Well then, I guess it's our turn to pick our nicknames.
He said, turning to his brother. Forge nodded, and with that the twins began rubbing their chins in thought. Forge said after a few minutes of thinking.
I can't think of any either.
Gred said.
Well, that's bad.
I said, but then I remembered a nickname they had in one of the fanfics I read in my other life.
While you guys don't think any nicknames are good, why don't you stick with Twinkle and Sparkle?
I asked.
Twinkle, Sparkle.
The twins echoed and then looked at each other.
Well, it's not that bad.
Gred said.
And that's until we find a better nickname.
Forge said.
Well then, what do you guys think?
I asked expectantly, and the twins again looked at each other. After a silent communication, the twins nodded to each other and then turned to me.
We accept.
They said at the same time.
So with that, I, George, will now be known as the Twinkle of the Three Musketeers.
The one I knew as Gred said.
And I, Fred of the Three Musketeers, will be Sparkle.
And the Forge said. So now I know who George is and who Fred is, I thought. The reason I'm so sure they weren't lying about who's who is because I can feel if someone is lying, and they weren't.
Great. And now that we've got our nicknames and our group name, we just need to introduce ourselves to the rest of the school, right?
I said with a smile that could scare anyone.
Obviously.
Forge, now known as Fred, said with a smile that matched mine.
People should get to know their new friends and benefactors.
George continued, also smiling.
Good, because I know exactly how we're going to terrify.
I said as I rubbed my hands together evilly. And at that moment, everyone in the school felt a shiver go down their backs, feeling that a calamity was approaching. Dinner in the Great Hall was taking place normally, with the students eating and talking, but that normality didn't last long. The Great Hall fell silent as Percy Weasley of Gryffindor had his clothes transfigured, but it didn't stop there. Other students have also had their clothes changed, whether they are from any of the 4 houses or from 1st through 7th years. After some time, more than half of the students had their clothes transfigured. The students were now wearing white jumpsuit with a high collar, white bell-bottoms, a belt with red and gold accents, and a red scarf. The overalls and pants had golden stones on their hems, back and fronts. For those who don't know, this is the standard Elvis Presley outfit. In addition to clothing, the students also received a glossy topknot and sunglasses, thus completing the kit. The Great Hall also had a change. The Great Hall darkened a little and a large disco ball appeared on the ceiling. Colored lights then started flashing, along with the sound of the song Jailhouse Rock echoing through the room. Students who had their clothes transfigured then began dancing to the music, with some making gestures as if they were playing a guitar, and others with one hand up with the finger pointing skyward and the other hand pointing down. When the performance was almost over, the twins looked at me and I nodded. I then saw Fred pull his wand from under the table and cast a spell at the doors of the Great Hall. As soon as the spell reached the doors, fireworks exploded in black, silver, gold, red, and blue, and coalesced to form a sentence. To all those here present. Chapter 73. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Today was a nightmare for the Hogwarts team and probably for some students, with the rest finding it a wonderful day and a lot of fun. After yesterday's performance, where the Three Musketeers were introduced, the teachers tried to find the culprits, and obviously the first and foremost suspects were the twins. Only we didn't leave any clues behind, so the teachers couldn't blame them, even though Snape tried to take points. And the best part was that I wasn't even considered a suspect. Chapter 74. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I spent this week alternating between studying, training, and spending time with my friends, who now had the addition of the twins and their friend Lee Jordan, who they ended up introducing me to. And meanwhile, whenever I was in the Great Hall, I felt I was being watched, and after looking for the source of the gaze, I realized that the one watching me was the headmaster. And the only thing that reassured me was the fact that I didn't feel any negative feelings or malice coming from him, so I let him watch me as he pleased. But just for fun, whenever I felt him watching me, I would turn to him, surprising him. I would then nod my head in greeting, which amused him greatly. But of course, I made a point of staying out of his sight and any other prying eyes when I went about my activities. But other than that, the week didn't have any interesting developments.
Come on, I need a complete training room.
I thought as I walked back and forth across the entrance to the room of requirement 3 times. After spending a few weeks at Hogwarts, I realized that I was neglecting my magical training, which is why today I was asking for a place to train in the room of requirement, as it would be better and more discreet than an abandoned classroom or one of the rooms in my suitcase. Opening the door and entering the room that appeared after my 3rd lap, I saw what could be described as
The wet dream of duelists.
I was in a large hall which had 3 dueling stages in a row. In addition to the stages, there were also some shelves with weapons and dueling training clothes, which were made of leather, steel, and silk. At the other extreme were some training dummies, similar to those used by the DA in 5th year, but these weren't the only training dummies the room had. There were training dummies that held guns, others that held shields, and there were even some that held wands, and from the end of those wands there were some multicolored sparks. Counting all the types of dolls I had, I could see that each one was used for a different type of training. And in addition to the puppets, there were also some balls, bats, and steel plates arranged in a corner of the room.
What the hell is this doing here?
I asked, approaching one of the spheres, but before I could get too close, this sphere glowed blue and surprisingly started to fly.
What the foo?
And before I could finish my sentence, that sphere suddenly shot towards me like a bludger. That sphere then started trying to hit me, and meanwhile I dodged it. After swerving for almost a minute, the ball started to blink, and its blue color became darker, and with surprisingly fast speed, it shot at me.
That's enough,
I said, bringing my wand from the holster into my hand. And when the ball was inches from my face, I swerved to the side, rolling on the floor, and as soon as I got up, I cast a stupefy and expulso at the sphere, which blinked again and its light turned back to light blue, but even so she kept flying. But before she could start with another attack, I cast a expelliarmus her, knocking her away, and with that she blinked green before falling to the ground, stopping moving and turning back to look like a simple iron sphere.
That!
I yelled excitedly.
This sphere is perfect for training aiming and dodging, and I'm sure it can get even faster and tougher.
I said, looking at the sphere in wonder.
But if that ball does that,
I started to say, turning to the pile of spheres, sticks, and plates that were in the corner.
what do those do?
I questioned myself with a curious look.
Do they also serve for training?
I asked, putting a hand to my chin in thought. And the more I thought, the bigger the smile on my face grew, imagining all the things I could do in this room.
I always knew this room was impressive.
I said, my smile growing by the second.
But enough standing still.
I said, and then I turned my eye to one of the training dummies that had a target in the center of its chest.
Training time. Bombard it.
I said as I waved my wand towards the practice mannequin. Only to my unhappiness and frustration, nothing but a few tiny sparks came out of the tip of my wand.
Strain.
I said as I scratched my head confused.
Do I have to put more force on the spell?
I asked myself. Usually spells always work for me, as I understand the intent and theory behind the spell, and the only time they fail is when I put little or too much power into the spells. And since I got my wand, it's become more recurrent. And that must be because of my wand core, which is a little moody with spells. I said as I waved my wand towards the practice mannequin. Only to my unhappiness and frustration, nothing but a few tiny sparks came out of the tip of my wand. Strain.
Maybe I used too much power in casting the spell.
I mumbled, looking at the pieces of shelf and wall that were still falling down. Crack.
Just maybe.
Chapter 75. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Today is Friday, and my colleagues and I are at the Quidditch pitch waiting for Clark Hilton, the seeker and captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, who will test us. At the pitch with me were Anthony and Terry, who obviously weren't going to miss this chance to join the Ravenclaw team, as well as Corner, Stephen, and Sue, who was the only girl taking the tests since Lisa and Padma is afraid of heights and Mandy and Morag prefer more
Feminine.
things. Gossip. The rest of my classmates were sitting in the stands watching us, along with some Ravenclaws from the upper years who are here to pass the time and relax, or just to watch the tests. While we were waiting, it didn't take long for Captain Hilton to arrive, along with the other players on the Ravenclaw team.
All right, everyone's here. Great, then I'll explain to you how the tests will be.
Hilton said as he stopped in front of us holding his broom in hand, a clean sweep 7. Hilton was a tall 6th year with wavy blonde hair to his ear and black eyes. He looked at all of us with analytical eyes, as if trying to discern who would make a good player just by looking.
In Quidditch, there are 4 positions for 7 players.
He began to say, his voice echoing through the pitch.
There are 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker, which happens to be me on this team. And the game is played with 4 balls, a quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. First for positions. The chasers are the forwards who will try to score points with the quaffle in the opposing team's goal. The beaters are the ones who carry 2 bats that they will use to deflect bludgers who try to hit their teammates while sending it to the opposing team. The keeper is in the goal, which are those 3 hoops at the far end of the pitch.
Hilton said, pointing to the hoops in the goalposts.
And they defend against the quaffle sent by the other team. And the seeker is the one who stays in charge of searching and catching the golden snitch before the enemy team seeker.
Hilton then saw that everyone was still paying full attention to him. He then went to a chest that was in front of him and opened it. As he opened the chest, we saw 4 different-sized balls held together by some ropes and chains.
Those are the balls. The red ball with small depths on it is the quaffle, and a goal with it is worth 10 points. The black iron balls that are moving there are the bludgers, and they are enchanted to fly and try to take down the players of their brooms. And this little golden ball is the golden snitch. It has wings and flies at a very high speed. It can reach and even surpass the speed of some brooms. It is worth 150 points, and once it is caught, the game is over.
Hilton explained everything in one breath.
Yeah.
Stephen said as he slowly raised his hand.
Yes.
Hilton said.
What happens if someone falls off the broom?
He asked fearfully.
You don't have to worry about that. The teachers are always present at matches, so if someone falls, they can cast spells to break the fall.
Hilton replied.
Any more questions? No, perfect, so let's start with the tests.
After that, Hilton started scoring 4 lines on the pitch.
I want you to line up these markings according to the position you intend to test for.
He said.
From the first line to the last, it's going to be keeper, beater, chaser, and seeker. And that's also going to be the order of the tests.
What if someone wants to test for more than one position?
Corner asked with a raised hand.
If you want to test for more than one position, you can stand in line for that position. And when that position is over, you can go to the other line.
Hilton replied patiently. And after that, we started going to the lines, with me standing in the chaser line and planning to go to the seeker line after the chaser tests were over. My colleagues also went to the queues, and after everyone finished getting ready, the order was like this. Keeper, Corner, Stephen. Beater, surprisingly, Anthony. Chaser, Terry, Sue, and me. Seeker, nobody, but probably like me. They are also waiting for the other tests for the other positions to end.
Good,
Hilton said as he walked past the lines, but then his gaze landed on me.
Where's your broomstick?
He asked me confused. Seeing that he was talking to me, I just reached into my pocket and I took something out of there, and that something was a miniature broomstick. And in front of everyone's confused look, I took my wand from its holster, and with a simple tap on the mini broom, it grew to the size of a regular broom.
The shrinking charm, reducio, and the engorgement charm, engorgio, have never been so useful.
I thought with satisfaction. Even the simplest spells can be put to good use. While I was lost in thought, I didn't see the commotion I made showing my broom.
Well, is this a Nimbus 2000? But it's too expensive.
Those around me, whether my friends, colleagues, or even the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, all had a similar reaction as soon as they saw I had a Nimbus 2000, the last broom on the market.
Eh?
Anthony asked me shocked.
Oh, yes, why?
I asked confused.
I know this is currently one of the best brooms ever released, but it is just that, a broom.
I thought as I looked strangely at my classmates who were drooling on my broom.
What do you mean, why? That's a bloody Nimbus 2000.
Patrick James, one of the Ravenclaw beaters, exclaimed.
What about this broom being a Nimbus 2000?
Stephen asked, confused and surprised by the other's reaction. Oh yeah, Stephen is also a muggle-born like me, I remembered.
This is a Nimbus 2000, and this is the best and fastest broom ever made today. And in addition to being fast, it's also very expensive.
Corner replied as he eyed my broom with envy.
This is so expensive.
Stephen asked uncertainly.
This is expensive? Ha! With the money you used to buy a Nimbus 2000, you could buy everyone's broom here.
James replied, and that surprised Stephen and even myself. My colleagues used good new brooms that were from that generation, like the Nimbus 1700, Comet 260, and Clean Sweep 6 and 7, but none of them are better than my Nimbus. It's like comparing a Ferrari to a Bugatti. They're both good, but the Bugatti is better. But I didn't expect my Nimbus to be able to buy all these brooms, as here there was a total of 13 brooms, including 5 from my colleagues and 7 from the Ravenclaw team.
I only got the Nimbus 2000 because it was the only broom featured in the franchise that was for sale this year, as the Nimbus 2001 and Firebolt haven't even been built yet.
I thought, looking more appreciatively at my broom. I guess I never really thought about things from the angle of someone in the wizarding world, so I just saw the Nimbus 2000 as just another good broom. But when I think about it, a wizard's broom is the same as a muggle car, and I am currently in possession of one of the finest
Cars
ever made.
Well, I think it makes up for the fact that I didn't get that car I so wanted in my first life. Heh.
Chapter 76. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Ethan!
Hilton asked me cautiously and hopefully.
Yes, I bought it along with my other Hogwarts supplies.
I replied, shrugging.
Amazing.
Hilton said, almost shaking with excitement.
I.
He asked me hesitantly.
Of course.
I nodded my head.
If by chance you don't make it to the team, could you lend your broom for one of us to use in the games?
He asked, and the players and my teammates sighed when they heard this request.
Fine.
I said with a shrug. I have no problem lending my broom to someone else, mainly because it would help my house in the competition and put me in a more favorable position for the eyes of my other Ravenclaw colleagues. And besides, I knew I was very likely to make the team, even as a reserve, and that wasn't arrogance, it was confidence.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is going to be a big help.
Hilton told me so happily, I had to take a step back, afraid he'd try to hug me.
He's already acting like I haven't passed the test.
I thought as I sweated for his exhibition.
Well, now that it's all sorted out, let's start testing.
Hilton exclaimed, trying to sound serious and professional but failing because of his excitement.
Now is the test for Chaser.
Hilton said as soon as the tests for Keeper and Beater were over, with none of my teammates showing any skills good enough to make the team, at least for now, as many of them played well. Those who took the other tests were now standing in the Chaser's queue, also wanting to test for another position.
You'll be flying with the other Chasers on the team, passing and dribbling, and on top of that, you'll also need to score goals in our Keeper. And most important of all is that while all this is happening, you will also have to dodge the bludgers sent in your direction.
He explained, and after his explanation the tests began. The test for Chaser was going smoothly, with no one impressing the captain or any other player on the team. But I could see that some had some skill, and that possibly when they get a little older they can be good players and material for the team. The tests were ending and it was my turn, as I got decided to be the last in line. And after Stephen landed, after nearly getting knocked down by a bludger, Captain Hilton turned to me.
Are you prepared?
He asked me.
Of course.
I replied, riding my broom the way Madame Hooch had taught her, and mimicking the Ravenclaw Chaser's position I'd analyzed while they were airborne. And that was also the main reason why I wanted to be the last to be tested, so I could analyze the other players.
Then on 3, 1.
And as soon as he gave the signal, I took off with my broom. The feeling I was feeling when flying my Nimbus was quite different from what I felt when using the old-school broom. She was firmer and smoother and obviously faster. And with that, I was sure I should to join the team to be able to fly more, and so I decided to give it my all. While I was lost in the sensation of flying, I heard a hum coming towards me, and without thinking too much, I drifted gently to the side. And just as I did, a bludger flew past me.
Okay, Ethan, now is not the time for distractions.
I chided myself, and with that I started paying full attention to the test. The Chaser chosen to trade passes with me was Roger Davis, a minor character in the franchise whose only importance was pairing up with Fleur de Lacquer, the Beauxbatons champion, at the Triwizard Tournament Ball. Exchanging passes and doing feints were very easy for me as I not only have a nimble body, I also had a fast broom. And using my improved physique, it became almost impossible for Keeper to catch the quaffle. And while all this was going on, I used my instincts and heightened senses to dodge the bludgers, who so far couldn't even touch a hair of mine. Of course, my size was also a factor in that, as it made me a smaller target and allowed me to maneuver the broom more smoothly. The test was passing, and by the end of the various shots I made, at least 80% entered. And all this while I was making passes, maneuvers, and dodging the bludgers. Captain Hilton then whistled, signaling the end of my test, and when I reached the lawn, what I came across was the shocked faces of my colleagues and the captain.
What's up?
I waved my hand, with some of them subconsciously replying.
How did I go? You're on the team.
Hilton replied automatically, looking at me like I was Merlin's next coming.
Oh,
Cool, I think.
I said with a blank face. It's not like I wasn't excited about joining the team, but it was so sudden that I didn't know how to react. I thought there would be at least some debate and some more tests. I didn't expect him to decide right away. And the weirdest thing was that no one disagreed or complained, not even Corner.
Am I going to come in as a reserve or something?
I asked, curious.
No, you will come in as a starter.
Hilton replied, and that surprised me even more.
but what about the other chasers? Doesn't the team have 3? Who's leaving?
I asked in surprise. I still want to be on the team, but I feel it's kind of wrong for me, who just took the test, to take one of the chasers off the team.
Don't worry, you'll join the team in Crowler's position. And he was already planning to leave the team to focus on his newts, but we didn't find any good chasers to replace him.
Hilton said, pointing to a dark-skinned boy who nodded as if to confirm what Hilton said.
Oh, since it's like that, all right.
I said, shrugging my shoulders.
But I'd also like to try Seeker, just out of curiosity. Fine by me.
Hilton agreed.
I just hope you're not as good a Seeker as a chaser, because then you might end up stealing my place on the team.
He joked.
Hee, we'll see.
I said.
Why don't you become team captain soon?
Hilton asked in exasperation as he threw his hands in the air. The reason for this is that I just took the test for Seeker, and just like the other test, I once again did well. I still think Chaser is more exciting than Keeper, and much more challenging, as I was able to find Snitch in less than a few minutes, thanks to my improved vision and my senses.
Nah, too much work.
I denied as I wiped the imaginary dirt off my nails.
Well,
Hilton said happily, trying to ignore the fact that a first year is a better Seeker than he is.
I want to see the face of the Slytherins and Gryffindors when we won the cup right under their noses. Heh.
He then started to laugh maniacally.
Is he by any chance related to Phillips?
Chapter 77. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as we arrived in the common room, my classmates started bombarding me with questions. But since I didn't feel like answering or being stared at by Corner, I said I was tired from practice and was going to take a little nap. After that, I then went upstairs to my room, noticing the lack of Nyx, who was probably exploring the castle, hunting some helpless rat or planning world domination. Seeing that I had the rest of the afternoon free, I went to my trunk that was at the foot of my bed. I opened my trunk and carefully stored my broom in one of the compartments. I then moved on to the next compartment, which had some herbs and fungi and a few other ingredients, with most being picked up by myself in the Forbidden Forest. There were magical flowers that I planned to give my mom. Fangs of an acromantula I found dead when I went exploring the forest for the second time. Fairy dust, which unfortunately didn't allow us to fly if we threw it at us while we were having happy thoughts, but at least it still functioned as decoration, and I planned to show it to Seal. And the two most precious items I have, which are the hair of the little foal unicorn and the strands of hair from the tail of the Thistral that I have known. Even though I spent little time in the forest, I still got a lot of good items and ingredients. And by the end of the year, I plan to explore much of the forest to get even more. And maybe I'll even go on a crusade to annihilate a nest of acromantulas. I may like animals and magical beings, but there are some of them that, like some humans, deserve nothing less than extinction. Changing my trunk compartment, I reached my private library. I then picked up a book titled Fire Spells, Hexes and Jinxes, which, as the title says, are spells based on the fire element. I also have other books with spells from other elements, but for now I wanted to focus on fire, which is the one that's giving me the biggest problem to use, at least with a wand. Closing my trunk again, I went to my bed and sat down comfortably, resolving to read until dinner time. Great Hall dinner. I was quietly eating dinner in the Great Hall, but every now and then I could feel my left eye twitching. My senses allowed me to have very high hearing, and in order not to irritate my ears, I always ignored people talking and gossiping, and usually I could. But today was more difficult, almost impossible, mainly because the subject of conversations and rumors this time was me.
Did you hear? One of Ravenclaw's first years joined it to the Quidditch team. Really? but I thought the only one who got it was Potter. Yeah, me too, but my sister's friend's cousin, which is paired in potions with my sister, said another first year did it. Amazing, who is this first year? I don't know, but I think his name is Edam Mitch.
Craig,
Hey,
Anthony said to me, pointing to the cup in my hand that was now crumpled and cracked, spilling juice on the table.
I know.
I said slowly. I then sighed and loosened my grip on the cup and released a simple reparo and scourgify, which was enough to straighten the goblet and clean up the mess I made.
I still can't believe you made the Quidditch team.
Terry said,
Don't get me wrong, I knew you could make the team, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Neither do I.
Anthony said, giving his own opinion.
But after seeing you play, I can understand why you're on the team. Well, what can I do?
I said, and then dodged a slap that was coming my way.
Sai, I think this is going to be one more thing for you to brag about.
Terry said, rolling his eyes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, looking away.
You.
Terry said, unconvinced. As I chatted with the boys, a trio of second-year's puffs passed whispered behind us, but I could still hear them.
I heard Ravenclaw's new player is a girl.
Random Puff 1 commented to his friends, and just hearing that, I wanted to get up and start bewitching whoever started these rumors.
Really? I thought it was a boy.
Random Puff 2 said, surprised.
No, it's a girl. My sister heard from her friend that heard from her cousin who was watching the tests that the new player is a girl and that she is very good at playing.
Random Puff 1 said, nodding his head.
Amazing.
Random Puff 2 said, glancing at the Ravenclaw table.
So,
Random Puff 3, that was quiet from the start, said.
from what I hear, she's really hot.
Random Puff 1 replied. Craig.
Ethan, you're C. I know, Anthony, I know.
Chapter 78. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The rest of my school days were spent with me training my martial arts, magic, and Quidditch, which now occupied a small part of my time where I also tried to get to know my teammates better. I also spend time with my friends from all years and houses, which continues to grow as I always talk to everyone. In addition to training, playing, and talking, I also study, and that's why I kept myself firmly as the smartest first year, pushing Granger into second place. Was she a little happy? But also very angry and jealous about it, but if even the teachers support, who is she to disagree? I'm not saying she's not smart, quite the contrary. Granger really is one of the smartest students of our year, but she's very limited, and I think the teachers noticed that too. While I study because I like magic and because I want to get to know it better, Granger studies out of obligation and because she wants to do well in class. She thinks notes are more important than truly understanding magic. She writes essays as if she were dictating everything that was in the book.
Common sense.
Not understand that this is a different world, with different rules and laws. And that would be acceptable if she were the only one, but the problem is that a lot of other Muggleborns think so. It's just that Granger is the most vocal.
Sense of honor.
And
Willingness to do right.
that's because she hasn't started yet with Spew or the Buckbeak case, which, even though it's a good thing, was still done in a stupid way. But let's leave that aside. I still have to talk about how I am in class. Because I'm at the top of the rankings, it's pretty obvious that I'm getting good grades. So far I haven't got anything below O, and I've even gotten an O+ in spells. And I didn't even know that note existed. Apparently, after O comes O+, and right after the O++, and it seems that there were very few people who got these grades, and those who did became masters of the subject. For example, Professor McGonagall, who got an O+ in Transfiguration, and Professor Flitwick, who has an O+ in spells. Other well-known people who took this note were Headmaster Dumbledore and Tom Riddle, now known as Voldemort. The two got at least 3 O+ in different subjects and almost managed to get an O++. And now you might be wondering, how did I get an O+ if I'm a first year? The answer is simple. Getting an O+ in an essay or on a test in the first year is not the same as getting an O+ in owls or newts, which is where the aforementioned did. I'll definitely try to get more O plus than the headmaster and Voldemort, and maybe I'll even get an O plus plus.
Doing this potion's essay sucks.
I grumbled, scribbling the sheet of parchment in front of me. I was in the library doing the homework that the professors gave us, and having to write about the uses and functions of a unicorn's hull for cosmetic products isn't much fun. As I was writing my essay, I decided that for some reason, probably boredom, that I was going to use my magic vision. As soon as I activated magic vision, I noticed that my scroll and ink had magic flowing through them, and I started looking confused.
Oh, so that's why.
I said to myself after thinking for a while. It seems that the reason that quills and scrolls are still used is not only to maintain tradition, but also because they have remnants of magic that allow them to last longer. And with that, a book can last decades and even centuries without wearing out.
This brings up a lot of new possibilities.
Chapter 79. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Hey, here's the new chapter. Charms Classroom.
I would like to inform everyone that you're good enough at charms to practice levitation charm.
Professor Flitwick told the class, which was greeted with great joy by the knowledge-hungry Ravenclaws and by some Slytherins who like to learn. Today is Wednesday, the eve of Halloween, and I am currently in charm class with my classmates. Professor Flitwick separated us into pairs, and now I'm sitting with Padma, who, even though she wasn't a great friend of mine, was still someone fun to talk to. And I really enjoyed hearing your stories of what the wizarding community in India is like, which seems to have some customs quite different from the British wizarding community. It also helps that she's not as
Feminine.
as her Gryffindor sister.
So let's start.
Professor Flitwick said excitedly.
The levitation charm needs a closed wrist movement with a turn and a rise. And the spell is Wingardium Leviosa, with the pronunciation being as described in the book. Wingardium Leviosa, with the gar being long and pronounced.
He began to explain.
I would also like to remind you that the levitation charm is useful for many situations, and that its only flaw is that it cannot be used on human beings.
Professor Flitwick said, and then he saw a raised hand.
Yes, Miss Lee.
Does this mean the spell cannot be used on living beings?
Su Li questioned.
Not really. The only living being where this spell doesn't work is a human. Other creatures or animals will still be affected by the spell.
He replied.
But an alternative option to using this spell on humans is that instead of using the spell on the person, the caster can bewitch the target's clothing or their own clothing so that they levitate, and thus take the target with them.
Su Li, who heard her answer, nodded and began jotting down notes on her parchment.
But it's highly recommended that you don't use the spell on yourself, as it can be much more complicated than levitating other people. There was even a case of a wizard who levitated himself into the clouds and stayed there until he suffered from magical exhaustion, and unfortunately his fall was not at all smooth.
The professor said, and some students shivered when they heard about a possible fall, especially those who are afraid of heights.
Any more questions?
Professor Flitwick asked, and not seeing anyone raise their hand, he continued the class.
No, okay, then let's continue. I now want you to practice the spell on a quill.
He said, levitating a quill to each student's desk.
And try to keep it in the air as long as you can, and if possible, move the feather in the air.
He finished, and then my classmates started trying the spell. I looked at the quill with a calm look and a little bored, as one of the spells that I specialize the most is the levitation charm, or at least what I think is a levitation charm.
So he knows I can levitate this feather easily.
I thought, so I shifted my gaze to the quill.
Meh.
I then took my wand and did something I hadn't done so far in class, which was cast the non-verbal spell. And with a simple movement of my wand, the quill on my desk began to levitate until it almost reached the ceiling, and just because I started doing tricks with her. I then shifted my gaze back to Professor Flitwick and saw him looking at my flying quill in wonder and amazement, along with a few other students. And I didn't know why, but today I wanted to show off. So I started levitating the leftover quills that were on Professor Flitwick's desk, and now the room was having an air show of over 20 quills, all flying in sync.
This is.
Professor Flitwick said, his eyes shining with excitement.
Take 20 points to Ravenclaw for the stupendous demonstration.
And as soon as he finished speaking, a happy smile appeared on my face, with me ignoring the usual jealous feelings of my other colleagues.
Wow, Ethan, that was awesome.
Padma praised me, looking at the quills that were now landing softly back on the tables.
How did you do that? Can you teach me? My levitation charm isn't working.
She asked me with a sad pout.
Of course.
I said with a shrug, and then started to explain to her about the spell and what I understand about levitation. At the end of the class, less than half of the students managed to levitate their quill, and among them were Terry and Anthony, who already understood the spells better thanks to me. Malfoy, who even though he was a spoiled brat still had a talent for magic. Theo, Greengrass and Zabini, who didn't surprise me as they should have had homeschooling. And Sue and Padma, who seemed to have caught the essence of the spell. As soon as I left the classroom, Lily came bouncing happily towards me.
Why do you have to be so good at charms? My quill just shook on my desk.
She said with a cute pout on her face, and I resisted the urge to squeeze her and scream.
Kawaii. I think it's part of who I am.
I said dramatically, which caused a small giggle from Lily.
What are you doing with this know-it-all moon?
Just then we hear the voice of the hair gel ad girl, Aka Malfoy.
What I'm doing is none of your business, Malfoy.
Lily replied angrily, and that only added to her cuteness.
Control yourself, Ethan. You can't give in to the temptation of cuteness here. I don't want the FBI at my door. It's my business when you start getting mixed up with this
Malfoy started to say, but it couldn't be over as he tripped on shoelaces that had come to life and were trying to tie him completely.
I think your shoelace is untied, Malfoy.
I said dryly and then kept walking, stepping.
Unintentionally.
On Malfoy's hand.
Oops.
I said innocently, and then continued walking, ignoring the albino ferret that was cursing on the ground.
That was awesome.
Lily said to me as soon as we got far enough away from Malfoy and his group.
I know.
Chapter 80. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Great Hall Halloween. Today is October 31, the day known for the holiday called Halloween, and I and the rest of the Hogwarts students are in the Great Hall participating in the annual feast, which is not only to celebrate the holiday, but also to celebrate the day of defeat of the most feared Dark Lord of all time, Lord Voldemort. Everyone is eating, laughing, and having fun.
It looks like everything is going to happen like the canon.
I thought, today is the day a mountain troll will
invade
the castle, but the truth is, he's going to be released on purpose by our adorable, stammering Dada teacher, who was planning to use the troll's distraction to sneak into the forbidden corridor. But if you're thinking that's where it ends, you're so wrong. After that happens one of the most important things in history, and there are those who say that it's the most important event in the franchise. After everyone is notified that the troll has been released, the headmaster sends all the students to their dorms, and everyone does.
Troll,
He said shakily,
I thought you should know.
before passing out forward. As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Hall fell into a tense silence, before being broken by the screams of panicked and scared students.
Silence.
Headmaster Dumbledore's calm voice echoed through the hall, and when all the students fell silent, he continued to speak.
Prefects, take the students to their dorms and stay there until your head of house shows up.
As soon as he finished speaking, he and the professors left the Great Hall, and the prefects then began to gather the students. And while all this was going on, I was paying full attention to three people, two of them being Weasley and Potter, who started whispering to each other, and the last one being Quirrell, who got up at some point and started to slip out of the hall, unnoticed by students. When my house was in the hallway heading towards the common room along with the Gryffindors who were in the same direction, I noticed that Potter and Weasley started to sneak out of the group, and wasting no time I started to follow them, but not before casting a self-created illusion spell, which made it look like I was still in the group of students. As I followed the two of them down the halls towards the girls' bathroom, I started to think.
I understand they're brave Gryffindors and all, but couldn't they have tipped off a prefect? And while we're at it, why only the two of them noticed Granger's absence? I know others may not like her, but wouldn't that make her more remembered? Besides, why did the headmaster send the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs to their dorms? He and the teachers should know that the two common rooms are close to where the troll was said to be.
I kept criticizing in my mind.
Although the headmaster has full control of the wards, so he probably knew the troll wasn't in the dungeons.
I then continued to follow them through the hallways until they passed the girls' bathroom door and kept running.
Why did they pass the bathroom? Shouldn't Granger be here?
I exclaimed in my mind, starting to think wildly. I then used my senses to sense if there was anyone in the bathroom, and to my surprise, there was no one.
If she's not in that bathroom, where is she?
I wondered, continuing to follow the two Gryffindors. After following them for a while, I noticed they were heading towards the second-floor girls' bathroom, the Myrtle's bathroom.
Is she here? Why did she move? Is this the butterfly effect?
But any of my answers cannot be answered as I started to smell an incredibly strong stench, and with that I knew the troll was close. I then saw Weasley and Potter turn around the corner of the hallway, and I soon followed behind them, only to see them frozen a little in front of me. The reason they were frozen is that a 5-meter mountain troll was in front of us. The troll was so ugly it hurt my eyes. It looked like I just received an intimate photo of a naked old Frenchman wearing maid clothes with kitty ears.
Well,
Chapter 81. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. While the two frozen boys and I were looking at the troll, he came down with the club on the door, and with a crash it was destroyed.
Kyra,
And just as the door was destroyed, we heard a female scream coming from inside the bathroom, and that was enough to unfreeze the two Gryffindors in front of me.
Hermione,
the two exclaimed in panic.
They then looked at each other, and with a mutual understanding they rushed to help Granger, with the troll already having entered the bathroom. And I, not trusting the plot or the stupidity and luck of those two, followed them silently behind. The two then entered the bathroom and saw Granger frozen in panic, huddled in the corner of the bathroom, while the troll approached her, destroying the stalls around her with his club.
Try to distract him for me,
Potter said to Weasley, who nodded shakily. Potter then started to sneak behind the troll, and Weasley took one of the pieces of zinc the troll had broken and threw at his head.
Hey, look at me, you ugly thing.
Weasley yelled, causing the troll to turn to him. Potter, who was behind the troll, bent his knees to jump, but just as he tried to jump on the troll's back, he ended up slipping on the wet bathroom floor. The troll that heard the noise then turned, and seeing easy prey on the ground, he wasted no time. The 5-meter gray, stinky creature quickly reached out its long arms and caught Potter in its hand. Potter then started screaming in panic, with Weasley throwing more pieces of debris in a futile attempt to save his friend. And I, who was watching all this happen while peeking through the bathroom door, could only shake my head and curse in my mind.
Damn it!
I cursed under my breath, realizing that now I would have to get involved.
At least I was right to follow them here,
I thought. I then got out of where I was hiding under the surprised stares of the trio of idiots and ran to the front of the troll. As soon as I stopped in front of the troll, I quickly pulled my wand from its holster and launched a high-powered Lumos Duo at its eyes, which was enough to disorient him and make him let go of Potter and the club. As soon as Potter fell to the ground, I used a silent Accio on his clothes to bring him towards me. And that was enough time for the troll to pull himself together, and as soon as he saw me, he let out an irritated grunt. I could use my beast talk to try to calm him down, but it's well known that trolls are primitive, irrational, and aggressive creatures, so this would likely fail. If I was alone with the troll, I would have used some powerful and deadly spells, but at this point, I was with 3 kids who don't know how to keep a secret or don't know how to keep their noses out of other people's subject, so I could only settle for a few spells that they would know. The troll that was watching me then braced his legs on the ground, intending to run towards me. And while he was doing that, I levitated his club, and using the transfiguration, I turned it into a big sharpened spike of iron. I then stared at the troll with him staring back at me, just like in the old Western movies. The troll then grunted and lunged at me, but before it got too close, I cast the spike with the impulse spell to give it more power and speed, causing it to dart forward. And just as the troll was about to catch up with me, the spike flew across its chest. And once the spike passed the troll, it turned back to a wooden club, which shattered as soon as it hit the wall, leaving a crack behind. The bathroom then descended into tense silence, with the troll stopped halfway to catch up with us with a big hole in your chest. And in the next instant, the troll began to tumble forward, falling to the ground with a crash. Bang!
What happened here?
Professor McGonagall exclaimed as she entered the bathroom, with the other heads of house, Quirrell and the headmaster right behind her.
Crud!
After the teachers arrived in the bathroom, they started bombarding us with questions, with Professor Sprout checking us out to make sure we didn't have any scratches. Headmaster then decided that it would be a better idea if we talked about it in the hospital wing, and while he took us there, Professor Sprout and Professor Quirrell were in charge of tidying up the bathroom and taking the troll's dead body to another place. Arriving in the hospital wing, Matron Madame Pomfrey saw the state of Granger and Potter and immediately began to be a dragon mother. And after some inspection spells, some calming potions, and a scolding from Poppy the dragon Pomfrey, we were ready to talk about what had happened.
So would you like to tell us what you were doing outside your common rooms and with a dead troll in the bathroom?
Professor McGonagall began the questioning, looking at us with her lips pursed in a thin line with the fury contained in her voice. Weasley started not knowing what to say, looking around for help.
Very subtle, Weasley.
I thought as I rolled my eyes. And before Weasley could curl up any further, Granger came to the rescue.
They came after me.
Granger said.
Miss Granger.
Professor McGonagall asked confused.
I went after the troll because I thought I could fight him. I've read all about them, you know.
She said, looking down sheepishly, not noticing the shocked look on Potter and Weasley's faces.
If they hadn't come to save me, I would be dead by now.
Professor McGonagall then looked at her for a few seconds, judging her response before turning to me.
That's true.
She asked and I snorted at that.
The part about saving her? Yes, that's true. Now about her going to face the troll alone.
I asked rhetorically, resisting the urge to roll my eyes at this obvious lie.
So, sir, could you tell us exactly what happened?
Professor Snape asked slowly, almost mockingly, but I think seeing a dead troll in the bathroom with 4 Fert's years was enough to hold himself back.
Well, I don't know the real reason she's in the bathroom.
I said, pointing to Granger, before pointing to Potter and Weasley.
But I believe these two went out to warn her, as I don't remember her being at the banquet, so she didn't hear about the troll's warning.
I continued.
And you, Ethan, why were you there too?
Professor Flitwick asked curiously, ignoring the trio's surprised look as he called me by name.
Well.
Chapter 82. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Me, I went after these 2 idiots.
I said with a shrug, and I could see Professor Snape's lips curve out of the corner of my eye as I called Weasley and Potter idiots.
Hey, we're not idiots.
Weasley exclaimed indignantly, and the only thing he got was a blank look from me, from Professor Snape, and surprisingly from Professor McGonagall.
Yes.
I said slowly, deciding to ignore the weasel beside me.
As I was saying before being rudely interrupted.
I said, emphasizing the
Idiot. Because I already expected that they would do something stupid. But before I could call them, they had already left the group, so I didn't have time to call a prefect, and I had already walked away from the group, so I decided to follow them. And how come no one noticed the absence of the 4 of you?
Professor McGonagall asked, more to herself and her fellow professors than to us.
probably in the same way that no one realized that sending all students to their common rooms, where two of those common rooms were near the dungeons, which happened to be where said troll should be, was a poorly thought-out plan.
I replied with a shrug, and Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick both looked at that fact in surprise, before ducking their heads in embarrassment. Professor Snape only snorted in disdain, but he couldn't hide the worry he felt for his snakes from my empathy, and meanwhile the headmaster looked at me calmly, which basically confirmed my theory that he knew where the troll was.
So after you left the group, you ended up in the girls' bathroom on the second floor trying to warn Miss Granger, right?
Professor Flitwick asked, and I nodded.
So how does a dead troll get into this story? Well,
I said with a wry smile.
by the time we got there, the troll was already breaking into the bathroom. So these two here decided it would be a good idea to go into the bathroom without a plan and face the troll head-on.
I continued.
You what?
Professor McGonagall exclaimed, shocked, looking at the two Gryffindors who flinched at the glare of her gaze.
Have you?
Professor Snape asked slowly, looking at them like he was seeing the stupidest beings in the world.
Looks like fame has really gone to your head, right, Potter?
He scoffed.
Hey, that's not what happened.
Potter exclaimed.
Yeah, we just wanted to distract him so we could escape with Hermione. He's the one who attacked the troll head-on.
Weasley complained, pointing a finger at me, almost poking my face.
Keep pointing that finger at me, and you won't know how it got in your... Mr. Knight, language.
Professor McGonagall scolded me, almost calling me by my name as well.
Sorry.
I said, but the effect of my sentence was enough, because Weasley quickly hid his hand as he walked away from me.
You were the one who killed the troll.
Headmaster Dumbledore, who had been quiet all this time, asked me.
Yes.
I shrugged my shoulders.
I blinded the troll with the Lumos Duo spell to make him drop Potter and the club he was holding.
I started to say before I was interrupted. I shrugged my shoulders. I blinded the troll with the Lumos Duo spell to make him drop Potter and the club he was holding.
Looks like part of your strategy was to fall down and let yourself get caught by the troll.
I said, and the teachers took a deep breath at that.
But I...
Potter tried to defend himself, but I cut him off.
SHH.
But... SHH.
Boo! Silencio.
I silenced him, putting my wand back in its holster.
Continuing.
I said, ignoring the stunned look of the teachers, and the Potter boy trying to look at his mouth to know why no sound was coming out of it.
While the troll was disoriented, I used the spell of levitation to levitate his club, and after that I transfigured him into an iron spike, which with the help of the impulse spell I was able to cast through his chest.
I finished.
Serious?
Professor Flitwick asked in surprise, and I nodded.
That was a great spell streak and a great strategy.
He said, nodding his head, somewhat impressed.
I do what I can.
I said, wiping dust off my shoulder.
But shouldn't a troll be resistant to physical attacks too?
Granger asked, confused.
Oh, Mr. Granger, a troll can be resistant to physical and magical attacks, but he's not immune.
Professor Flitwick explained, and I was pretty sure that if Granger had a paper and a pen with her, she'd be writing this information down. One good thing about the spells I used is that they were all taught to us this year, except the impulse, which I can explain that was learned for myself in my time at Hogwarts. The only other advanced spell I used was Accio. However, since I did it silently, the trio will probably take a while to figure out I used it.
Did you have to kill him?
Headmaster Dumbledore then asked me with a frown.
Maybe I could defeat him without having to kill him.
I replied with a shrug.
Then why don't you?
Headmaster Dumbledore started to say, only to be interrupted by me.
Because I'd rather make sure I could get these three idiots out of there alive, without having to depend on a maybe.
I said, ignoring Professor McGonagall's language.
Sigh, my boy, not everything is resolved with violence.
He said with his disappointed look that had zero effect on me. I then looked deep into their eyes without backing down and answered.
And not everything is resolved by giving second chances.
and that seemed to stun the headmaster for a moment before he sighed.
It's okay.
He said tiredly.
At least no one here got hurt.
He continued, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere that had remained.
Yes.
Professor McGonagall said, ignoring the look helpless of Potter and Weasley, and looking at us she continued.
However, for deciding to help a colleague in a time of danger, I give each of you 20 points.
She continued, a rare smile on her face.
Also, for his splendid use of spells, I think Mr. Knight should be given 20 more points.
Professor Flitwick added, and no professor complained. In fact, Professor McGonagall even looked at me proudly. I then let a small smile appear on my face, ignoring the jealous feelings coming from Weasley and the confused and happy feelings coming from Potter.
But I hope nothing like that happens again.
Professor McGonagall said, looking at us grimly.
Yes, Professor McGonagall.
Yes, Professor McGonagall, and the trio was quick to agree. Professor McGonagall then turned to me awaiting my response.
Well,
I asked with an innocent smile.
I meant that I don't want to see you getting into something this dangerous ever again.
She said, speaking word for word.
oh, why didn't you say that before?
I asked, acting the epitome of.
Confused. In that case, fine.
I said quickly, seeing Professor McGonagall's gaze on me intensified. She said, nodding her head satisfied.
Would she consider a basilisk dangerous?
Chapter 83. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the interrogation was over, the heads of house started taking us back to our dorms. Once we reached the stairs that led to the 6th and 7th floors, we parted, with Professor Flitwick and I going to the 6th floor tower, and Professor McGonagall and her 3 lions heading to the 7th floor where the Gryffindor common room was located. When we parted, Professor McGonagall gave me a little nod, and I could feel the eyes of the golden trio on my back as we left. On the way to the dorm, we fell into comfortable silence until Professor Flitwick started a conversation.
You really handled that troll pretty well. In fact, you handled him better than most adult wizards would.
He said to me and then continued.
I always knew you were talented.
He said with a smile at me.
Thank you, teacher.
I said, smiling, happy to be being complimented by him, who was a charms master and a former dueling champion.
But I could have defeated that troll in many different and easier ways. But I think that one moment I didn't think much.
I continued, thinking of the alternative ways I could have used to defeat the Grey Giant. We once again fell silent, with each lost in their own thoughts, and after a while Professor Flitwick spoke again.
When you told Minerva that you could only levitate small things back then, you were lying, right?
He asked knowingly, only to receive a shrewd look and a smirk from me. He then snorted in amusement and continued to lead me into the common room. As soon as we got to the front of the common room entrance, the knocker sprang to life and started talking. When it's cold, she can.
The rain, Professor Flitwick, and I answered at the same time, cutting the riddle of the knocker.
Now it's 2 of you.
The knocker said thoughtfully. When the passage opened and we entered, all the students in the room turned their faces towards us and started to stare at us.
I know I'm beautiful and incredibly sexy, but could you please not look at me that much?
I asked as I covered my chest with my arms and turned around shyly. As soon as I finished speaking, my friends and a few other students looked at me, then at the stairs that led to the dorms, and then back at me in confusion.
Oh, my illusion must have gone up to my room.
I realized.
How?
A simple question was asked by Anthony, who was looking at me strangely.
How what?
I asked, pretending to misunderstand.
How were you out there? I swore I saw you climb into your...
Anthony answered me, before being cut off by me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, and then started to whistle innocently, ignoring Professor Flitwick's analytical and amused look.
Yawn.
I said after a long yawn. I then turned to Professor Flitwick.
Thank you for walking me here, sir.
I said, and he waved his hands dismissively. After that, I immediately made my way up the stairs that led to the dorms, but then I stopped on the first step. So I turned to the students in the common room and said,
And just so you know,
and went upstairs to my room, leaving a silent common room and a group of gaping students behind. As soon as I got to my bedroom door, I heard the Ravenclaws downstairs start talking and arguing, and they were probably asking Professor Flitwick if what I said was true.
Well, they would know the story at one way or another, so they better hear it from a reputable source than from some gossipy student.
I thought, feeling a shiver as I remembered some rumors I've heard.
And besides, for my purposes, having a little momentary fame isn't bad.
I shrugged, opening my bedroom door. Next morning, I was going down to breakfast with my classmates, with them talking about what Professor Flitwick said after I went up to my room and asking if it was true that I fought and killed the troll. It seems that after I went upstairs to my room, Professor Flitwick told everyone in the common room about the night's events, talking about how the three Gryffindors and I found ourselves cornered by the troll, and how I defeated it using a combination of first and fourth year spells. In addition, he also said that thanks to my feat, Ravenclaw gained another 30 points, which brought a wave of cheers from Phillips, or Andrew as he prefers to be called, until he was bewitched by Sophia. Now, because of that, and the fact that I'm one of the top students of my year and I've earned over 100 points on my own, my classmates unanimously decided to declare me the Ravenclaw Star, which didn't make much difference to me. But some people didn't like that, and among them was obviously Corner and a few other jealous and envious Ravenclaws who would like to have this glory all to themselves, but they were few compared to the rest who supported me, mainly because I was so friendly and funny. But I also got a scolding from Hilton in training for putting me in danger, which could have hurt me and kept me from playing in the upcoming game, and I almost rolled my eyes at that. After walking with my classmates for a few minutes, we arrived in front of the Great Hall, and as soon as we walked in, heads turned towards us, or more specifically towards me, and began to whisper.
Great!
I thought as I rolled my eyes and walked to Ravenclaw's table, ignoring the whispers and looks.
Beating the record for the amount of points obtained in the first month. Becoming the Ravenclaw chaser while in the first year, defeating and killing trolls.
Terry said amused.
and let's not forget that he saved the boy who lived.
Anthony said, joining the conversation.
Yes, we mustn't forget that.
Terry said mockingly.
All bow to the savior of the Dark Lord's defeater.
And I rolled my eyes at them.
Very hilarious.
I said. And speaking of Potter, he was right now at the Gryffindor table having to listen to his friend Weasley brag to the others about how he distracted the troll by throwing things at him. And in a moment our eyes met, and as if in mutual understanding, we nodded to each other in understanding.
I hate gossip.
We thought. Chapter 84. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Today is Saturday, and as I didn't have classes and I had already done all the essays for the week that the teachers spent, I was walking around the castle thinking about what would be my next project.
Look who we have here, my dear brother.
Just then, a familiar voice said beside me, and I felt an arm being placed over my left shoulder.
I see, my identical copy.
Another voice said from my other side, one arm being draped over my right shoulder.
Isn't this one our favorite raven? Or eagle?
George, who was the one on my left side, added.
I prefer raven.
I said, grimacing at being called an eagle.
Oh, so it's our favorite little raven.
Fred said, nodding his head.
But that's not it, right, my brother? Yes.
Here George stopped for dramatic effect.
The troll slayer.
They spoke in unison, and I rolled my eyes at their antics.
Yes, yes, feel honored to be in my presence.
I joked along.
Of course, oh great troll slayer.
George said, bowing.
And
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
sexy and smart Ravenclaw.
Fred said, also bowing.
And a great prankster.
George added.
I trained you guys well.
I said with a satisfied look.
And so?
George asked me after standing up.
Well, that's kind of.
I replied honestly.
No matter where I go, people look and point at me. It's not like they can't come talk to me in person, and the rumors are starting to bother me.
I said irritated.
Like the one where they say you played a female troll to seduce, and then kill the other troll.
Fred asked me, and just hearing that I could feel my left eye twitch.
Yeah.
I replied slowly.
Oh.
George said sheepishly, and my head whipped in his direction.
Who was the bastard? Tell me so I can destroy the mother.
I started to say with an insane, menacing look on my face.
Wow, calm down, all right? Hee hee.
George said, chuckling awkwardly as he looked anywhere but me. And seeing his strange behavior, I started to stare at him even more, making him uncomfortable.
George, who was?
I asked again. George then started scratching his neck nervously as he mumbled something under his breath.
Who?
I asked, thinking I had heard it wrong.
It was me.
He repeated only louder.
George.
I said with a blank face.
Yes.
He asked suspiciously.
Run.
I pulled out my wand.
Wait, calm down. We don't need to be too hasty.
He said quickly, holding up his hands.
Right, Fred?
He called, asking for help from his brother, only to see him eating a bag of popcorn he took from who knows where while enjoying the show.
Jew asterisk.
Fred replied between bites, popping another popcorn into his mouth.
Where's that whole brotherhood thing when you need it?
George thought. He then turned his gaze to me only to see me staring at him with my wand in my hand and sparking.
Hey.
George asked, swallowing hard. I then started looking at him carefully, and deciding to listen to what he had to offer, I lowered my wand, which made him breathe a sigh of relief.
What negotiation?
I asked, and Fred in the back also looked with interest at what his brother was going to do.
I show you one of the most incredible artifacts, if not the most incredible of all, we have in our possession. And with that you let me go without trying to hunt me down like you did the troll. What do you think?
He asked with a smile on his face, but I could see sweat running down his forehead.
Most amazing artifact. What is he talking about? Since when have they wait? I only know of one item they could consider that important.
I thought hopefully inside, but keeping the facade calm on the outside. I then started to stare at him, for no other reason than to see him squirm in his place.
I accept.
I said after a while, nodding my head.
Phew.
George sighed in relief, then grinned at me.
You won't regret it.
He said. He then pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket, and Fred beside him widened his eyes when he saw which parchment it was. Are you looking to use Marauder's map as a trade? We hadn't already agreed to show Ethan anyway. Couldn't you be less shameless? Fred thought as he looked at his brother critically, who was obviously ignoring him.
This is the most important artifact we have.
George said, opening the parchment in front of me.
It may look like a simple piece of old parchment, but the truth and the magic behind it.
He said with admiration. George then took out his wand, pointed at the parchment and said,
I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.
And the parchment began to change.
That, my friend Ethan, is the Marauder's map.
He presented. What was once an old scroll is now a full-scale map of Hogwarts that showed where all the residents were. It's just as amazing as shown in the movies.
Marauder's map.
I echoed, pretending not to know the map they had in their hands.
Yes, my young friend. This is a map created by the Marauders themselves, which has all the passages and entrances to the castle, as well as the terrain outside. And the most amazing part of this map is that it shows the location of people in real time.
Fred then came and answered.
Incredible.
I said honestly in awe.
I know, right?
George said smiling.
To activate the map, you need to put the tip of your wand on it and say the password you heard before. And to deactivate it, you need to say mischief managed, and that will make it look like a simple piece of parchment.
He said, demonstrating.
This is awesome.
I said.
And we want you to have the map.
Fred said, surprising me for a moment.
What?
I asked, shocked.
We want you to have the map.
George repeated.
We know you don't need a map, as we've seen you go through almost every pass that this map has.
he said, giving me a knowing smile, and I just shrugged.
But we've already memorized the whole map, so we won't need it that urgently.
Fred said, and I looked at them gratefully.
Are you sure?
I asked.
Of course.
George said, closing the map and placing it in my hands. I then looked for a moment at the parchment, then back to the twins.
Thank you.
I sincerely thanked, tucking the parchment into my bag.
No thanks needed.
George dismissed with a wave of his hands.
You do the same for us. Well,
I said, and the twins started looking at me strangely.
The worst thing is, I actually see you threatening the whole school.
Fred said, and I didn't know whether to feel offended or proud.
it doesn't matter the method, it's the effectiveness of the results.
I shrugged, and the twins looked at each other for a few seconds before nodding their heads.
There.
Look who we have here, my dear brother. Just then a familiar voice said beside me, and I felt an arm being placed over my left shoulder. I see my identical copy, another voice said from my other side, one arm being draped over my right shoulder. Isn't this one our favorite raven? Or Eagle George, who was the one on my left side, added. I prefer raven, I said, grimacing at being called an eagle. Oh, so it's our favorite little raven, Fred said, nodding his head, but that's not it, right, my brother? Yes.
So,
Fred asked with a mischievous smile, which was followed by George and mine's own smile. And An, well. Chapter 85. An, leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After receiving the map from the twins and playing a prank on Professor Snape, I broke away from them and ran excitedly to the room of requirement, where I planned to dissect and analyze the map. Arriving in the 7th floor hallway, I started pacing back and forth, wishing for a room where I could study and experiment, and on my third lap the room of requirement door appeared, and I wasted no time and immediately walked into the room. The room had some wooden tables with chairs, and iron counters with jars and cauldrons on top. On the other side of the room was a display case with a few more vials, a few knives and needles, and a few books, probably about experimentation. At the other end of the room there were also some targets and some wooden boards with small cuts and holes, which together with the iron cage and the handcuffs on the wall gave the impression of being the place where the guinea pigs were. Scary, I shivered, but decided to ignore that particular spot, and I went towards one of the tables. Sitting down at the table, I reached into my bag and pulled out the piece of parchment that was the map. I also took out some new sheets of parchment, my journal and a quill so I could jot down what I found. And along with that, I also pulled out a book on wards and another one on security spells, which has some tracking and location spells in it.
well,
I said to myself and immediately turned on my magic vision. The map had many different types of magic remnants, with 5 of them being more pronounced than the others. 4 of these remnants were unknown to me, but it was easy to find out who they were from, as these 4 were firmly embedded in the creation of the map. The 5th and final remnant was easily recognizable to me as I practically see it every day. This 5th remnant is from a very special place, and this place is none other than our dear castle.
I think this supports my theory that the map was made using the castle's wards.
I commented, looking around the room of requirement and seeing the same magic in the air, with some other types of magic I didn't know about but planned to analyze. I then went back to looking at the map, and watching as the magic flowed through it, I started jotting down the information in my journal. After finishing my notes on how the map worked closed, I put the tip of my wand on it and said the opening code, always looking at him with my magic vision. Once the map was opened, I started to analyze it as well, end to end, until I had written down everything I could find out about it. On the map I could see where each person in the castle was. Like Hagrid, who was outside his cabin, Professor McGonagall, who was in her office with the twins.
I can't get involved with Quirrellmort until he confronts Potter and finds out that he can't touch him, so he'll have the idea of using it in the graveyard ritual.
I thought.
But for that also means I can't arrest or kill Pettigrew yet.
I don't have anything against Fudge, but he's obviously a useless minister of magic, and I'd prefer to get him pulled out of the picture before he starts his show of ignorance and stupidity. trying to pretend that two kidnapped boys and a dead body isn't a good enough sign to, if at least don't believe the Dark Lord has risen, realize that something is wrong and that this is a very bad thing. But back to the map.
I can probably finish creating my map before Christmas. So I just need to give Marauder's map back to the twins for them to give to Potter in third year and show them my version.
I reflected, punching the palm of my hand.
But I also need to modify the Marauder's map a bit first, as I don't want Potter and his gang spying on me or knowing where I am at every moment.
I said, taking more note of this work in my mind. I then returned my gaze to the map and a piece of parchment.
Well,
I said, and I felt the room vibrate with amusement, making my eye twitch.
Yes, yes, laugh at me, you annoying sentient castle.
I mumbled in annoyance, and I felt the room vibrate as if to say,
come on.
I clicked my tongue. I then started to pack my things back into my bag. And when I was ready, with me holding the map and parchment in hand, I prepared to leave the room.
Well.
Chapter 86. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I started prowling the castle as soon as I exited the room of requirement, intending to record the passages I saw that weren't on the Marauder's map on my parchment. I started from the lowest floor, which was the ground floor, and went up, and the whole way was easier than the first time, as I already knew where to look. As I passed one of the many third-floor passageways, I stopped in front of a hallway. This hallway was the only place I didn't take a deep look at on my first exploration, as this was the so-called forbidden hallway. But this time I planned to pass him, and I even planned to enter the room where Fluffy, the Cerberus who guarded the trapdoor, was, for no other reason than to take a peek at him and the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. The forbidden corridor was like any other corridor in the castle. It had some windows, some armor and paintings, and some classrooms. Nothing that interesting.
I know Headmaster wouldn't be so foolish as not to put some form of protection or alarm on the door, as it's easily opened with a simple first-year spell.
I mused, scratching my chin in thought. I then activated my magic vision and looked towards the door, and in it, I actually found some wards with the magical signatures of Headmaster and unexpectedly from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. That information aside, I started looking at the wards trying to decipher what their function was.
Sun.
Rune, and that is a
Star.
rune.
Stone.
Rune they form a ward of.
But monitoring what? A ward like this can have many different monitoring functions.
I commented to myself. I then went back to looking at the runes.
Well,
I determined, nodding with his head satisfied.
so let's see who's been snooping around in this room. Hell, there must be 15 different magic signatures here.
I exclaimed in my mind, shocked, staring open-mouthed at the doorknob.
How did the teachers still think this place was safe? Wait!
I thought with narrowed eyes.
Fred and George Weasley, what were you thinking when you came to the forbidden corridor that was supposed to give a slow death to the invaders?
I promised in my mind, and on the other side of the castle, a pair of red-haired twins felt a shiver down their spine.
Well,
I shrugged.
then let's go in.
I said out loud, throwing an alohomora at the door handle. I then started to open the door slowly, and as soon as I opened it a little, I could feel feelings of confusion and caution coming from inside the room. Poking its head into the room, what I came across was a huge three-headed dog, with the three of them looking at me and growling menacingly. Grrrrrr. I then looked over at the Cerberus, and with eyes sparkling with excitement, I said happily,
Hi, puppy.
and I fully entered the room without fear. Fluffy then looked at me confused, the middle head leaning cutely to the side. And using the connection to send positive feelings to him, I approached with confidence, but demonstrating that I wasn't a threat. I also saw the trapdoor he was protecting, but I decided to ignore that for now. When I got in front of Fluffy, I reached out my hand in an attempt to pet him, only he was too tall and I couldn't reach him. Fluffy then sniffed my hand, and realizing I wasn't a threat, he licked my hand and lowered their heads for me to pet, which I did immediately.
Who is the cute, scary dog? It's you.
I cooed, lying down on one of Fluffy's giant heads.
Grrr.
He growled, not a threatening growl but a satisfied. After that, I played with the big Cerberus for a while, but in the meantime I was using my senses to try and feel deeper into the trapdoor, like a radar. Ring.
Sigh.
I said as soon as I heard the bell ring, signaling lunchtime, and as soon as I said that, Fluffy whimpered, ducking her head.
No need to be sad. I'll stop by to see you again.
I said to cheer him up, which worked as he lifted his head with his tail wagging happily behind him.
Well,
I said, getting up from the floor and giving him one last pat on the head, and as soon as I got to the door, I turned to him.
and next time I come here, I'm going to bring you a big piece of steak.
I said, smiling. Woofs, the three heads barked, and with that I left the room, waving goodbye to the big dog. After leaving the room, I took one last look at the door, and wandless, I cast a stronger locking spell, one that would probably stop even fourth years.
I think having the headmaster and the teachers know that I walked into this room and tightened security isn't as bad as having them know that I killed a troll without a hitch.
Chapter 87. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yup, here's the new chapter. Here I was, calmly eating my breakfast, enjoying the peace that was in the castle, and thinking about what classes I'm taking today.
Why don't you go talk to them?
Terry asked, bored after a while.
Me, for them to laugh at me or for me to embarrass me? Thanks, but no.
Anthony waved, shaking his head. He then looked at Terry through narrowed eyes.
Why don't you go?
He challenged.
Meh.
He shrugged.
I'm fine staying here in my corner.
Are you sure, or is this fear?
I asked, joining the conversation, looking at him with a sneer.
Scared me, PFFF.
Terry scoffed.
Since you guys are so confident, why don't we do a bet? Whoever is chosen will have to go there to they.
He said, looking at both of us in defiance.
I accept.
Anthony said. Anthony and Terry then looked at each other and glared at each other with defiance. They then looked at the Hufflepuff table and then at me.
Nah, I'd rather stay here and watch you two embarrass yourself.
I shrugged lazily.
Fearful.
They said, and I shrugged again.
Well, how are we going to do the draw?
Anthony asked right away, seeing that I didn't mind his teasing.
Let's draw with a coin.
Terry replied, taking one galleon from his bag.
Why don't draw in a way that is more skill-dependent than luck?
Anthony asked, realizing that a coin was not a very smart way to decide a challenge. First time I see him say something smart, I thought in surprise, so he really has some intelligence.
Are you afraid?
Terry started to say, hiding the mischievous smile that threatened to creep across his face, knowing that this would cause a reaction from Anthony.
Me scared, as if.
Anthony said, falling into Terry's obvious trap.
I take back what I said about him having some intelligence.
I sighed.
Okay, so let's draw the coin.
Terry began.
I get heads, you get tails. Okay, but what if the coin falls in the middle?
Anthony asked.
If that happens, Ethan will be chosen.
Terry replied, getting ready to flip the coin.
Oh, okay.
Anthony said, confused, and then the realization hit him.
That means it's going to be practically impossible for him to be chosen. How will this be fair to us?
He asked with furrowed brows.
I don't even want to take on this challenge of yours. So does it really matter if I'm less likely to be chosen than you guys?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
All right.
I rolled my eyes at Anthony.
If the coin falls in the middle, not only will I meet the challenge today, I'll also do it for the whole week and in every house.
I said, and I could see Terry shrugging as if he didn't care that I had little or no chance of getting drawn.
But
Anthony sighed.
I really can't believe he accepted it.
I thought, shaking my head.
Okay, so Anthony will be chosen if tails fall, I if heads fall, and Ethan if the coin gets in the middle.
Terry said, preparing the coin. He then tossed the coin in the air, and the boy's attention went directly to her. The coin then dropped onto the table and began to rotate, stopping slowly.
Heh, it has a 50% chance of falling heads and 50% of falling tails. And it's practically impossible for the coin to stop in the middle, so that means Anthony or Terry will have to meet the challenge.
I thought, not worried at all with the coin, as I knew it was practically impossible for me to be chosen.
Damn it, what's the possibility?
I wondered, cursing any god of luck in my head as I walked over to Hufflepuff's table.
The damn coin only had one job. One, which was to fall on one side or the other.
I kept cursing. As I cursed in my mind, it didn't take me long to reach the Hufflepuff table. I then looked over at Ravenclaw's table and saw that Anthony and Terry were giving me thumbs up in encouragement. I then took a deep breath, and under the Puff's prying eyes, I walked over to Susan and sat down beside her, ignoring the surprise of some students and Susan herself.
Ethan.
Susan exclaimed in surprise.
Susan!
I repeated, mimicking the tone of his voice.
What? What? How?
She looked at me confused and then shook her head.
What are you doing here?
She whispered.
Having breakfast?
I said slowly with a raised eyebrow.
I meant in the Hufflepuff table.
Susan whispered to me.
Sitting down.
I replied.
Serious?
She said dryly.
Who would that friend of yours be, Susan?
Just then a voice sounded, and looking in the direction of the voice, I saw in the seat across from us a boy who could only be described as handsome. He was tall and strong, with sharp features, dark hair, and gray eyes. And this boy was none other than the vampire.
Oh, said.
Susan replied. She then turned to me.
And Ethan, this is Cedric Diggory, one of my seniors and one of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team players.
She then reached into my ear and whispered.
My aunt and his dad work in the ministry, and because of that, we've known each other since we were children.
Oh!
I nodded my head. I then looked at Diggory and held my hand out to him.
Nice, I'm Ethan Knight, but my friends call me Ethan.
I said with a friendly smile. Cedric then shook my hand.
As you heard from Susan, I'm Cedric Diggory, and my friends call me Cedric or Ced.
He said with his own smile.
Look what we've got here.
One of the older girls said in a flirtatious tone, but obviously joking. Cedric, who received a compliment so blatantly, thus began to blush in embarrassment. But I, who was born shameless, lived shameless, and I'm going to die shameless, I couldn't let her escape so easily, mainly because I still had a challenge to do.
And who is this beautiful lady?
I asked with a charming smile, turning to the older girl. She had black hair and blue eyes with a pretty, soft face. She looked like she was in 7th or 6th year.
Oh, a gentleman I see.
She said with a soft smile. She then held out her hand to me.
Paige, Violet Page.
I then took her hand, turned it palm down, and lightly kissed the back of her hand, never taking my eyes off her face.
Nice to meet you, Miss Page.
Chapter 88. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
PFFF.
One of Violet's friends said, as she covered her mouth with her hand to stop herself from laughing.
HMPH, he just caught me off guard.
Violet huffed as she crossed her arms trying to look nonchalant, but her cheeks flushed with embarrassment gave her away. Her friend opened her mouth to continue teasing her, but before she could say anything, I started talking.
Well, Miss Page, I didn't know you had such pretty friends.
I said, looking at the friend who was teasing her.
Hi.
She replied intelligently. I'm really starting to find it fun to tease these girls. I've done it at Ravenclaw, but the only girls at Ravenclaw I could play and flirt like that were my classmates, who are too young for me, and some of the older girls like Emily, Allison, Victoria, Penelope, and Alora Dunn, the Ravenclaw's reserve chaser. And of all of them, Penelope is the most fun to tease, mainly because of her rigid personality, so it's always fun to see her reactions to being hit on.
Had I known Hufflepuff had so many beautiful girls in her, I would have begged Sorting Hat to put me here.
I said, looking at the girls at the table, causing some embarrassed looks and some blushes.
But I guess I'll have to be content to look at you from my sad and lonely raven's table.
I continued in a resigned tone. I then looked at the girls again, and with renewed vigor I said happily.
But well,
And by my empathy I could feel a wave of happiness, satisfaction, pride and shame coming from the Hufflepuff girls. Probably because they are considered from the student's house of no good qualities, they shouldn't receive that much praise, so it makes sense for them to be happy for these simple praises.
damn, he's good.
One of the older boys mumbled impressed, and the boys around nodded in agreement, looking at me with a mixture of jealousy and respect.
This is the power of intelligence.
One of the boys asked no one in particular, noting something in a diary he had taken from some unknown place.
Thank you.
Violet, who has recovered from her embarrassment, said coquettishly, and I winked at her in response.
Yes, that was very flattering.
Fourth-year girl Beatrice Haywood said truly gratefully.
Hold on.
One of the girls said, gaining the table's attention.
Aren't you Ravenclaw Star?
She exclaimed, and with that some of the students turned their faces towards me and started looking at me in surprise. How do they know about this nickname? I asked myself suspiciously.
The Star of Ravenclaw.
One of the sophomore boys exclaimed.
That Ravenclaw star, what broke the house points records in the first month? The same one who became Ravenclaw Chaser and who defeated and killed the troll, that Ravenclaw star.
He asked, looking at me in awe.
Oh,
I moaned in exasperation.
That Star of Ravenclaw.
That same girl said.
I should have known sooner. First year, last name Knight, sharp tongue, beautiful amber eyes with hair that looks like it's been tousled by the wind.
She continued, sighing dreamily in the end. She must have realized what she said then, as she started to turn red with embarrassment, which earned some giggles from the students around us.
I think they can add gentlemen and flirt to their conquests already.
Violet said amusedly, not wanting to miss the chance to embarrass me and return the embarrassment I put her through. As soon as she was done talking, I slammed my forehead on the table, grunting tiredly.
don't give them any idea.
Ugh.
Violet said amused, obviously mocking me. And as I lifted my head slightly from the table, I stared at her out of the corner of my eye, which didn't have much effect on her.
And speaking of troll,
Susan started to say, turning to me with narrowed eyes.
what were you thinking when you decided to face a bloody troll?
She asked angrily as she slapped my arm.
Something like, die you bastard, die, and how cool I looked doing that.
I said with a smile, which started to slowly fade under the intense gaze of the little Hufflepuff girl.
How cool you look doing that.
Susan asked dangerously.
Hey,
I started to look around for help, but everyone turned away. My eyes then dropped to the Gryffindor table, and an idea came to my mind.
it was Potter and Weasley's fault.
I said accusingly.
Potter and Weasley.
She asked.
Yeah, if it wasn't for their stupidity, I wouldn't have had to face the troll.
I said, nodding.
So if you want to blame someone, blame the two Gryffindor idiots, not the cute and sexy first year of Ravenclaw.
I continued shamelessly. Susan then started looking at Potter and Weasley, who were sitting quietly eating their breakfast. Potter and Weasley, who were talking, suddenly felt a shiver down their backs, as if death were judging them.
Phew, I managed to get out of this.
I thought as I wiped the sweat off my forehead. Glad Susan had found a new target for her anger. And from that, I learned the valuable lesson that 11-year-old girls are scary. And as I thanked the heavens for getting me out of an earful, I heard the students chuckling around us and a cough that sounded like something akin to
Whipped.
which made my lips twitch.
House of Loyalty my ass.
I thought, sending a slight glance to the Puffs.
Well, changing the subject.
Megan, who was sitting a few seats away, asked me.
Nothing much.
I shrugged my shoulders.
I just wanted to sit at my friend's table from another house. And I was also curious to meet other Puffs other than you.
I replied.
Besides, there's no rule that forbids students from sitting at other tables.
Megan nodded.
Why don't you want me here?
I asked sadly as I held my chest dramatically.
What?
Megan said, trying to explain, but then she saw me giggling and realized I was teasing her.
HMPA.
She said, crossing her arms and turning her face away.
Cute.
I thought, amused.
Don't be like that.
I said, and she quickly changed her attitude, turning to me with a hopeful smile on her face.
Serious?
She asked.
Yes.
I nodded my head.
Yay.
She cheered, almost getting up from her seat.
But don't tell anyone.
I said to her softly, even though I knew the others at the table were listening.
The teachers can't know that.
And she immediately nodded her head in agreement. I then turned to the others at the table and winked at them, making a silent gesture with my finger, to which they nodded with amused smiles on their faces.
Glad Smith isn't here, or he could say something to try and get Megan and me in trouble.
Chapter 89. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Today was a normal school day, and my classmates and I had just gotten out of yet another class with the dungeon bat, aka Snape. We were in the common room doing the potions rehearsal the professor gave us today.
I hate potions class.
Stephen said as he plopped down on the couch in front of me.
Did you start hating potion classes just now?
Corner asked between a mixture of disbelief and sarcasm.
As if.
Stephen huffed.
I just wanted to remind everyone how much I hate the classes of that disgusting and greasy snake.
PFFF.
Mandy chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Does he know what personal hygiene is? Morag said, and then started to laugh like that was the funniest thing in the world.
Someone must have traded in his conditioner for grease.
Sue commented.
And he must suspect it was someone from Gryffindor. That's why they're his main targets.
And this part was greeted with a nod of agreement from everyone who heard what she said, even some older students. Apparently, Professor Snape is more disliked than I thought, because even Sue is making fun of him, I thought in surprise, but more at how much he is hated than at how much these children can hold grudges.
What did he look like in high school?
Anthony then asked curiously.
Ugly and unbearable.
Corner scoffed.
Annoying, sad, and arrogant.
Padma, who was quiet, gave her opinion.
Well,
Terry commented.
probably.
Stephen agreed contemptuously. It's amazing to think they basically got his personality right, even if it's just the bad parts, just seeing how he acts like an adult.
And you, Ethan, what do you think he looked like?
Terry asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. I shrugged, and those who knew what an
Emo.
was started to think, and after a while they nodded in agreement. They then continued to guess what Professor Snape was like in childhood, and I, who was watching all this from my chair, could only roll my eyes.
Kids.
I sighed. After a while, everyone calmed down and went back to doing what they were doing before. After finishing my last essay, I took out my wand and cast a tempest, and in it I saw that it was almost dinner time.
What spell is this?
Stephen asked me curiously.
It's the Tempest spell, and it shows the time. It's a basic household spell, and it's in almost every third-year spell book.
I replied to him as I packed my things.
It's a third-year spell, and can you cast it yet?
Stephen asked me in surprise, to which I replied looking at him with a raised eyebrow. He then remembered that I had been doing advanced and difficult stuff at the level of third-year spells since the beginning of the semester.
Oh, never mind.
He said, embarrassed. I then warned everyone that dinner was almost starting, and with that they started to get ready so that we could go to the Great Hall. When November came, the weather began to lessen, causing the previously cold castle to begin to cool even more. Hallways with large windows brought cool breezes in, which blew in the students' faces. The Black Lake was frozen, the castle grounds were covered with ice and snow, and even the animals in the pen had to be moved from their place so they would not be left in the cold. And this cold weather, which was bad for many, was very good for me. And I think this is due to my beast power, which makes me more comfortable in both cold and warm climates. I spent mornings walking peacefully around the castle, not worrying about bumping into anyone, as all the students prefer to stay in warmer places like the dorms. In the afternoons, I would stay in the common room, the library, the room of requirement training, or on the patio playing and chatting with my friends. And at night, I stayed in the common room or my bedroom, finishing my lessons ahead of time or making plans for the future. In addition to these things, I would visit Hagrid, who would ask me to have tea with him once a week, and impressively, I still haven't found the trio there. I also went to the Forbidden Forest to venture out and get more ingredients, and also to see the Thestrals and the Little Foal, along with other creatures. And every now and then, I would stop by Myrtle's bathroom to chat with her and to find out about the Newcastle gossip. And I was surprised to find out that Richard from Gryffindor was cheating on his girlfriend Samia from Ravenclaw with her best friend.
Get out of here, Peeves.
Anthony said as he dodged one of the snowballs.
Yeah, if not, we'll call the Bloody Baron.
Terry threatened, also dodging a snowball with pink paint.
Haha, the little first year's threatening me.
Peeves said mockingly as he waved his index finger at us. He then started to throw the snowballs even more fiercely. I stood still as I calmly dodged the balls, with Anthony and Terry still threatening him and telling him to stop. I was calm, but he kept throwing the balls, and by the time he threw the 10th at me, I was already seriously annoyed.
Peeves,
My voice came out in a low, menacing tone.
I suggest you listen to the warning and stop throwing balls at us.
I told him.
Ha, and who are you two?
Peeves began, turning to look at me, only for the words to start to trail out of his mouth until he was silent. The reason for Peeves' silence was that he met my gaze and froze in fear at what he saw. I was looking at him with menacingly narrowed eyes, letting some of my magic leak out just to make a bigger impression. And without my noticing, my pupils slitted and my eyes began to glow dangerously. I then looked at Peeves, who was shaking with fear, and with a half growl I said,
Get out!
and that was enough to make him turn around, dropping the snowballs, and run away from me without looking back, disappearing down the hall. This should teach him a lesson, I thought, getting back to keeping my magic at bay with my eyes returning to normal.
Wow,
Terry said, mouth open.
that was…
Anthony started to say, but I cut him off.
Amazing, very impressive, too cool and hot.
I asked with an arrogant smile. Terry and Anthony then looked at each other and nodded to each other. They then raised their hands. Slap.
Ouch!
Chapter 90. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey, here's the new chapter. Saturday. The school today was much more lively and tense, as today would be the first game of this year's Quidditch season, with the first two teams to face each other being Slytherin and Gryffindor. Everyone is excited to see this match, not only because they like Quidditch, or because Slytherin's feud with Gryffindor is legendary, but also because this is the debut match for the new Seeker of the Lions, who also happens to be the defeater of the Dark Lord and the Boy Who Lived, Harry Potter. Everyone talks about whether he's going to be a good player or how many minutes it will take before he falls off the broom, and that seemed to create pressure on Potter, who couldn't even eat properly. When it was 11 o'clock, the whole school started heading to the Quidditch pitch to prepare for the match, with my classmates and me being no different. I'm not as excited as they are, as I already know what the outcome of the match will be, that is, if my existence hasn't changed at all. But even though I'm not excited to watch the game, this is still going to be the first Quidditch match I'll ever see. Of course, not counting the games that appeared in the movies. Quidditch pitch, East bleachers.
Sigh.
Anthony said, rubbing his hands together to keep them warm. We were sitting in the stands that divided the Gryffindor crowd from the Slytherin crowd, and actually we had to listen to one crowd mocking the other.
I hope this game is over soon.
Lisa said, snuggling deeper into the large scarf she was sharing with Padma.
What are you guys talking about? This is the first Quidditch match I see. How can you not be excited?
Stephen said, jumping excitedly in place and looking at the pitch and bleachers in awe.
It's because some of us like to preserve our physical and mental health.
Terry said dryly, being the one who was most dressed up, and also being the one who hated the cold most.
I'm not that bothered.
I said nonchalantly, wearing only a dark blue sweater and a black scarf with silver accents.
I still don't know how you do it.
Terry shook his head.
It's freezing, and you're not even shivering. I always said it was hot.
I said with a cheeky smile on my face, which made Terry roll his eyes. I then felt someone touching my left arm, and when I looked to the side, I saw Sue looking at me in surprise.
You are really hot.
She said in amazement.
Em,
She asked hesitantly as she pointed to my arm, and I nodded at her. After my confirmation, she hugged my arm and snuggled into it, sighing in satisfaction.
Tilde.
She said relaxedly.
What, really?
Padma exclaimed. Then she and Lisa came to my side and grabbed my other arm, surprised when they realized my body was warm. And without asking permission, they clung to me for warmth, ignoring the amused looks of others. And now here I was, being grabbed by 3 11-year-old girls who from time to time sighed contentedly and rubbed their faces against me. I then felt Terry's gaze on me, and I could see him looking enviously at the girls. And when he saw me staring at him, he gave me his best doggy-eyed imitation.
Ethan, I can. No.
I interrupted, looking at him blank-faced. Terry then wilted back into his seat, sniffling slightly as he glanced at the girls every now and then. While we were playing and talking, a voice echoed through the pitch, catching everyone's attention.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first game of the 91-92 Quidditch season.
Lee, who was the announcer for the match, exclaimed excitedly into his.
Yeah, I know you guys love me.
He teased, getting a few chuckles.
But we're not here to talk about how handsome I'm.
He yelled at the end, earning an ovation from the two crowds, who tried to raise their voices one above the other.
And to open up the game.
He said, but not with such emotion.
The captain and chaser, Marcus Flint, followed shortly after by the other two chasers, Nathan Pummel and Adrian Pusey. And then the beaters, Frederick Rosier and Vance Doyler, the keeper, Miles Bletchley, and the seeker, Terrence Higgs.
And with that, 7 people flew past on their broomsticks, circling the pitch before stopping at the side of the Slytherin team. And the snake crowd began to cheer and scream in support of their house team.
It's weird to see all these pure and noble wizards acting like that.
Terry commented.
Terry,
I reminded him, and that immediately shut him up.
I'm the only one who finds the announcer a little biased.
Anthony asked.
He's a Gryffindor, and the game is against Slytherin.
Lisa reminded him.
But shouldn't they put someone from another house then, at least to have someone impartial?
Stephen asked confused.
Well,
Terry said.
why?
Stephen asked curiously.
Because it's against Slytherin.
Terry and Lisa responded in sync.
Oh, it makes sense.
Stephen shrugged.
Yes, applause for the Snakes team.
Lee spoke in a tone that obviously meant the opposite, earning a little booing from the Slytherins.
But now it's time for the team proclaimed the best the school has ever had. A round of applause for the Gryffindor team.
He screamed, and with that the Gryffindor crowd went wild, with everyone jumping and applauding. And in the middle of the crowd, a flag was erected that said,
Potter for president.
glowing multicolored, with a large animated lion drawn underneath.
In my game, I want you to make a better crowd than this one.
I commented.
Here we have our fantastic captain and keeper, Oliver Wood, followed by the best beaters of all time, the dynamic duo.
Lee said it all in one breath, cheering the Gryffindor crowd.
And now debuting as the new Gryffindor Seeker, youngest of the century.
And that was the signal for all the Gryffindors and students from other houses to cheer as 7 more players entered the pitch, who flew in formation until they stopped in the Gryffindor area.
I think this game already has a favorite.
Sue commented, getting a snort from me, Terry, and Padma. And as referee and judge, we have our flight instructor, Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch then climbed into the air on her broom and stopped in front of the captains of the 2 teams who went to mid-pitch.
I want an honest and fair game.
She said, looking mostly at Flint.
Now shake hands.
Chapter 91. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The game started and the players started too well.
Damn, why doesn't Madam Hooch kick out that ugly chaser of Slytherin? He almost knocked Potter off his broom.
Stephen exclaimed indignantly.
There's no expulsion in Quidditch, Stephen.
Sue replied, still snuggled into my arm.
It's written in the book Quidditch Through the Ages I lent you. Haven't you read it?
Oh, I forgot.
He said sheepishly, earning an eye roll from Sue.
That way Slytherin will end up winning.
Mandy said.
No.
I said calmly, causing my friends to turn to me.
They go.
Anthony asked and I nodded.
I doubt it.
Corner huffed.
The Gryffindor team can't keep the quaffle on hand for 2 passes. How are they going to win? With Slytherin playing dirty on top of that. How do you think so?
I asked with a smile on my face, which grew to a devilish grin.
Wanna to bet?
I asked.
A bet.
Corner echoed.
What kind of bet? Let's bet who wins, of course.
I said.
Are you sure, Ethan? You're not very lucky with betting.
Terry commented amusedly, remembering when I had to sit at the Hufflepuff table.
You
I nodded my head.
I'm confident I'm going to win. Okay.
Corner shrugged.
I bet 10 galleons on Slytherin win. And I bet 10 galleons on Gryffindor win, and Potter will still get snitch.
I said confidently, and my last sentence surprised my friends as they know I'm not Potter's biggest fan. Not that I hate the boy, but for people who
Love
him, if I don't love him too, it automatically means I hate him.
But let's raise the stakes.
I said, looking at Corner the way a predator looks at his prey.
Whoever loses will have to say in front of the entire common room, with all the students close by, that the winner is the better, most beautiful and smart Ravenclaw.
When I was done, all my colleagues looked at this bet with wide eyes, especially Corner, who started to reflect after a moment. Corner said, nodding his head. Corner and I then shook hands to seal the bet. And right after that, we hear Mora gasp in amazement beside us, pointing to the sky, and looking up we saw why. Potter was now being thrown like on a mechanical bull by his broom, swaying wildly from side to side. I improved my eyes with magic and could clearly see Potter shifting to get his grip on the broom. And looking across the bleachers, I saw Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape staring at the broom and muttering something.
Very low-key.
I thought sarcastically.
Let's kill Boy Who Lived in the middle of the whole school where there are dozens of capable and experienced wizards, as if none of them could save Potter if he fell off the broom.
After taking one last look at Professor Quirrell, I turned to the Gryffindor bleachers, or more specifically, to Granger and Weasley, who had big binoculars and were looking and whispering to each other. Granger then said something to Weasley and began to sneak past the students, towards the Slytherin bleachers. She started to walk past everyone and down the bleachers, but not before bumping into and taking down Professor Quirrell. She unfortunately didn't realize that Potter was already taking control of the broom. Soon after, Granger arrived where Professor Snape was, or more accurately, in the back row, hidden where only the feet of those in front of him could be seen. She then pulled out her wand, and like the cannon set fire to the bars of Professor Snape's robes.
And this is the character who so loves teachers and rules putting fair fire on a teacher.
I thought amused.
I know Gryffindor will probably win the house's cup at the end of the school year, so I can at least make it difficult for the headmaster when he gives the cup.
I thought. I then pulled out my wand silently, trying not to be noticed by the girls still holding me, and with a little concentration I tugged at Granger's shoes, causing her to trip. And her fall must have made some noise, as Professor Snape, having put the fire out of his robes, immediately turned to her. And I, the cause of the situation, watched relaxed and amused as Professor Snape took Granger by the arms with an angry scowl and began to drag her to where Professor McGonagall was. But not before yelling something at her that sounded a lot like
50 points less from Gryffindor. Maybe I'm hearing things.
I shrugged. I then turned my gaze back to the match, just in time to see Potter advancing with his broom towards a glowing golden ball, something that probably only I could see. Potter swooped down with his broom, and in a flurry of confusion, he ended up swallowing the snitch. He then landed on the pitch floor, and under everyone's gaze, he spat something into his hand, and raising his hand aloft, a golden ball was on display for all to see.
I got the snitch.
He shouted excitedly, and that was enough to wake the Gryffindor crowd out of their confusion, causing all the lions to go crazy and start screaming and cheering.
They won.
Terry exclaimed in surprise.
What do you mean? Gryffindor won, and Potter got the snitch.
Corner said shocked. His eyes then widened as if he had noticed something else, and turning to me, he said,
That means
I smirked smugly.
I expect my galleons until Monday, and the rest of the bet can be paid any day this week.
I said, which brought a frown to Corner's face, who huffed irritably, turning around and leaving the pitch. The sweet taste of victory.
Well, let's go back to the castle. It should be warmer there.
I said, receiving nods in agreement.
Girls,
I asked, noticing that I still had 3 girls dangling from my arms.
Nah, very comfortable.
Sue said.
Cozy and warm.
Padma said sleepily.
Then,
Lisa scornfully. My right eye started to twitch at their responses. But before I could say anything, they started to drag me towards the castle, with some of our classmates looking strangely or amused at the scene of a boy being dragged by 3 girls. The girls continued to drag me along, not the least bit bothered by the stairs.
I wish I was there.
Terry said in an envious tone.
Being grabbed by 3 girls.
Stephen asked amused.
And what do you mean?
Terry asked confused. Anthony and Stephen then looked at him questioningly, and he then understood what they asked.
Oh, why yes.
Terry started to laugh nervously, averting his eyes suspiciously.
Okay then.
Stephen said slowly, deciding to ignore Terry's odd behavior.
Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Let's go.
I called as I saw they were lagging behind, as I was used as a heater by 3 Ravenclaw lowlies.
We're on our way.
Chapter 92. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Pav third person.
Dude, you did it. You got the snitch and we beat those disgusting snakes.
Weasley exclaimed excitedly as Potter reached his side outside the Quidditch pitch.
I know. I can already imagine Malfoy's face when he sees us.
Potter said happily and expectantly.
Congratulations, Harry.
Hagrid, who had just arrived at the boys' side, congratulated Potter, patting the little Gryffindor on the back that nearly knocked the skinny boy over. Step by the hut after celebrating with your classmates, the half-giant said. He then parted ways with the 2 happy boys, who were going to celebrate in the Gryffindor common room. Minerva McGonagall's office. Pav Minerva.
You have to do something. That know-it-all brat set me on fire.
Severus yelled angrily, causing Miss Granger sitting opposite me shivered slightly, and I resisted the urge to massage my temples.
calm down, Professor Snape. Let's start from the beginning.
I said, trying to understand how we got into this situation. I just remember being happy for Gryffindor's victory in this morning's match, when Professor Snape arrived irritated as he dragged along a panicked Miss Granger. And now here I am, hearing that one of my best students set a teacher on fire. It's okay that this teacher is Severus.
What else do you need to know? She set me on fire. That's simple to understand. She set fire on me.
Professor Snape said slowly, gritting his teeth.
And because, by the way, Miss Granger set.
I asked, looking into Severus' eyes, and out of the corner of my eye I could see Miss Granger shiver and pale in her chair. Did she really set him on fire? I realized, shocked. Severus then took a deep breath to calm himself, and when he regained control of his emotions, he started to tell what happened.
I was in the Slytherin stands, and suddenly my cloak started to catch on fire. After I put the fire out, I heard someone,
He said, looking at Miss Granger.
falling down, and then I saw Miss Granger here, slumped behind my row in the bleachers. And as soon as I looked at her, she freaked out and tried to run away. And I don't think I need to say why she's the main suspect where she's obviously the culprit.
He finished frowning. And now, I didn't even try to stop myself from massaging my temples.
Why did it have to be a Gryffindor?
I sighed inwardly, frustrated with the situation.
Miss Granger, do you have something to say?
I asked. Granger muttered under her breath, looking down.
This still does not justify or take away the weight of their actions. You set a teacher on fire. That was a dangerous and foolish thing to do, and this can earn you an expulsion.
I chided her, and as soon as I talked about the expulsion, Miss Granger snapped her head up and looked at me in panic.
Expulsion.
She repeated, turning pale so fast I thought she was a ghost animagus.
You set me on fire.
Severus said dryly, glaring at Miss Granger, getting pleased to see her getting even paler.
Yes, Miss Granger, your act is more than enough for an expulsion.
I lingered the but, causing Miss Granger looked at me hopefully.
I won't expel you. Won't you?
The two exclaimed, surprised, with one of them very happy and relieved and the other very angry.
No, I won't.
I replied calmly, and before anyone could speak, I continued.
You're a brilliant and very diligent witch, and it would be a shame for the school to lose someone like you. So I won't expel you, even though you've done something very wrong, irresponsible, and foolish, because I know you can still redeem yourself.
Miss Granger then sighed in relief.
But you still have to take a punishment.
I continued, which made Miss Granger look at me nervously.
Since Professor Snape has already deducted 40 points from you, I will only supplement your punishment.
I interrupted, looking at her grimly.
This will be your punishment, there's an end of it. Sigh, okay.
Miss Granger said, with her head down.
Minerva, that can't.
Severus started to say, obviously unsatisfied with the punishment.
That's my choice, Severus, and I won't change it.
I said, giving him a look that said not to argue with me.
Now if you'll excuse me, I have some essays to correct.
I said, dismissing them. And with that Severus huffed annoyed and left my office, not saying a single word, and a Miss Granger crestfallen followed him shortly after, leaving a little.
Bye, Professor.
Before closing the door. As soon as they left, I dropped into my chair heavily, tired of all this mess.
Sigh.
Hagrid's hut. Pav third person. After a huge celebration in the Gryffindor common room, Potter and Weasley grabbed their coats and headed to Hagrid's hut as promised.
Here, have a drink to warm up.
Hagrid said, placing 2 cups of tea on the table for the 2 Gryffindor boys.
Thanks, Hagrid.
Potter thanked.
Where's Hermione?
He asked after seeing that the thick-haired witch wasn't with them and didn't even show up at the common room celebration.
The last time I saw her, she said she would fix the problem with.
Weasley started to respond, only to stop when he remembered something.
Harry, we know who was jinxing your broom.
He said urgently.
Really, who?
Potter asked.
It was Snape.
Weasley said.
Hermione and I saw him staring at his broom and muttering something, and that's what you do when you want to jinx something. Snape, bullshit.
Hagrid, who had been listening in, denied vehemently.
Why would Professor Snape do something like that?
Potter and Weasley looked at each other, and with a nod, they decided to share their assumptions with Hagrid.
Well,
before Potter could continue to speak, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock.
Hagrid, boys, are you there?
Granger called, and Hagrid went and opened the door, letting her in.
Hermione, where have you been?
Weasley asked as Granger sat heavily in her chair.
I got caught by Professor Snape when I stopped him from jinxing Harry's broom, and he took me to Professor McGonagall's office.
Granger replied, part annoyed and part disappointment.
What, really?
Weasley exclaimed in shock, with Potter and Hagrid looking at Granger in surprise.
Yes, but I don't want to talk about it.
She said annoyed.
What were you guys talking about before I arrived?
She asked, wanting to change the subject. Potter and Weasley then exchanged a look, and Potter started to say.
Well, we were going to tell Hagrid what we found out about Snape, and...
Chapter 93. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
This part of here is a little difficult.
I muttered in concentration, bending over a table, working on one of my most complex and exciting projects yet. I was currently in the room of requirement, working on finishing my own Marauders map, which I had been creating for 4 weeks without interruption. I even left some of my other workouts aside just to finish this project.
Now I just need to put this here, modify that, make this part smoother, and…
I exclaimed excitedly, holding in my hand a detailed bracelet of dark blue leather and steel, with a small opaque black stone in the center.
This is my masterpiece.
I said, looking in wonder and satisfaction at the simple, yet beautiful accessory in my hand. I chose the map design to be a bracelet because it's more practical and affordable and it looks cool. And that said, right now I felt like a presenter in a TV commercial. Anyway,
Administrator.
I kind of created the bracelets and made them recognize me first, so I need to say a code to allow other people to use it. Another thing about the bracelet is that it doesn't turn into a map, but rather allows a map to be played in other objects and places. Like for example, if I activate the bracelet and touch the central stone to some scroll or table, the map of Hogwarts will appear in those places. And oddly enough, this was done using a simple 4th-year spell. Maps have a
Surge.
function in which we can look for places, objects, or people just saying their name, and we can still name these places and objects ourselves. For example, if I want to name Myrtle's bathroom,
Entrance to the Chamber of Secrets.
I just need to speak for the map. Objects work differently, as I have to put a spell on this object in advance, so the map would work as a tracker. The castle has a ward of intentions and lethal magic, which means that the bracelet also has that function. And because of that, whenever someone with bad intentions is in the castle or in the grounds, or is using some spell considered lethal or dark inside it, the stone of the bracelet will shine in red or purple, alerting the wearer, and also leaving the name of the one the castle recognized as the caster of the spell in red. The bracelet also has the function of adding more places to your file. So I can create a map of my house or even the entire neighborhood where I live and add it to the bracelet without having to delete the Hogwarts map. But this function has its pros and cons. The pros are that to scan an area, this area doesn't need to have a ward like Hogwarts, as I managed to get around that detail, so I can create a map from anywhere. But this fact is also a con since these places do not have wards. The bracelet and the map will have less functions that were only possible thanks to the wards. Some of these wards can be replaced with spells, but they still wouldn't have the same practicality as the wards. And those aren't the only functions of the bracelet, it has a few more simple things. Some of these simple functions are even based on the
Futuristic.
technology that I saw in movies from my other life, and some of these functions are actually based on technology from my past life. I also got some inspiration from some fanfics I read in my other life. So thanks, futuristic movies and fanfics, for being my inspiration for creating this bracelet.
Now I just need to do the finishing touches, and then I'll be ready to show the twins.
I said, pulling a few more items out of my bag. After I finished finalizing the final map details, I left the room of requirement and started looking for the twins. And when I turned around the bend in one of the 5th-floor hallways, I saw them walking and whispering to each other, giggling evilly every now and then.
Hey!
I called, causing them to stop their steps and turn to me. I then ran up to them, and when I stopped in front of them, I greeted them, starting with the twin on the right and then the twin on the left.
Hello, George.
Hello, Ethan.
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Ethan. The twins then turned to each other. Hello, George. Hello, Fred. And I rolled my eyes at that, an amused little smile on my face. And just as they finished greeting each other, George turned to me again.
I have a question.
He asked curiously, since whenever we are together I call them by their right names, something not even his own mother can sometimes do.
I just know.
I kind of lied as I shrugged my shoulders.
But that aside, I have something fucking awesome and cool to show you guys.
I said excitedly.
Oh, and what would it be?
I said, looking at the portraits around us, which pretended not to be listening to our conversation. And then after I said that, I proceeded to lead the 2 curious redheads down the halls to one of the abandoned classrooms. Arriving in the living room, closing the door, and finishing throwing up some protections, which the twins already knew I could do, I turned to them, and without waiting for them to ask any questions, I reached into my bag and inside it I pulled out the same bracelet I was seeing earlier in the room of requirement.
I would like to introduce you to my masterpiece, my creation, my most amazing project.
Chapter 94. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as I placed the bracelet in front of the twins, they started looking at it curiously and confused.
Is this?
Fred asked dubiously, and George, who had the bracelet in hand, was also looking skeptically at the simple accessory.
I
nodded.
I know you guys are skeptical about the bracelet, but I can end all your doubts with a demonstration of what it can do.
I said, taking the bracelet from George's hand. I then placed it on my wrist and it automatically closed, and after that it scanned me and recognized my magic, and immediately attached itself tightly to my arm, glowing slightly blue before returning to normal, with the only difference being the stone in the middle. It was no longer black and opaque, but silver and shiny. The twins, who saw this happen, looked at the bracelet in surprise and wonder, but that wasn't the end of the surprises.
Noctis.
I said my activation phrase, which basically means
Night.
in Latin, and even though I knew the code wasn't necessary for me, I still used it. The stone then glowed green, which meant it was just waiting for my next command. I then took a fresh scroll from my bag, and leaning the stone against it, I said,
Map of Hogwarts.
and the parchment began to gain in detail, turning into a Hogwarts map like the Marauder's map.
Tado.
I said, gesturing with the map to the twins, who gaped at the bracelet and the map.
What?
George blurted out, taking the parchment from my hands.
This.
He exclaimed.
How?
Fred asked, as amazed as his brother.
Creator's secret.
I said with a proud smile, and my answer made the twins even more curious, but they didn't insist anymore.
This is amazing.
George said, tracing the parchment with his fingers.
But that's just the beginning.
I said with a mysterious smile.
Atlas, look for Professor McGonagall.
I said to the bracelet, and immediately the map in the boy's hands began to change, and a few seconds later it zoomed in on Professor McGonagall's name in her office with Madame Pomfrey.
Well, damn, that's cool.
I said, satisfied. My face then took on a serious look.
But unfortunately, this bracelet is not for you guys.
And as soon as I said that, the twins looked at me in surprise before getting a sad and disappointed look. But my next sentence made them incredibly happy.
And that's because this bracelet is mine.
I then reached into my bag and pulled out 2 more bracelets, which were in red and gold color, which were the twins' favorite colors, and that's obviously not because they're from Gryffindor.
Those are your bracelets.
I said with an amused and proud smile. Of course, obviously their bracelet doesn't have all the functions mine does, but they don't need to know that.
Really? Did you make one of these for each of us?
Fred asked excitedly, to which I nodded, handing them the bracelets.
But don't tell or show anyone the bracelets.
I said seriously.
If you need to show someone, use Marauder's map.
Okay.
They said, looking at me in one of their rare moments of seriousness.
Oh, and here's Marauder's map.
I handed the old parchment to Fred, who tucked it in his pocket.
So,
George asked me, holding the bracelet like it was his most prized possession.
first put the bracelet on your wrists.
I said, and they immediately did. After that, I put the tip of my wand on George's bracelet.
Noctis, new owner.
I said, and the stone on his bracelet started flashing green before stopping to pure white. So I did the same with Fred's bracelet.
Now you have to place the tip of your wand on the stone in the center, say your name and your nickname as one of the 3 musketeers. And then when it turns blue, you will say the activation phrase you want to use.
I finished instructing them.
Fred Weasley, Sparkle.
Fred said, wand on the stone, which turned blue after a few seconds.
A code.
He started to think with his hand on his chin.
I know, my activation code is going to be.
He said.
Well,
George said. He then took his wand and placed it on the stone.
George Weasley Twinkle, and my password will be.
Looks like they really liked the Three Musketeers tale, I thought, and now I'm disappointed that I didn't think of a code to match theirs. Their stone then glowed blue slightly, then changed to green, before finally returning to normal.
Good, that means the bracelet is in sync and now it's yours.
I said, nodding.
And now I'm going to have to teach you how to wear the bracelet and what it's for.
They nodded their heads, and then I started to explain to them all the functions of Atlas, doing demonstrations and guiding them as they tried to use it themselves. Another day free time.
This book is a joke.
I thought, frowning at the book in my hand. I was lying on one of the common room sofas, reading a book on defense against the dark arts, which talked about black magic and how bad it is. And I thought this book was shitty because whoever wrote it had a very narrow view of magic and its intent. He said that black magic is any magic that mortally wounds someone, and that if a wizard uses it, he is immediately evil.
I don't mean to be biased, but it was probably a Gryffindor who wrote this.
I thought, and checking the back of the book, which had a short biography of the author, I saw that I was right.
Damn Gryffindors. Night.
I then heard Hilton, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, call me.
Yes.
I asked, placing the book on my lap.
As our match against Hufflepuff is coming up, we will be doing light training on Friday. So make sure you are rested for training, which will be in the morning.
He told me.
Are you sure? Our game will be on Saturday. This training will not harm our body for the match.
I questioned.
It's just going to be light training to train the team synchronization and passes.
Hilton reassured me.
Okay.
I nodded my head. Hilton then turned to leave, but when he reached the common room walkway, he stopped and turned to me again.
And don't get into any trouble,
He said, and then walked away.
He spoke like I always got in trouble.
I commented, and Allison, who was sitting in front of the fireplace talking to her friends, heard what I said and turned to me.
Don't pay too much attention to Hilton. He must be delusional, all right. Mr. Ethan, I defeat Troll's Knight.
She said sarcastically, and as someone completely mature and calm, I did what anyone would do in my situation.
I don't look for trouble, they find me.
I shrugged.
Yes, I believe it.
She said dryly.
Good, that means I trained you well.
I said jokingly, and Allison started to stare at me with a gleam in her eyes that didn't bother me at all. I then turned and went back to my book, hand to chin in thought.
I don't look for problems.
Chapter 95. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Ugh.
Anthony complained, pulling the hairs off his head. We were sitting on the railing of wooden bridge, and Anthony was doing his transfiguration assignment, which has to be turned in the next class. And I wasn't even surprised that he was late.
You wouldn't be so bogged down with tasks if you had done it with us.
Terry commented, turning the page of the book he was calmly reading.
I forgot, okay. And you can't talk too much about me since you only managed to finish your history of Magic S because of Ethan.
Anthony snapped.
It doesn't matter the means, and yes, the results.
Terry said, unconcerned.
And in all that time you were complaining, you could have asked for help for either of us. Yes, but
Anthony started to say, but then he stopped to think. He muttered.
What a surprise.
Terry said sarcastically, earning a slight glare from Anthony.
I don't know why you have so much difficulty with the tasks that the teachers give us.
I said, swinging my legs, which were hanging over the edge of the bridge.
That's because you're a Ravenclaw freak.
Terry said, frowning.
You're the perfect example of what a Ravenclaw should be, and what he shouldn't be.
Anthony said.
You keep getting into trouble, you're relaxing and playing most of the day, you understand magic better than anyone, and there are so many other things that it's even hard to remember.
That's rude.
I commented, frowning.
But it's still true.
Terry pointed out, and after thinking for a while I shrugged.
But I'm not good at everything.
I said, and ended up getting skeptical looks from the boys.
I can get good grades in history of magic, but that's because I read the books and write notes, but I actually hate this class. And this has nothing to do with the subject teacher.
Terry asked rhetorically. I said,
And I agree I'm really good at magic, but the rest of the subjects boil down to reading the books, something you do too.
I pointed at Terry.
So what I lack is magical power.
Terry muttered thoughtfully.
And what am I missing then?
Anthony asked, causing Terry and I to turn to him.
Oh,
Erg.
I hate you guys. Suo.
Anthony asked after a while, showing the parchment with the question.
Well,
I said after glancing at the questions.
don't tell me Sherlock.
Anthony said, rolling his eyes.
Wait, do you know who Sherlock is?
I asked in surprise.
Yes,
He replied, confused by my expression.
he was a magician who unraveled mysteries for the ministry and could use analysis magic.
Analysis magic. Who told you that?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
My brother. Has your brother ever been to the Muggle world? Yes.
He replied, confused.
Oh.
I nodded slowly.
So have you ever heard of the great musician wizard named Michael Jackson?
Friday morning Quidditch pitch.
Yawn.
Davis said, using his hand to stifle his yawn.
Because our captain is paranoid, and he wants to be prepared for whatever Hufflepuff can throw at us.
Miles Owens, the reserve beater, said, cleaning up his clear water.
But I'd still rather be asleep.
Said Isabel Summer, the last chaser of the starting lineup, stretching.
Well,
Christy Collins, the fourth-year beater, said, pointing to me, who was doing a light stretch. Unlike my other teammates who arrived almost on time for training, I had been out on the pitch since 5 in the morning doing my morning training. And now I was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt which clung to my body because of sweat.
Dude, he has a better body than mine, and he's even more athletic.
Ray Pierce, one of the reserve chasers, whimpered.
if you're bothered about having less muscle than a first year, you should train more.
Hilton commented from behind Pierce, startling him with her sudden appearance. Hilton then went to mid-pitch and turned to me. He started looking me up and down, before nodding his head in satisfaction.
Sorry, but I like women.
I said, covering my body with my arms.
From what I've heard of your visits to the Hufflepuff table, I don't doubt that.
Hilton said dismissively. He then looked at everyone at pitch. He cleared his throat, drawing players' attention to he.
Tomorrow we'll be facing the Hufflepuff team, and as you've probably noticed, our team doesn't have the same coordination as last year, and that's because of the fact of having new members. So, to improve our teamwork, we're going to do a group training, and then a friendly game with everyone, starters and substitutes.
Hilton continued, and we were all paying attention to him, especially when he talked about playing a friendly game.
Now everyone here knows what each one is good at, but against Hufflepuff, known for their effort and teamwork, individual talent doesn't it's nothing. That's why we'll try to create a more.
Spencer Cook, one of the two reserve keepers, raised his hand.
Have you decided which players will be in tomorrow's match? I already have a team and a formation in mind, but depending on today's training, this formation could change.
Hilton replied. He then clapped one hand against the other.
Well, no more stalling, and let's get to practice.
And with that, the other team members and I climbed onto our broomsticks and took off. We then started training in passes and dribbles, hand signals, coordination, and formations. And even though the team has a lot of new people, we all managed to work well together. I also managed to score a lot of goals and gave some assisting passes during practice, but I still thought I performed better when I'm playing alone. But I know that a player is not the same as a team, so I put all my effort into trying to work well with my teammates. Thanks to my skills, I managed not to get hit by any bludgers, even those that came from my blind spots. And when the friendly match started, I was on the team, and I managed to score more than half the points my team did. And this with me still hindering the seeker of the opposing team, since whenever he was going to catch the snitch, I blocked him or directed a bludger to him. Thank you God for the improved eyes. And while practice was going on, Hilton could only look at us, and me in particular, and think,
Hufflepuff won't know what hit them.
Chapter 96. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Saturday. Today is the long-awaited day. Today is the day I will play my first Quidditch match. Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. This is going to be the second game this season, and I couldn't be more excited. I knew that, like Potter, I would be underestimated for being too young, probably more so as I'm not a
Legend!
who defeated a Dark Lord. But I felt confident that I would do well.
So Ethan, how are you feeling? Excited, scared, nervous, in the mood to hide in the bathroom and not go out anymore?
Anthony asked me, pulling me out of my thoughts.
Do you really think Ethan, the troll slayer, is going to feel nervous about a little Quidditch game?
Terry scoffed, using my hated nickname.
Uh-huh.
I chuckled humorlessly.
For your information, no, I'm not nervous at all.
I said relaxed.
Yeah,
Terry said, looking like he didn't believe me.
I'm glad you feel that way, unlike some people.
He continued, looking slightly at Collins, who was like me too, a new member of the team. Collins was surrounded by her friends in a show of support, trying to quell her nervousness.
Who would have thought that the same aggressive girl who tried to knock me down with a bludger in practice could be so nervous?
While I was lost in my thoughts, I heard someone calling me, and looking to the side, I saw that the one who called me was my captain.
Come on, Knight.
Hilton said, which meant the team had to go get ready for the game. I then got up from the table and started to leave, but just as I was reaching the doors of the Great Hall, Anthony yelled at me, making me stop in my tracks.
Good luck, Ethan.
He screamed, and turning to him with a confident smile, I said.
I'm not the one who will need luck.
And then I turned and walked out of the Great Hall. The entire team met in the locker rooms, waiting for Lee's announcement so we could get into the pitch. And in the meantime, Hilton began to deliver a little speech, which for some reason seemed to have been rehearsed. And while the speech took place, I held my broom while shivering, not from fear or nervousness but from excitement. I wasn't even on pitch and could already imagine the wind blowing in my face and the thrill and adrenaline of the game.
That's all.
Hilton said, finishing his speech I didn't even pay attention to, and looking around I realized I wasn't the only one.
Now let's get into that pitch and show everyone how the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is the best. Yeah. Let's roast these badgers on a skewer. Let's show these puffs who's boss. Ravenclaw is the best.
The team started to get excited as they cheered, and even I felt compelled to cheer with them. Hilton then proceeded to lead us to where we would make our entrance, which was one of the southwest passages to the pitch. All the way to the passage I could hear Lee's voice, who was opening the match.
Okay, now mount your brooms. We're leaving.
Hilton said, turning to us, and that's what we did. And now to represent the Ravenclaw team, we have this amazing team. Lee started talking.
We have the Seeker and Captain, Clark Hilton. Followed by him are the two beaters, Patrick James and Christy Collins, and the keeper, Dylan Bailey. Next come the chasers, Roger Davis, Isabella Summer, and by last but not least, our latest chaser.
We heard Lee call and immediately flew off with our broomsticks in formation, with me at the end. Ravenclaw fans were cheering wildly, shooting blue sparks from their wands to show support for the home team. Looking out of the corner of my eye, I could also see the twins brandishing a flag each with my name on it and underneath it written
Silver Star.
And with that I realized who had helped Lee with my intro.
I'm going to have to thank the twins for convincing Lei to do this intro for me.
I chuckled, waving lightly at my friends who were cheering me on.
Now let's go to the Hufflepuff team, who are said to be one of the strongest.
Lee said after Professor McGonagall scolded him.
But moving on.
And with that, the yellow and black team came flying from their entrance, circling the pitch to cheer the Puffs crowd before stopping on their side of the pitch. Madame Hooch, who was still referee, climbed halfway through the pitch on her broom, and that was the signal for the two captains to approach. As soon as Madame Hooch said the same old lines and warned them about playing honestly, the two captains returned to their sides. Hilton stopped a bit above us as he was the seeker and needed a better view of the pitch. He nodded and waved his hand, which meant we should go for a faster and stronger attack. He then looked directly at me and held up 3 fingers, and with that I knew I should focus on scoring and supporting him in his search for the snitch. After the 2 teams were positioned, Madame Hooch put the whistle in her mouth and blew, thus causing the game to begin. And I immediately fired my broom, with Davis and Summer close behind. Thanks to my Nimbus 2000, I easily and quickly reached the quaffle, and wasted no time before advancing into the Hufflepuff pitch, dodging the 2 chasers, Priest and McAvoy. As I flew, I heard the wind cut and my senses warned me of an attack. Wasting no time, I turned my broom and stood upside down, and just as I did, a bludger passed right where I was. Seeing that the danger had passed, I returned to my normal position, and using my small body and my fast broom, I fired. I arrived in front of the Hufflepuff hoops with only the keeper in front of me. I then threw the quaffle up, and just as it was falling, I hit it with the palm of my hand, mimicking a traditional kung fu move, and using some of my strength the quaffle shot like a bullet into the Hufflepuff hoop. And Fleet, the rookie Hufflepuff keeper, had no chance against me and lost the quaffle, which went through the hoop, thus scoring my first point in a Quidditch match and Ravenclaw's first point.
This is a lot more fun than practice.
Chapter 97. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After scoring the first point, I went back to Ravenclaw's pitch side along with my team, who congratulated me.
That was amazing.
Isabel commented.
You
Patrick agreed.
Thanks.
I said, smiling, but then continued.
But that was lucky as they didn't expect this attack, so now they'll probably be more attentive.
I then turned to Roger and Isabel.
Let's do the 5R attack.
I said, and they nodded.
If this attack doesn't work, let's go with the WW. He is better suited to go against their defense.
Roger added.
Okay, then let's go.
Isabel said and fired her broom. She went to Appleby, who was with the quaffle, and already knowing what she was going to do, I flew to her opposite side with Roger flying after her. When Appleby saw Isabel coming at him, he immediately tried to pass the quaffle to McAvoy, and emphasis on trying since Roger intervened, palming the quaffle forward right where Isabel was. Summer has the quaffle and she moves forward, narrowly dodging a bludger. Lee began narrating.
But look at this, Priest is right behind her. He's about to catch the quaffle. Ooh. He got hit by a Collins-launched bludger. Strong girl, I say, but I like strong girls and... Jordan! Sorry, Professor, but I just wanted a date and... Jordan, I'm warning you.
Lee said, and then he turned his attention back to the game.
Summer is advancing towards Hufflepuff's goal, but now Priest and McAvoy are trying to intercept her. But wait, what's she doing? Summer threw the quaffle in the air. Look at this. Knight got the quaffle.
As Lee narrated the match, I moved forward with the quaffle, happy that everything was going according to strategy. The 5R is a strategy where 2 of the 3 chasers catch the attention of the 5 attackers players on the other team, the chasers and beaters. And while that happens, the 3rd chaser, who was silent the entire time, would move forward, catching the others off guard, and because it was the fastest, I played to this silent chaser.
The Hufflepuff chasers are confused, and Knight is advancing unimpeded.
Lee exclaimed, rising from his chair.
But the 2 Hufflepuff beaters have recovered and are going after him. What is he going to do?
As I made my way towards the Hufflepuff goal, the 2 beaters fired to try to stop me. One of the bludgers they threw was intercepted by Patrick, but the other kept coming towards my back, which I easily dodged. But that gave time for one of the beaters to get in front of me and hit the bludger I had deflected, sending it back towards me. At the same time, the other beater came up behind me with the other bludger, and now I was facing the keeper, the beater, and a bludger, with the other bludger behind me. I quickly began to look at a way out of this situation, and many crossed my mind. But I decided to use this situation to my advantage and decided on a somewhat crazy strategy. Using my senses, I felt the bludger on my back getting closer. I then looked at the bludger in front of me and the beater and kept moving forward without fear. When the front bludger was about to catch up with me, I lifted the quaffle that was in my hands and used it to deflect the bludger. The bludger I dodged flew towards the one coming after me and slammed into it. The two bludgers that collided changed direction, dodging me and hitting the beaters themselves, who didn't expect this and ended up getting knocked off their brooms. Now, with the path clear, I advanced to the goal and pretended I was going to play the quaffle in the left hoop, causing the keeper to try to intercept. But I made a feint and threw it over the other side, and the keeper who realized he was tricked can only watch as I scored another point.
Merlin, what was that?
Lee yelled.
Ethan Knight scores another point for Ravenclaw, getting out of a sticky situation and still taking both beaters out of the picture. That was fantastic.
He said, and Ravenclaw fans went wild, jumping and screaming as they called my name.
Ethan, Ethan, Ethan.
That was amazing, Isabel commented. Patrick agreed. Thanks, I said smiling but then continued, but that was lucky as they didn't expect this attack so now they'll probably be more attentive. I then turned to Roger and Isabel. Let's do the 5R attack, I said, and they nodded. If this attack doesn't work, let's go with the WW, he is better suited to go against their defense, Roger added. Okay then let's go, Isabel said and fired her broom. She went to Appleby, who was with the quaffle, and already knowing what she was going to do, I flew to her opposite side with Roger flying after her. When Appleby saw Isabel coming at him, he immediately tried to pass the quaffle to McAvoy, and emphasis on trying since Roger intervened, palming the quaffle forward right where Isabel was. Summer has the quaffle and she moves forward, narrowly dodging a bludger. Lee began narrating, but look at this, Priest is right behind her. He's about to catch the quaffle. Ooh, he got hit by a Collins-launched bludger. Strong girl, I say, but I like strong girls and… Jordan. Sorry, Professor, but I just wanted a date and… Jordan, I'm warning you.
Game over, Ravenclaw wins. In an incredible trap, Ravenclaw takes the snitch and beats Hufflepuff. Match ended 270-50 for Ravenclaw.
Chapter 98. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the match, my team and I went to the locker rooms to take a shower, for later we can celebrate in the common room with everyone else. As I showered, I couldn't help but smile as I was happy with the game, which moved me more than I expected. Finishing showering and getting ready, I walked out of the locker room and waited for the others, and after a long time of waiting.
Wow, looks like you hit it off there.
Terry commented, getting a confused look from me. He then gestured to my face, and picking up one of the empty plates, I glanced at my reflection, only to see that my face was covered in lipstick marks, which wasn't too hard to figure out where it came from. I turned around, looking back to where the older girls were sitting talking. As soon as they saw me, they blinked and blew kisses at me. I then blinked at them shamelessly, causing a few giggles from them. After that, I turned back to the boys.
War spoils.
I commented, shrugging.
Lucky bastard.
Anthony grumbled under his breath.
Changing the subject, I thought I've seen you fly before, but I think I have to rethink this.
Terry said, giving me an impressed look.
True, you were amazing there.
Anthony said, and Stephen nodded.
And I think your fan club has grown.
Sue chuckled, and I immediately turned to her.
Fan club?
I asked in surprise.
Yes, didn't you know?
She asked, and I shook my head.
Some students have started a fan club in their name, and so far it has a fair amount of people, almost as much as the Harry Potter fan club.
She muttered the last part.
And how do you know that?
Terry asked suspiciously. Sue started looking around for help, and then she saw Lisa.
I know why Lisa told me.
She said, pointing to the girl who was surprised to be pointed out.
Me?
Lisa exclaimed in surprise.
Yes, you told me about the fan clubs.
Sue accused.
But I told you, because you wanted to.
Lisa started to speak, but a look from Sue silenced her. Now it was Corner who questioned.
Is that because?
She said in a question, and ended up getting a weird look from everyone and a warning look from Sue and Padma.
Yes, yes, I heard another student's rumor.
Lisa continued. The funny and scary thing about this whole conversation was that I've already accidentally spied on one of the Potter fan club meetings.
Okay.
Corner said, unconvinced.
Being smart and handsome comes with its downsides.
I mentally sighed, looking at nothing dramatically. Anthony asked but was ignored. Following day,
What spell can I try to create today?
I questioned myself as I walked down the halls, heading towards the Great Hall to have my breakfast. I was then pulled out of my thoughts when I felt two familiar people approach me.
Grad Forge.
I greeted them without turning around.
Ethan.
The twins, who now had their arms around my shoulders, replied as we continued to walk.
What would the two gentlemen like?
I asked.
Oh, no big deal. We just wanted to know.
From having breakfast at the table of the incredible and brave lions.
Serious?
I questioned, turning to look at George, who was the one who finished the sentence.
Yes.
He nodded.
Wait.
He said, pointing at him and Fred.
We would like to congratulate you on the amazing game yesterday. And what better way than to take you to the table of the best house in Hogwarts?
Arguable.
I said, but then I looked at them and thought for a bit.
Well,
I shrugged.
Well, in that case, after Gryffindor, the next table you're going to sit at is Slytherin.
Fred asked.
me, a muggle born in the Slytherin table.
I asked rhetorically.
True.
George nodded.
The Slytherins wouldn't know what hit them. Ha ha.
I laughed dryly at that. With a joke or two along the way, we continued to make our way to the Great Hall, and arriving there, the twins began to lead me to their table. Arriving at the Gryffindor table, under the gaze of the other lions, I sat down, with each twin taking one of the empty seats beside me.
Hey Nev, hi Faye.
I greeted the shy boy and the brunette girl, who were a few seats away.
Hi Ethan.
Neville replied back.
Hi Ethan.
Faye greeted back happily. I then looked to the side, and the vision I had made me sick. What I was seeing was a red-haired pig putting food in its mouth as if it hadn't eaten in years. There were pieces of potato and eggs being spat out by him.
I think I'm going to throw up.
I thought.
So my raven friend, this is the table of brave lions.
George said, and then he pointed to the 3 Gryffindor chasers in front of us.
And I think you already know who these 3 beauties.
Fred complimented. George repeated without missing a beat.
Ladies are right.
Of course.
I nodded.
How could I not know who the 3 beautiful Gryffindor chasers are? Oh, so our fame spread to the Eagles' table.
Johnson asked, amused.
Obviously, but I prefer that we be called ravens.
I said.
Ravens then.
Johnson said, smiling.
I'm Ethan Knight, but all my friends and pretty girls call me Ethan.
I said, reaching out to the 3 girls.
It's pretty hard not to know who the Ravenclaw Silver Star is.
Spinnet said, and I groaned at that stupid nickname. She then took my hand and shook it.
I'm Alicia Spinnet, but all the cute guys who are funny and fly-like that can call me Alicia.
Lucky for me then.
I said with a smile.
Since you already seem to be at home, you can call me Angelina.
Johnson said, or rather Angelina, also shaking my hand.
And I'm Katie.
The youngest girl in the group said, shaking my hand after Angelina released her.
Hello to all of you.
I said.
Sue.
I asked right away, ignoring the gaze of my friends at the Ravenclaw table.
Well, we talked about Quidditch.
Pranks.
Classes.
And also about amazing things we've found at school.
Wow, gee.
I said.
Boring.
The twins repeated, looking at me as if I had just cursed their mother.
Well, it's just that I thought the brave and noble lions were more.
I said uncertainly.
What do you mean?
Katie asked me, confused.
I don't know. I just thought you guys were supposed to be the ones who did a lot of bold and stupid things, so your table should be more.
I explained and then started to think.
For example, the Hufflepuff table is all cheerful and friendly, and my eyes even hurt with so much kindness.
I continued, eliciting some laughter from the lions around me.
The Slytherins look like they're at a royal feast or they are ready for a political debate. And Ravenclaw has the feeling that any conversation there would turn into a debate or a question-and-answer show.
Fred said, hand on his chin in thought.
Yes, where are the sword fights, the duels to the death, someone protecting your family's honor? It's very common here.
I expressed my indignation, getting some weird and/or understanding looks.
You talk like we're a bunch of barbarians.
Granger huffed, eavesdropping on our conversation.
Oh look, it's the troll girl.
I said, pretending to have just noticed her.
I'm not the troll girl.
She exclaimed, and I promptly ignored her.
Actually, he's right.
George said, after thinking for some time.
For the house of the honorable and courageous nobles, we are quite normal. Even the other houses follow their house characteristics more faithfully than we do. That I have to agree.
Fred nodded, and a few Gryffindors around started to think, before nodding their heads too.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
I said, pleased to have made my point. Lions successfully corrupted. Chapter 99. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
What are you doing here?
Only then do we hear an authoritative voice behind us. I turned to the owner of that voice, only to find Percy
Perfect.
Weasley looking at me with a frown. I said, pointing out the obvious and looking at him like he was stupid, with your question being even more stupid. And that generated some giggles and snorts from the Gryffindors around me.
What are you doing at the Gryffindor table?
He asked again, word for word.
Haven't I told you before? I'm having breakfast.
I replied, looking at him calmly as I took a piece of toast and popped it in my mouth.
And why aren't you at your desk?
He said through gritted teeth, turning red with anger and embarrassment as he saw the students laughing at him again.
I'm doing a table exchange program.
I replied. I then put a finger to my chin and started to think.
And so far, the Gryffindor table has been to my liking. But this must be the company.
I continued, winking at the girls in front of me, making them laugh and blink back.
Damn Fred, he's good.
George whispered to his brother.
I know.
Fred replied, jotting something down in a notebook he took from who knows where.
There's no such thing as table exchange program.
Percy said, and he got a look from me that said,
Really, Sherlock?
Even if there isn't, there's also no rule prohibiting me from sitting at other tables.
I shrugged.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to finish my breakfast without another interruption.
I said, waving my hand like I was dismissing a dog.
Don't talk to me like that, I'm a prefect.
Percy said irritably, before puffing out his chest to show his prefect badge.
And don't talk to me like that, I have black hair.
I said,
What does that have to do with anything?
I thought we were pointing out obvious things that nobody cares about.
I shrugged.
That's enough, that'll be 10 points of Ravenclaw.
Percy said annoyed, and I started looking at him, not annoyed but curious.
Who messed with his panties?
I asked myself.
I've never interacted with him, so why is he so mad at me?
Wow, easy there, Percy. We're among friends.
George said, looking at his brother in surprise.
That matter is none of your concern, Fred.
Percy said grimly, and I was surprised he didn't know which brother is which, and I could feel the feelings of hurt and sadness coming from the twins.
Yes, it's since we were the ones who invited him to our table.
Fred came to my defense, already getting annoyed with his brother.
Be quiet or I'll send Mom a letter about the things you guys are doing at school.
Percy threatened.
This is pissing me off already.
I thought, rolling my eyes. I then approached George.
Are there any students in your house that you don't like?
I whispered to him.
Huh.
George looked at me strangely, confused that I was changing the subject in a moment like this, but he still replied.
Yes, there is someone. Octavius Trent, he's such a pompous, arrogant fool who is in 4th grade.
He said, pointing to a boy who had a face that asked for a punch. I nodded, looking at Trent. I then looked over at Percy, who was still complaining, and let a smirk appear on my face.
Hey, Trent.
I called, interrupting Weasley Prefect's rant and catching the arrogant boy's attention, who looked at me.
I heard a rumor that Percy here called his mother fat and ugly, and said she's so fat she'd need 2 killing curse to get killed. What? Percy and Trent spoke, with Trent getting up annoyed and Percy looking at both of us confused.
The Gryffindors who knew I was lying also started looking at me in surprise.
What did you say about my mom?
Trent questioned Percy, walking towards him with heavy steps and an irritated appearance. Those students who heard the confusion started looking at the two, wanting to know how the situation would be resolved. Percy started to look at Trent nervously, but before he could say anything, I used wandless magic to get Percy to punch Trent in the face, knocking him down. The Great Hall then fell into dead silence, with everyone looking at Percy in varying degrees of shock and surprise.
What?
Percy started to stammer an apology, but Trent wasn't listening.
You!
Trent growled, looking at Percy angrily. He then jumped on top of Percy, who squeaked in panic. When Trent knocked Percy to the ground, he started attacking him, and the poor red-haired prefect on the floor could only scream like a little girl.
Oh, that punch must have hurt.
I commented.
Ow!
Fred said, looking in awe at the chaos I'd caused.
It's a gift.
I said solemnly, and he started looking at me strangely. But I didn't know if it was because of what I said or the fact that I took a bag of popcorn out of nowhere.
Remind me never to mess with you.
George said, looking at me in a mixture of fear and respect.
Don't you guys think this is going a little too far?
What? Percy and Trent spoke, with Trent getting up annoyed and Percy looking at both of us confused. The Gryffindors who knew I was lying also started looking at me in surprise. What did you say about my mom? Trent questioned Percy, walking towards him with heavy steps and an irritated appearance. Those students who heard the confusion started looking at the two, wanting to know how the situation would be resolved. Percy started to look at Trent nervously, but before he could say anything, I used wandless magic to get Percy to punch Trent in the face, knocking him down. The Great Hall then fell into dead silence, with everyone looking at Percy in varying degrees of shock and surprise. What?
No.
What? Percy and Trent spoke, with Trent getting up annoyed and Percy looking at both of us confused. The Gryffindors who knew I was lying also started looking at me in surprise. What did you say about my mom? Trent questioned Percy, walking towards him with heavy steps and an irritated appearance. Those students who heard the confusion started looking at the two, wanting to know how the situation would be resolved. Percy started to look at Trent nervously, but before he could say anything, I used wandless magic to get Percy to punch Trent in the face, knocking him down. The Great Hall then fell into dead silence, with everyone looking at Percy in varying degrees of shock and surprise. What?
But Fred and George, he's your brother.
Alicia said, trying to convince the twins to break up the fight.
She's right.
George commented, and Alicia started to look at him with satisfaction, but George hadn't finished speaking yet.
Hey, Trent, Percy is sensitive in the tummy.
He screamed.
Fred, what are you?
Pow!
Ow! Thanks.
Trent yelled. George then sat back down happily, with Fred and me looking at him proudly, and Alicia looking exasperated.
Calm down, Alicia. Just sit back and enjoy the fun.
Angelina said, putting a no to her shoulder to calm her down.
Even you.
Alicia said, grunting in defeat. So we started to pay attention to the fight, cheering every now and then or talking about how much each hit must have hurt.
This is Gryffindor, I've been waiting for.
I commented, nodding my head satisfied and proud, seeing all the mess I'd caused. I then decided to see the reaction of the Golden Trio, and looking back, I saw Potter looking surprised and scared, Weasley looking excited, and Granger looking shocked and scared and annoyed.
Sometimes I love being so evil. Evil.
I thought, while inwardly I laughed evilly. As I was lost in my thoughts.
What's going on here?
We then heard the voice of an angry Professor McGonagall, which was enough to make everyone stop where they were in fear.
Well,
Chapter 100. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey guys, here's the new chapter.
It's not my fault.
I was just eating.
But was.
Professor McGonagall exclaimed, with the most furious and stern face I have ever seen on her face. After all that brawl in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall took everyone she found involved in the mess to her office. When we arrived at her office, everyone started talking and arguing, trying to get rid of the guilt. And while that was happening, I sat quietly in my corner looking at everything calmly. In the office were Professor McGonagall and I, obviously the twins, Percy, Trent, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, and Marietta Holland, the sixth-year prefect.
Now I want you to tell me, why are you fighting?
Professor McGonagall began, screaming at the end.
It all started with.
Professor McGonagall yelled, growing angrier with each passing second, and I didn't even have to use empathy to notice. She then began rubbing her temples, sighing wearily.
You can start, Mr. Weasley.
She said, pointing to Percy as she sat down in her chair. A black-eyed Percy then took a step forward, while straightening his tie, trying to make himself presentable, and started talking.
Well, teacher, I was sitting down, having breakfast, when I saw this little offender and troublemaker
He said, looking at me.
making a mess on the Gryffindor table. And I, like a good student and a prefect, I politely asked him to leave our table and.
Here he stopped when he heard someone cough something that sounded like.
Lie!
Do you disagree with him, Mr. Knight?
Professor McGonagall asked me, who was looking at Percy bored.
Do I disagree?
I huffed.
The only true part of his story is the part where he said he was a prefect.
I said mockingly.
Oh, and what would be the truth then?
She asked me. Is the part where he said he was a prefect, I said mockingly. Oh, and what would be the truth then, she asked me. Because we don't wait for little Percy to finish his story, I said, speaking story as sarcastically as possible.
All right.
Professor McGonagall nodded. She then turned to the red-faced Percy and said,
You may continue, Mr. Weasley.
As I was saying.
Percy stopped to catch his breath.
And while I scolded my brothers, Mr. Knight here yelled at that barbarian that I was offending his mother.
He said, first pointing at me and then at Trent, who grunted at being called a barbarian.
He did that.
Professor McGonagall asked, looking at me slightly, and I, who saw no point in lying, just shrugged.
Yeah.
Percy nodded.
And then he
Pointed at Trent.
came towards me and without giving me time to explain, attacked me.
He finished, pointing to his bruised face. And I had to congratulate him for being shameless enough to omit the parts where he was wrong.
That's a lie.
Trent exclaimed.
Then why don't you tell us what happened?
Professor McGonagall offered.
He cursed my mom and punched me.
Trent said, in the easiest and simplest way to understand. Professor McGonagall began to massage her temples even more. She then looked at all of us before her gaze landed on me.
What do you have to say to that? Do you disagree with them, or do you have something to add?
She asked me.
Yes.
I shrugged.
I said I heard a rumor that Mr. Prefect over there cursed the Mr. Trent mother, and since it's a rumor, I have no way of knowing his veracity. And apart from that, the rest of the story is basically a lie.
I finished, ignoring the twins' surprised look.
Why did you talk about this?
Professor McGonagall asked me.
I brought up the rumor because I thought Mr. Trent should know about it, and also because Percy was pissing me off. And the parts of the story that Percy lied were the omitted parts where he didn't politely ask me to leave the Gryffindor table, but demanded. And this still continued even after I reminded him that there was no rule that forbade me to sit at tables of the other houses. And even so, he still took 10 points off me, saying I was disrespecting him. And when the twins came to defend me, since they were the ones who invited me to the table, Percy started berating them.
I said, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see Percy go pale and scared.
And he forgot to tell you, he was the first to punch in the fight with Trent.
I finished, looking at Percy with a smirk.
At least that fact no one can prove I was the culprit, Hee hee.
I thought as I hid my vindictive smile.
That's true.
Professor McGonagall asked, and Percy didn't even have time to deny it before the twins and the three chasers nodded.
Miss Holland,
Professor McGonagall called the prefect who accompanied us.
I didn't see or hear all the fuss, Professor McGonagall, but I actually heard Mr. Weasley being rude to Mr. Knight, who wasn't making any fuss in the Gryffindor table. And Mr. Weasley was actually the first to punch Mr. Trent.
Holland replied, and Percy paled even more.
Sigh.
Professor McGonagall asked the pale boy, who was on trembling legs but received only silence in response.
Sigh.
She looked at Percy in disappointment. Professor McGonagall then turned to the twins and the three chasers.
As you weren't involved in the mess, I'll leave you out of punishment.
Professor McGonagall told them, causing 3 sighs of relief from the girls and 2 shrugs from the twins. She then turned to me, Percy, and Trent.
Already you 3.
As soon as she looked at us, I could feel Percy's fear and nervousness.
Since Mr. Weasley has already deducted 10 points from you, Mr. Knight, I'll leave that as your punishment. For Mr. Trent, even though you weren't the main cause of the fuss, you were still involved in the fight, and that will be 10 Gryffindor points too.
I didn't mind too much about the loss of points, since if everything went like the canon, Dumbledore would be kind enough to
donate
some points to Gryffindor. But my lack of reaction to losing the points wasn't the same for Trent, who was torn between being angry while staring at Percy and being worried as it diminished Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup.
And for you, Mr. Weasley.
Professor McGonagall continued, looking grimly at Percy over her glasses, causing the red-headed prefect to fluster.
I'm incredibly disappointed in you, especially since you abused your privileges as prefect, the same privileges I chose to give you.
I kept seeing from the side that the more Professor McGonagall talked, the more Percy got nervous and sad.
I'd take your prefect badge, but I still have a little faith that you'll start acting more responsibly.
Professor McGonagall said, looking grimly at Percy but with a slight disappointed look on her face. And Percy, who had been nervous throughout the meeting, sighed in relief to learn that he would not be removed from his post as prefect. But when he heard the rest of the punishment, he immediately acquired a shocked expression. But he should have known he couldn't change that punishment, and so he remained silent.
Well, now that the mess has been resolved and all punishments have been handed out, you can go.
Professor McGonagall waved us off, and with that, everyone in the room got up and started walking towards the door. As we left Professor McGonagall's office, we all started going in different directions in silence, with Percy staring at me the entire time, and I just smiled vengefully at him before ignoring him.
Well,